3 years ago, Ultra-trail Cape Town approached us to clear some trails. Then the partnership with RMB came along. We're here to represent the users, take care of the ecology, the fauna and the flora. RMB are sponsoring a number of projects. Friends of Table Mountain, the Sugarbird Project, Live to Run, and the Sustainable Cedar Project in the Cedarburg, very much aligned to our value system of taking care of the environment. Together with our partners, RMB and UTCT, we are committed to making Table Mountain better.
What an amazing performance.
Confidence of words.
Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphic Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second day of the RMB UTCT live coverage. And right here on your screen is Alexei Tolosenko, who is leading the 100-mile race that started yesterday afternoon local time, 4:30 p.m. So he's been at it for not quite a while, and he seems to be repeating what he pulled off last year, which means a lead for a long time and coming out with the win. Try to find out the route here. Luckily, our camera runner is helping him find a way. And in the meantime, we have our UTCT 100K runners that are going up Kloof Corner as we speak. So maybe we can give you a little bit. But I need to stop talking. That was Hugo Dake from Team Adidas TERREX, who's just gone past. We did the top 5, and once again, and this is why we're putting it on the screen actually, I am with Luke Powers and Toni McCann. Good morning, team.
Good morning, good morning. Bright and early.
Yeah, dawn's rising over Cape Town. Great to be involved here, guys. Good morning to everyone out there who's already up and about. It's super early. The 100K runners have already been on the road, on the trails for an hour and a half, and here we're getting footage from Kloof Corner.
All right, so let's see who we get here. Team Adidas TERREX on all screens, completely taken over.
Yeah.
I see a smile on Tony's face. He's like, yeah, we got that.
Yeah, that Macy, I think this is his first attempt at the
Was
100K
that Macy?
here.
I thought so, yeah.
First attempt at
Wow.
the 100K here.
Classic man bun. You couldn't miss it, right?
And he is, super stoked to be here. I know he was going to come out last year to run the 100-kilometer race, but unfortunately life happens and he wasn't able to make that start line, but he did come down anyway, intending to run the 35K, and 2 weeks before the race broke his elbow. So he's certainly here for some redemption. I know he's super stoked to have made the start line. He was feeling really good before the race, super fit. So I think he's pacing himself well. He's positioned, I think, in 4th or 5th at the moment. So he's in a good position to make some moves later on in the race.
Yeah, great to see him in the mix there.
And here we've got
So-
Alexei, another TERREX athlete. He is just entering Komiki, so he'll be entering that Long Beach section, which I'm not sure about you, but beach running is not my favorite. So
No, I'm with
this
you on
late
that.
in the race, a nice 9-kilometer stretch of beach is pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
So for now, he is on some rocks, but you can see ahead of him, he's got that long stretch of beach, aptly named Long Beach.
Yeah.
And hopefully he hits the tide right so that he gets some solid footing. But yeah, I guess we'll see when he gets to that point. But he's still moving super well, having been now running for well over 12 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Incredible to see. I mean, he must be really loving this now. It looks, I mean, even though it's technical and rocky, he's about to hit nice, easy, runnable beach. I'm checking on the tides, which I'm looking on that beach. They are looking quite good, but I'll confirm for you now what the actual tide is doing. You can see it's a beautiful morning. I'm in Cape Town. There is not a breath of wind. There are small waves. So Long Beach is a very well-known surfing beach. That visual you're getting now is a really renowned Cape Town left-hand sandbar beach break. No one in the water at the moment because it's a very calm ocean. But he's going to really enjoy this after getting off all that tricky, pebbly, rocky section coming around from Komiki Harbour now. So low tide was at 3 a.m., high tide at 9:30. So it's pushing, but it's still low enough to be quite hard, packed and flat. As you can see, there's quite a lot of wet, hard sand that he's running on right now. So he's scoring, but when the rest of the crew get there
Not going to be so
in a
lucky.
few hours' time, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they'll be having to run slightly higher up on the beach. And obviously, higher up on the beach you go, the softer the sand.
Yeah.
The more likely you are to get sand in your shoes. Yeah, it's going to be tough for the people later on in the race.
Yeah. So if you look at that area he's running in now, that's all going to be wet, and people are going to be pushed up against the soft sand and be mushy and complicated. But for now, he is cruising. Is this one of our leading 100K ladies going up?
Leading 100K indeed.
Yeah, leading 100K. She's from Russia. And I was just reading about her because basically she doesn't have any races outside of Russia. And so, but pretty much everything she's done, she either won it or was second. So she's definitely up there. No surprise to see her in the lead in front of a lot of the top female athlete that we have in that 100K. I think the ranking now after Kloof was still quite tight within the ladies. Jasmine Lowther from Canada was in second, but already over 2 minutes back from Antonia. Ekaterina Mitayeva was another like few seconds off Jasmine, and Evie Moore also in that group. Then Sam Reilly, who we know because she's Kane's partner. And I was actually wondering, seeing him up there at Kloof Corner, who's taking care of the kids. But they probably found.
Oh, no. Yeah. Sam Reilly is the sister.
Yeah, the sister.
Yeah, so the kids are all good.
The kids are well looked after this morning.
It was an early morning, and I was just thinking, he just got a baby. How does she do that?
You need another double espresso.
A hell of a turnaround from pregnancy to running 100 kilometers, that's for sure. No, but Sam Reilly is, in fact, the Reilly sibling, so no surprises that she's up there. She's definitely got the Reilly running genes. And this is her second attempt. She was here last year, had an incredible result.
She did.
So I'm sure she's out here ready to try and better that and see what she can do. But seeing her and chatting to some people around town, I know she's feeling and looking very strong. So let's hope she has a good day.
Yeah. Awesome. So guys, just as you get this visual of Alexei running across this beach, you see what I mean? It's beautiful, wide. It's almost like a tar road, actually. So this is, I agree with you, Toni. Beach running is not my favorite. It does get a little bit boring for me, whereas when you're on a twisting mountain trail, there's always something new around every corner. It's kind of like ADHD running. You're always entertained. But if you just look at this view, I mean, it is magnificent.
It is magnificent.
He's seeing the opposite view to what we're seeing. We're looking at the front table of Table Mountain. He's seeing Chapman's Peak and Carbonkelberg, which we saw yesterday. That's on the left-hand side, the undercover of the cloud. He's also, what's quite interesting, as we know with Cape Town, there are incredible microclimates, and often down that side of the world it can be howling with wind. But today it's consistent at this stage. There is absolutely no wind all the way down in Kommetjie, so it's beautiful, soft light coming into the sky. He's going to have to navigate a little bit more of a rocky section before he gets onto the bulk of Long Beach on the other side. So now he's going to have to go up into the soft sand. And then he'll come back down or run it.
I think what makes beach running so difficult is that you can see the end.
Yeah.
And it just never feels like it gets any closer.
Yeah, it actually always seems like it's getting further away.
Yeah.
So it's quite frustrating from that point of view. Agreed. Yeah, it's
and
wide
I think Alexei has opted to not have any paces here, but a lot of the athletes probably will have someone running with them at this point. I think mentally it's nice to keep them engaged, to help them kind of divert their attention from where they are going.
Yeah.
I expect to see a lot more athletes later on in the race who are coming through this section to have someone with them, having paced them along this route.
Hey. Yeah, okay.
Cool. So I think Kane is about to see the leading lady coming up Kloof Corner. So hopefully we can get a visual of that.
Bring him up.
Amazing. There she goes.
Antonia.
Kane, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. You got me.
Okay. Cool. Keep talking. We want to see your visuals of what's happening where you are. So just keep talking so we can get it comes up on the screen.
So I'm here at the top of Kloof Corner in the iconic Kloof Corner crowd, and we're about to see the leading lady. We had the men come through a short while ago, and yeah, the vibes have started. It's early, but there's a great crowd. And here we go. Here she is. Looking nice and strong. Good job! Yeah, so throwing high fives. Looks really good at this point in the race. Moving very, very smoothly.
Thanks, Kane. Keep us posted whenever the next ladies are coming up. We'll switch back onto you, but for now, we'll follow her on the contour.
Perfect. I'll let you guys know.
And then it's pretty spectacular. If you were with us last night when the 100-mile runners were going up, they were going the other direction and going into the sun, and now they're going into the sun in the morning. That trail just keeps giving.
Keeps giving, indeed. But I must say, at this time of day, if you're running along that contour path where that sun hits you in the eye, it makes it even more difficult. Just adding a challenge. Super beautiful light, and they really are getting treated to a perfect morning in Cape Town. Not a breath of wind here at the moment at the Gardens Rugby Tech. So everyone's in for a treat.
I'm sure this man over here is celebrating every inch of that sun that's hitting his body. Golden light. He's been running through the whole night, all the way down to the southern tip of the peninsula at Simonstown, where he's finally turned on the figure-of-8 loop, and he is now heading north again back towards us. Still a long journey to go, but I know from chatting to so many people who run through the night that when that sun arrives, you just get a burst of energy, and everything seems possible. So he's looking good. So you can just see here that little stretch in front of Sunset, which is a famous big wave surfing spot, which is actually quite tricky. It's longer than I always remember, where you're forced to run around the rocks on the soft sand because there's lots of little rocky outcrops there before you regain the big beach, which is almost at now.
I think we've also just had, and I know this won't be on screen, but I think we've also just had the second lady coming through that Kloof Corner there. So she's chasing hard on Antonia, and I'm pretty sure that looked like Jasmine Malfa. So hopefully we can get some visual on that, or at least the third lady coming through. But yeah, lots happening at Kloof Corner still as well in the 100-kilometer race.
Peter Engdahl taking over as a photographer. Is that him?
Yeah, indeed.
Crouching?
That is indeed him. I chatted to him yesterday, and he said he was going to be out on course today taking some photos. So super cool that he can pivot
All
like
right.
this and support his teammates. I imagine that this is Katie Mireyev coming through there at the moment. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a visual on that, I don't think. Hopefully we can.
Let's go, easy.
Okay.
You see what I mean? He's now wedged between a huge amount of rocks and a lot of soft sand. Who's that going through there? It's another top woman just gone through.
I'm always very impressed when people are running up that top section of the stairs.
It tells you how much the crowds are carrying you up, because clearly you're getting to the top of that long climb. You don't have much left, but still you're running it.
So guys, I finally managed to get my Strava
game on last night, and I did some searching. And that Table Mountain contour, which everybody is hitting up now on the 100K just after they get to the top of the stairs, the 1.9 kilometer stretch, known as the segment is known as the UTCT TM contour. Oh, he's got a river to cross there coming out of... okay, that's an interesting one, but he didn't have to get his feet wet. So
And he navigated that very well for being a...
Yeah. Okay, so you see he's now been running probably for about 10 minutes. He's got the open beach in front of him. He's done on that whole rocky little peninsula at Slangkop.
You can see already the footing underneath is not great.
Yeah.
With that tide pushing like that.
Yeah, so that's 3 hours into Lota. Oh, there's your shot.
Look at that. That sun hitting all those Watsonias. Really, is there a better thing to be doing in the morning than running along this contour path? Wow.
You're going to have to lock that moment into your memory, Toni.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's perfect time to tell you who owns the CRs on the TM contour. Top of the leaderboard, 9 minutes and 7 seconds is Robbie Rorick.
Huh?
Yeah.
Not surprising.
Awesome.
Yeah, the man is fast. He can throw down. We all
And
know
I'm sure
that.
he did all that with a smile.
Yeah. And top of the women's leaderboard, Toni McCann,
Oh,
10
really?
minutes and 18 seconds.
Oh, look at
Bada
that.
bing.
That must have been from ages ago, because I don't think I could do that anymore. I've lost my touch on this contour path.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's a tough one. Eh? You have to just either feel it or it doesn't happen.
Yeah, totally. You have to have that flow on here. You have to.
Yeah.
Some days you've got it with the technical running, and some days you don't. And but whoever is running ahead here looks like they're doing a great job, making it very difficult for their camera runner to keep up with them. But this is the second woman, so I think that must be Jasmine, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make sense, because she is a very technical runner. She's a mountain person, does a lot of different activities in the mountain besides trail running. And so that would make sense that she's dropping that camera runner, like a bad habit. She's like, see ya. I'm having too much fun here. And then on the left-hand side, we have a replay of what took place just over 2 hours ago. The start of the 100K, the UT100 that did take the original route through town, because at this time it is early enough not to be disrupted or to disrupt traffic, and so they kept the original route to make it to Signal Hill. And we're back live with I think this is a good assumption, with Jasmine Lowther second place so far in the women's 100K, following Antonia Lucina, who was a couple of minutes ahead of her at the very top of Kloof Corner.
Look at that.
And I think
we have
we're gonna carry on with a few.
No, what is that?
A few replays of the top runners, top men's first going through Signal Hill. And I think Macy was in there, wasn't he?
I think that's Macy and that's Hugo.
Yeah, and Hugo.
Yeah. So 2 TERREX athletes working together through that night section, I'm sure. Both looking super good still.
And there was Ekaterina, bit in a rush. What do I get?
Right behind
and
her.
right behind her. Yes. Now, man, it looks like a video game. Like, I'm not sure if Alexei, I mean, the thing is, he's been here, so he knows how beautiful this is. But like, anybody else who's never been here is like, am I dreaming? Like, is this happening really?
It's stunning. Hey, and as he runs past, guys, check out on the right-hand side that big blob. That is a shipwreck, which has been there for just over 100 years. Whoa. And it's called the Kakapo. And that's just the boiler room, I think it is, that's left. And there's some ribs of it is a metal ship. And the story goes that the captain, it was a German guy apparently, who he was coming back from the east, as everybody traveled in those days to around Cape Point and the Cape of Storms, and he was coming back to refuel and replenish at Cape Town. But he took a turning a little bit early after Cape Point, thinking that he was in Table Bay, and he landed on this beach by mistake and wrecked his ship on the sand. And he was so embarrassed by his navigational error that he refused to leave the ship once it had been wedged on the sand there. All his crew and everybody was rescued, and they all got off safe, and he refused to get off the ship for a couple of months, so he didn't have to face the music of all the inquiries that were going to happen around the error that he'd made to sink the ship. So it was quite a weird story, but eventually they convinced him to leave, and there's the rest of the wreck that's been lying there for years and years. One of many along the Cape Coast.
Yeah, he's not alone. Wow. What a perfect morning for him.
Yeah. So interesting, he's not running very close to the ocean. He's fairly soft sand, he's in there now, but probably about the right place.
Oh, and there you go. Look at that. Okay. It wasn't Jasmine.
I think it potentially was. I think this is slightly further back on the contour path.
So we have another runner.
So this is maybe in third.
Yeah. This is so... I'm pretty sure this is slightly further back on the contour path. So either we've got a new camera runner following her, or our previous one held back a little bit. But
I don't know, because earlier she was in the sun, like going through the Watsonias, and now she's in the dark. And when you see the rays coming in, I don't think she can get in the sun any further.
True.
I don't know. I don't have all the local knowledge, but I read. I'm trying.
She's making a quick work of this section as well.
Yeah, she's moving super well.
So Evie Moore from the United Kingdom, she attempted CCC back in August at the UTMB Mont Blanc, and unfortunately had a DNF there. So I'm assuming she's got a lot of fitness built up from that she was unable to put to good use. And yeah, I'm assuming she's managed to tide that over, and now has come for a bit of a redemption race here in Cape Town. Slightly different terrain to what you experienced at CCC, can confirm. But yeah, a beautiful 100-kilometer race. No, not at all. She is navigating these rocks, as you can see. It's really technical. There's very little easy footing, so she's managing that really well. Also no stranger to the 100-kilometer distance, having dabbled in a few over the years, coming first at the Mozart 100 by UTMB in 2023. But she also seems to play around in the different distances. So she's got some 50K race wins in there too. So it's cool to see her mixing it up. I think something I've learned in my training as well is that 50K training is really good for 100Ks. They're not that different in pacing. So if you can keep some of that speed, it really transfers well to the 100-kilometer distance as well. So it's cool to see her mixing it up between the 50K and the 100K distances.
Yeah. Aim into that, and I would hope that more elite runners would understand that statement, because it's usually 50K runners moving up to the 100K distance for the first time or like second time. They still carry on all that speed, and basically you do just about like the same mileage weekly. Even if you're training for a 50K, you just do your faster workouts, and then the minute you try to train for 100K, you become slower. So
yep.
I like what you said, and I couldn't agree more with that. But then, I mean, look at that split screen for a second and realize that this is, I mean, basically, Eva is going to run on beaches the same way. So again, the various types of terrain in all these races of the RMB UTCT, it's just mind blowing. Like, there's no other race I can think of that has such a variety of like beach, mountain, runnable, technical. It's insane.
Yep.
Like the experience
really
you get. Yeah, see, that's probably why he's not running so close, because some of the waves are actually coming up pretty far.
There we go. So the tide's coming in. Yeah, so it's risky because he doesn't want to get his feet wet. So that whole section to the left between him and the ocean is going to be water pushing at him, and also that sand that looks good over there is actually already mushy. So he's cutting it. It's already hard for him, and it's going to be the same actually for everyone else. So the tide's already a bit far in.
You can see by the way his feet are leaving imprints into the ground that it is quite mushy. He's not running on firm ground by any means.
No, it was just that initial little bit was pretty nice at the Long Beach surf spot, and now it's actually not ideal, but he's still moving well considering. He's doing good.
Back with our third woman here. She is getting close to the start of the Platyclip climb. She's probably got another couple 100 meters along this contour path before she takes a sharp right and starts the endless ascent up to the top of Platyclip. But yeah, she's got a couple more 100 meters of this before she does that.
Yeah.
She looks like she's chasing someone just in front. I'm not sure if that's another woman or a man, but there's someone who's running ahead of her, which is always nice. Nice little carrot dangling in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, a man in yellow shorts.
Did you call her a donkey?
No, never. Everyone loves a carrot. Maybe I should call it I don't know, a Snickers bar. A Snickers bar dangling in front of her.
Now that would get me going.
Yeah.
So she's, speaking of Platyclip, guys, you can see the gorge coming up in front. So we briefly touched on some of the fastest times up there. And so I managed to find, you guys were right, Jim has got the record up there in 17 minutes and 40 seconds. Local woman is on the top of the women's leaderboard, Jana van Houwelingen, just over 20 minutes.
Sick.
Bianca Tarberton second, and Haley Preen third.
Local
Which,
ladies.
no surprises there.
Yeah.
On the men's leaderboard, a few other notables were Pete the Heat Carlitz in 6th position, Kane Reilly in 8th, and Robbie Simpson 13th. And then the one I was thinking of was from the tar to the top, which was the full Platter Clip ascent, and that's the one that Kane has got the fastest time on, which is 23 minutes and 18 seconds.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, and Bianca, fastest woman, 30 minutes and 25 seconds. Ridiculous. I've tried, and I think I'm still only just 35 odd. It's rough.
Yeah.
Wow, so he's chosen to go far inland now, hey?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's trying a new tactic on the crusty soft sand up top. What's going to be interesting in a little while, on his right-hand side, there's often a whole lagoon full of water that fills up from tides and river combined in Noordhoek. And right in the corner, as we saw last year, there was a huge lagoon that was a must cross, or it was the technical climb over the sandstone boulder. So that's going to be interesting to see how that looks today.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, like Alexei had gone all the way around and chose the bouldering option, but I don't know if it was by like not knowing he could actually run across, and he thought that was the course to follow, or what it was an actual decision made. Yeah, that looked tough.
Yeah, it was like coming out of the lift at Guil du Midi into the Vallée Blanche, and you suddenly go down to your knee.
It's like, boom, stop, snow, reach.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And 100, and they're about 110 kilometers into the race at this point. So that is not something that you want to happen, is
everything's
battling with the sand like that, and sudden movements are probably not a great idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is making this look much very simple, actually. Nice flow. He's keeping things consistent, so it's cool.
He's rapidly approaching, right in his front vision there at 12 o'clock is Chapman's Peak, which is his big ascent for the morning. It's steep and quite rough, single track that he's going to have to climb to the top of the peak, which is obscured under that cloud there. I think it's about a 570 meter climb from ground level, which will hurt. But he's still got a lot of beach to deal with before he has to think about that.
And a GPS track on that beach is going to be interesting. It'd be like weaving left and right away from the tide, then a bit more in. Oh, it looks like... Oh, no. Actually, I was going to say it looks like it's getting better, but not really.
Oh, wow. There's a beautiful drone shot of the inner com. That's Komaki, and it looks like we might pick up the second man in the 100-mile race here. Beautiful, tranquil little village shot of Komaki, the old part of Komaki, and this natural harbor that's where all the fishing boats go out. Can you see him? Maybe on the road there?
Yeah, you can see two guys running down there, and according to this, it's Matt Bouch. I know he wasn't getting picked up on the tracking earlier, so I'm hoping that this is accurate information, because that would make a lot of the locals happy. I know everyone's rooting for him to have a good day here.
Yeah.
And if this is the case, he is having a very good day.
Yeah, and he's been in there since the beginning. Hey? From the get-go, he's been up in the front of the race. It's incredible.
Yep, there we go. Trackers picked up Komaki CP, and he was there. What's that? Just under 40 minutes behind Alexei. So Alexei's got a solid lead, but there is still a lot of running to go, and Matt could definitely close that down a little bit. But he's having a really great day.
So, guys, I've got a question for you both.
Another question? Oh, no, please don't tell me it's trivia.
Is it too early? No. This is a strictly running.
Okay, then I might know the answer.
It's way too early for trivia. Are you mad? But don't worry, later for that. So, guys, if you are running the 100-mile UTCT and you want to win this race, what are your tactics? You are a brilliant runner. You've got a high ITRA index. You've done 100 miles and won them all over the world. You're coming here to win this beast, and you want to. What are your tactics? Because you've got Alexei Tolstenko, two-time winner, who's run from the front both times to win. Like, do you give him rope and let him go out and hope you're going to charge hard in the second half and overtake this dude? Like, what do you do? I mean, it's. Do you know what I mean?
Toni, you want to take that one first?
I mean, I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because 100 miles is a whole different beast to what I have experienced. Racing, the tactics that I like to do, I'm a front runner. I like to be up front. I like to be in the mix. I like to not let people get too far ahead. So for me, I would try to hang with them, and if the day clicks, it clicks. However, I was given a masterclass by Ruth Croft this year in how to pace a race absolutely insanely well. And her UTMB was probably the best pacing you could ever have. She started really conservatively and then had one of the fastest, I think, if not the fastest split from Courmayeur to the finish in the 100-mile race ever. So she had an incredibly negative split in the back half. And that was wild. She closed down hard and ended at second on the podium. So there's definitely different strategies. It just depends, I guess, you as a runner, what you like to do, what mentally you are best at handling. I think there's multiple ways to tackle it. But Alexei, having the experience here on this race, it might be a good idea to hang with him if you can.
Yeah, fair enough.
Martin, you might have some more insight there. You've actually run 100 miles.
Yeah, well, I ran it like as we talked about yesterday. Yeah, seems like a week ago already. So I ran it for the experience, not to be competitive. But if I were to try and be competitive, I would forget entirely about Alexei on the 100-mile distance. And again, like quoting Toni about Ruth's performance at UTMB, 100-mile is like you cannot match someone else's pace because you're never going to be entirely in sync, even if you have the same level. And you're going to have highs, lows. You're going to feel good, not good. There's going to be multiple factors coming into play. And so my belief is that if you want to try and win, it means that there's two options. Either you're the strongest, period, and then you sit on someone else's pace, knowing that your pace could be faster. But if not, then you're going to have to pull your best possible performance. And then it's not a matter of just hunting someone down, is trying to nail everything that you can control, so you can bring, once again, your best performance and possibly beyond. You can transcend yourself through various factors, the mental one being one of them. So as opposed to Alexei right now, I would definitely have a pacer because mentally that would do a huge boost. I know it would affect me positively. And then look, everything I'm seeing right now on those races, and especially those beach sections, the few road sections, and what look like the back half of this race, as much as there's a big mountain coming up for like a trail running miler, I feel like I would train to run fast. Because as you said, Toni, I think that applies to every distance here at UTCT, is that I believe where you will make a difference is on those fast runnable sections. And if you click fast Ks, this is a lot of time you'll be putting on other people. And then on the climbs, there's not going to be much of a difference between all the elites. And then I know I'm very comfortable at any kind of downhill, whether it's technical or rolling. So I know I would have that in the bank. But it's so at the end of the day, that's just me. But for everyone else to take on something is really, in 100 miles, if you start worrying about other people, if you try to keep up with other people, it's like either you're, like I said, you're stronger, or you know that you have a level that's good enough so you don't overreach by trying to follow someone else's pace. Or the second best option, if you are not part of this selected 0.1%, is do you. And this is truly when things going to happen. And if you feel like you're going to be too conservative and you're going to get to the finish with some in the tank, believe me, at the end of 100 mile, if you feel like you have still left in the tank, the last 5Ks, you can empty it, no questions asked, by just pushing a little harder. It won't take many Ks to empty that tank. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. Well, excellent insight, guys, from both of you. Thank you. I think that's loads to talk about and great insight. It's just such a big beast to tackle, and there's so many ways to do it. But yeah, to do it at the top level, it's super tough. And what I can tell you is that Alexei has not had to, he's bypassed the boulder problem, guys. I think it's pretty much empty.
Yeah, it looks empty.
Yeah, no water. So unfortunately, one less topic for us to discuss.
And for him, one less challenge to take on.
Yeah, he's on the boardwalk. So he must be just thinking back to last year going, damn, this is like so easy.
Dream.
So he's coming up
last year.
Yeah, he's probably having like weird deja vu. Did I really climb a boulder? So he's now up the boardwalks. He's going to go a little bit of it's not a detour, but he's going through a little bit through the suburb of Noordhoek to the farm village, where shortly he's going to get a pretty solid aid station, I think, where he can, it'll be interesting to see if maybe he chooses to change his shoes now, or we'll see shortly. But that's coming up, and then he'll start his ascent up to Chapman's Peak. Wow, he must be so relieved.
Look,
he's looking for the aid station.
Yeah.
Splits or aid station. Is it coming up? Yeah.
He's still smiling.
He looks happy.
Still in good spirits. I'm sure, having run through that night section, just seeing the sun must be such a refreshing feeling.
Yeah.
I think from chatting to people who have done this, because like I say, I've not experienced the night, running through the night yet. Yeah, apparently when you feel that sun on your skin again, it really is just an absolute reset and refresh. So I'm sure he's feeling that, and also very excited to see his crew again at this point.
Yeah.
And actually, on top of like feeling it on your body and on your skin, having actually sunlight, direct sunlight in your eyes, in your retinas, coming from the top, because the receptors are on the bottom. So if it comes with an incline, it's even more efficient. Will trigger physiological response and actually reset your circadian clock. So again, it will tell your body, okay, wake up. There's actually something happening that will pull you out of kind of the night mode, even though obviously Alexei didn't sleep. So early in the morning, especially if you're out racing, do not put your shades on right away and let the sun actually come through your eyes and trigger that physiological response, so you can actually benefit from it before you put your sunglasses on. And that is also valid for any morning when you get up and have your coffee. Like, don't put your sunglasses on until you have had like 10 minutes of sunlight exposure.
It looks like Matt has not quite entered the Long Beach section yet, but he is getting there. I'm assuming that's still the second man that we can see kind of running along that section of beach there. Matt, I know, does have a pacer.
Does he? Speaking of coffee, don't forget to drink your coffee.
It's done.
Oh wow. Awesome.
It's already gone, bro.
Yeah.
Been done that. And it was delicious. Thank you. Local, my personal barista here brings coffee for me in the morning.
Look, I'm a coffee snob, so
that's team effort.
But I'm pretty sure Admire, who was running with Matt Bouch, I think it was
Admire
either
who ran yesterday.
Yeah, who ran the 55 kilometer yesterday, was going to hop in with Matt Bouch here for the 100 miles and help pace him. So awesome teamwork. Amazing. Awesome community spirit there, and
is Deborah up already? She was.
We haven't seen her in the chat, not yet.
No. Maybe she's out on the field, crewing or supporting, and not tuning in yet. But we'd love a few more stories about Matt. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if he was always like this as a kid. Busybody and endurance athlete.
Speaking of Matt, I would just like to say, guys, that if you love beautiful photographs and visual imagery, Matt is your man. Go check out mattbouch.com. He is an amazing photographer. He's hails from KwaZulu-Natal and has spent an unbelievable amount of time in the Drakensberg, the biggest mountain range in South Africa. And I had to look at his website yesterday. I mean, it's the imagery that he's taken while spending time running up in those mountains is phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's incredibly talented, and I think he actually credits running in the Drakensberg to his sort of photography, taking photos in the Drakensberg to his running. He wanted to get further and deeper and taking images, and that's where the running kind of love affair started with trail. So yeah, check it out.
Oh wow, look at that shot.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Talking about beautiful imagery. Oh.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. So that's him making his way through the rocky outcrop section of Sunset Point. This is going to be tough, but as we see in the beach section coming up is also tough. So he's just picking his way through the rocks and in between the little clumps of sand dune.
Speaking about comments, we have a question from Mubin, who I think he is a local who has now moved over and is living in Berlin.
Yeah.
But and if you're around Berlin, go check him out. He's got a cool running store, kind of a different running store. It's more of a social gathering spot with some really rad products. So go and check him out. Great guy to support.
Nice.
Awesome guy. But Mubin has a really good question, and I think a lot of people who come here from other countries probably ask this as well. So his question is, what is a good time to spend on the local trail, getting to know the area and the route? And I think we've spoken about this yesterday already, but that local knowledge is really, really beneficial. The home trail, home ground advantage. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? How long should someone come and spend here if they can, if they have the opportunity to come and run here? How long should they spend to get to know these trails to really fully maximize and benefit from
how many Ks can you run in a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I agree with that. One of my favorite sayings is local knowledge always pays off. So when you are going to a new environment, whether it's here or wherever you're going to race, there's a classic Nuremberg shot of the surfboard on the roof, heading for Long Beach or Muizenberg. It's always worth spending as much time as possible. I'd say a week is, if you have the luxury of time, a week is amazing. And even if it's just short little sections that you go and check out, it gives you the peace of mind when you arrive in that section to go, oh, I actually know I must turn left here. Go up to those trees, turn right, and it means your decision-making process is done. You're relaxed. You don't have to stress and worry and consider all options because you've done all that homework. It's like doing your homework. And it's actually great. I really enjoy that, and especially on courses that are not marked. I mean, this one is marked, but nonetheless, having just knowing sort of what's coming up in certain sections. Obviously, with a 100-mile race, you can't do it all. But I highly back that kind of strategy where you've actually done a bit of homework and you've got that inside knowledge.
And also in terms of race pacing and nutrition plan, like if you know like all the big climbs, all the big descents, all the key sections, how long it's going to take you, then during the race you can know again how long it will take you from one aid station to the next. So it helps with pacing as well as obviously nutrition, because sometimes you think, and I know, for example, at Transvulcania, there's always a section that everybody underestimates. Like, it's not that many K, it's fine, I can only go with one water bottle. But that section is actually not only slow going, but then you're being hit by the wind. And so all of a sudden this element that dries you out, and so many athletes underestimate that section and do not take enough water. But unless you've been on that section and you've done, even outside of a race, as you said, look, as a rookie, you're like, holy crap, that took me forever. And that you can adjust things and avoid making mistakes that would be very easily made not understanding the true nature of the terrain or the environment. So I would say that like both for the pacing, as you were saying, but also with the nutrition and hydration plan, that could sometimes save your ass.
Yeah, totally. So you can see the graphic there, guys, of the course profile just underneath Alexi in red. In pink, I think, is what he's covered already. Am I right?
Yep.
And coming up in front of him is Chapman's Peak, which is a big ass climb. He's coming into the aid station right now. Let's see how he operates.
Looks like we're gonna have a changeover of camera runner. Oh, we even have the birds.
Yeah, wow. It's so peaceful.
I'm waiting for Frederick Edinburgh to come and start commenting with us.
There you go. Looks like he's sitting down. Oh, legs crossed. Just a nice morning little breakfast in the sun. He's looking very casual and chilled right now. You know, taking his time, eating, drinking, getting his bottles refilled.
I can try a bit of David Attenborough. So here we have a human athlete. Seems to have run about 110 kilometers so far. He's sitting down, eating out of a plastic bowl.
That was amazing. Very convincing. Very convincing.
And look, he's
I wonder what's in that bowl.
Yeah, it looks like porridge, but it's
I would go with porridge. I would be eating porridge right now, but it's hard to say. Perfect time for breakfast. Is that an avo?
Yeah.
Good man.
Yeah.
Superfood. Oh, can't go wrong.
Yeah, this
actually is very David Attenborough, guys. You know, there was a guy who wrote, Douglas Adams, who wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He wrote another book about traveling and finding world's rare species that were about to go extinct. And when he visited the gorillas, he said they went up and they were looking for where the gorillas were the day before. And he said, there we were scratching through gorilla poop, trying to find out if it was fresh and understand where they were going to be today. And I just had this funny feeling that over my shoulder, there was something watching us going, these stupid humans scratching through my poo from yesterday trying to find me.
Oh, wow.
Okay, he's getting good intake and looking very chilled, huh?
Yep.
Good man.
Well, I mean, the man's got the experience. He already has a win under his belt and a second place the year before. So he's a local. He has a good understanding of the course or how to pace himself and probably of his capability. Like he will know his fitness going into the race compared to last year and 2 years before. So he can also be at peace with what he's doing. He's not going to go suicidal pace. He's not going to go too slow either. He'll be confident with what he does. And therefore, here, indeed, taking a fair bit of time, he probably knows that that's what he needs to do at that point.
Yep. And you know, I think if there's any aid station to take some time at, it's gonna be this one. You've just done a long section of the beach. You've just come out the night, so really resetting here. But not only that, he's heading into a very long stretch that's unsupported, with a very significant amount of climbing and really quite technical the whole way. You know, you hit a lot more single track again. Becomes a bit like the contour path, but almost worse. So I think he knows that, and he knows that he needs to take his time to refuel properly, so that he can prepare himself for that section. Because I think in total, it's around 1,200 meters of climbing, and I think about I want to say.
And look, he's doing his homework now as well. He's really looking onto his number, checking the distances. It's
around 20 kilometers and just under 1,300 meters of climbing for this next section. That is completely unsupported. There's potentially going to be some water on the mountain, but you know you can't guarantee that either. So really taking your time to drink a lot here, to properly hydrate, because maybe not so much for him, but later on this section is really exposed, and I think it's a very easy section to dehydrate if you don't have enough fluid on you. So it's good to see him taking the time here.
And it looked like he was showing his crew like a 3 sign. So maybe that was 3 hours that he anticipated that next section would be, which correlate with what you said about 20K and a fair amount of vert. 3 hours might actually, or maybe 3 flasks. There we go.
3 bottles, dude.
That might be
One
the
in the back.
answers because
Good call.
he's got 2 at the front, and maybe he wanted an additional one, realizing the duration of that section, as you said, which is unsupported. And again, this is one other advice. Let's put it that way. You can't get greedy with weight. Extra weight like this 500 grams of water will not slow you down as much as leaving without it and then falling short, so 500 ml of fluids on a section. So in doubt, when you're out there, just take slightly more than not enough, because not enough will really like put you in a hole, either from in the hydration perspective, and could trigger cramps and all sorts of reactions, dehydration. Or if you end up bonking, man, in 100-mile coming out of a bonk, you always can. There's no doubt about it. But it takes a while, and it's not fun.
No, absolutely. And even though we've had probably the wettest winter in Cape Town in living memory, that water has already probably mostly gone.
Yeah.
You know, a month ago you would have had water everywhere, but right now you can't really guarantee any streams. So yeah, good call to have as much liquid as possible. And you can see he's wetting his arms and really just getting nice and cool. We'll have to keep an eye on the temperature. I mean, its predictions were kind of 15 to 19 degrees Celsius today, so not too bad. But as we saw yesterday, the humidity kicked in, and it was actually very humid at times in this part of the course that he's heading towards today.
So we have had confirmation that it was indeed oats in his bowl. So he's an oats morning person.
Well done. You're doing good. Nearly there.
Nearly
lie,
there. There it is. The lie.
There we go. Here's one of your top lies.
Love it.
You know, people are just trying to be nice.
Yeah. I imagine him washing down his arms and, kind of cleaning his face is also kind of a reset. You know how Courtney Daughter famously always brushes her teeth? I think that has the same effect. Kind of clean yourself off, fresh start, feeling a bit more fresh. It does wonders for the mind if you can kind of get the grit off of you.
Yeah. A little mini shower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we also have David Long in the comments. He was one of our camera runners yesterday, also the winner of the 16-kilometer race that happened yesterday morning. He hopped in to chase our leading lady in after during the PT 55 yesterday. But he agrees that Chappies is definitely one of the toughest climbs in the miler. It's steep, it's technical, there's some scrambly sections. You've just come off a long section of beach running. So, yeah, he's in for one of the harder sections of the race now. So I think it's a wise choice to take your time there, really reset, refuel, so that you can take the section on feeling a bit fresh.
Yeah,
And
agreed. Huge shout out, David. Well done.
I was gonna
carry
say,
on.
let's even put it out there, and big bravo while he's out, because like racing and then getting back out there to offering us those images was like, well done. Thank you so much. Certainly appreciate that support.
Yeah, there we go. You see, these guys have been running for 13 hours and 50 minutes.
Wow.
That's a long way to go, and they've still got around 50 kilometers to go still. So this is a brutal course in terms of 100 miles. If you consider that some races take not much longer than this. Western States, the winning times are just
sub
an hour.
15.
Yeah, a little bit under an hour longer. So
I remember
pretty crazy.
Yeah, I remember in 2015 getting to the finish line in just under 13 hours of the 100K. I was very happy that it was over.
And yeah, it just shows how technical and hard this route is. It's not a simple route.
No. So he's heading up the very famous scenic Chapman's Peak Drive, which we saw glimpses of from the other side in Hart Bay yesterday. So this road links Noordhoek and Hart Bay. It's probably the most beautiful road in the country. If you had to pick scenic drives, it's right up there. He's going to just be on the tar for a little bit. This climb is deceptively steep. I know it doesn't look like it now because you're at a very close-up angle, but trust me, I cycle this like 3 times a week, and I've run it a lot too. And this is called Little Chappies before you hit the main climb, which you will have to deal with on the mountain trails. But this tar section is very, very steep. It'll open up a little bit now. So he's done the steep section. But I'm sure he'll be very happy to be running on a bit of tar just for at least 1 kilometer.
And so we still haven't had a time split for the men's and the women's in the 100K up at the top of Platteklip, but that should happen actually quite soon. So I'm hoping we'll have a checkpoint up there just like we had for the miler. And that will give us
I'm sure we will. Yeah, that won't be long.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is an incredible running race. Toni, have you ever done it? Called the Chappies Half, I think it's called. It's a half marathon that starts in Hart Bay, comes down to this point that he's just left at the aid station, and it turns around and goes back. Have you done
it? Luke, I am not a road runner.
Just checking.
No, I have heard about it here.
Like, is that a strict line in the sand there?
No, it's not. But
come on, you must have done one road race.
I've done the Two Oceans half marathon. That was my first ever official race back in 2016. And I remember I went to Wilbur's afterwards and got a pie, and I was very happy with myself. But no, I've not done the Chappies half marathon, and I've heard it's incredible.
If you ever dip your toe back in, I've done it once or twice. It's amazing. It's actually surprisingly fast. You can see all the cyclists coming down, guys. Like, this is the most cycled route in Cape Town.
Understandably so, because it's so beautiful.
Yeah, and it's and early in the morning, not many cars, as you can see. And even though it's a very up-down, big climb, 3Ks up, 5Ks up the one side, 3.5 or 4 down the other side, the times are actually remarkably fast. A friend of mine did it. It was about a month ago, and I actually think Claire Disdain actually won it.
Yeah. She does a lot of training around there when she's in town.
Yeah. And I think I first met you on a trail run. It was do you remember the Mont Rochelle Sky Run?
I do.
I think you pipped me coming down off that monstrous Pad de Kop climb just before we dropped down into Franschhoek. And I was like, hey, who are you?
That was back in the day when I didn't know what vert meant. So I had entered this race going, I've done a half marathon on the road. It's not that much longer. Thinking it would just be flat. It wasn't flat. It was quite a shocking race. But man, what a beautiful day, and what a great introduction to what proper trail running is, actually, because that's a proper climb, proper descent, and just so beautiful.
It's literally like a vertical kilometer type of race. Yeah.
If you want to train for the Alps, that's where you go.
Yeah.
I know Daniel Claassen, who unfortunately had to drop out of the PT55 yesterday, but he was training for CCC RMB, and where he had a very successful race, and he was training in Mont Rochelle. So any aspiring European runners in South Africa, if you want to train properly, for what to experience in Europe, that's definitely the place to go. Do some loops up paddock up and back down.
Yeah, it's quite daunting though. I've seen like when he posts up after that and he's like, I just casually did like 4 ascents, descents from Franschhoek up to the top of a 1500 meter peak and down. Oh my word. It's like,
60 Ks and a couple thousand meters of climbing and it's done and dusted. I mean, if there's anyone who can do that mentally, Daniel Klaasen, it's probably one of those guys.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's many people who could do loops of the same trail in training over and over again.
Yeah. Oh, this is very cool. Alexi's getting a bit of a shout out from a local vehicle, or maybe it's his team heading on towards Hart Bay now that they've wrapped up the 8 stations. Yeah, it could be the paparazzi.
Look out for them. Oh yeah,
he's coming to the end now of this road section.
Yeah, so this is he's cresting little chappies. Seems to be. What is he doing? Just changing sides or what?
Toilet.
Toilet. Okay.
Because usually the camera runner when he's like, okay, what should I film now? What should I film now? I should do something else. He's getting the views, but yeah.
Good work.
A bit of a
cameraman's gonna have to get creative now. So that is what lies ahead of him. Up onto the trails literally any minute now. And he's gonna have to work his way up Chapman's Peak. 117 Ks in the bag. And he will, it's initially kind of okay, and then you can see how steep it gets on the switchbacks there right up to the peak.
I've taken my mom on a hike there once before, and my mom's a pretty proficient trail runner, but she definitely had a few scared moments going up there. It's definitely a little bit scrambly. It's definitely a little bit exposed. So yeah, these runners are in for a bit of a treat there. Something different to kind of break up all the running, which again, the beauty of the diversity in this trail is that it really does break up the different sections of the race nicely mentally. But we are heading into a break, so grab your coffee, grab your croissant, and we'll see you back here soon.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe, built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphic Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
When I was growing up, I was having a passion of running, but my passion was gonna die.
What these young coaches are doing is they are living examples of what is possible.
And that's the power of the sport and the power of opportunity.
I take my time to share my life, to see my dream being played on their life.
Right, team, we're back live with a bit of a recap of the 100-mile start yesterday, 4:30 p.m. local time, starting from Gardens Rugby Club Field. And look at the stoke for all these runners heading out on one hell of a journey, 100-mile race across the Cape Town Peninsula. And spirits were high right from the start around Signal Hill and down and around the back of Lion's Head. And then Kloof Corner and Kloof Neck were right next around the corner, so they're still going around with Lion Heads in the background here. And yeah, spirits were high. We had early on the likes of Alexei Tolstenko. Oh, actually, yeah, this is something I didn't double check, but I saw on socials. It might actually be Alexei's birthday. Was it yesterday or today? There's something going on around that. And then Matt Bouch is also up there. Here's Christian Grayling having a good time. And he's actually still up there. I think he's still running in fourth position as of right now. In the women, we had Naomi Brand and in the lead, followed by Karian Marshall, Vara Shikanova, Cornelia Oswald, and Kinta Schubert in the early hours of this miler. And you can see them with a beautiful sunset on the right hand side as they go up the Unicorn Tunnel of Love. One of the many staples of the RMB UTCT course. And there she is, Naomi Brand in the lead. And the last images we had last night before things got dark, and then early this morning was Alexei Tolstenko, who is repeating his performance of last year so far, followed by Matt Bouch and his pacer. Quick glimpse of Alexei's aid station crew, and now he's off in what was said to be one of the hardest climb of that 100-mile course by David Long, who definitely has experience because he pretty much has run everything for the past day and a half. Competed it in the, well, did he win the 18K? And then got us images of the top ladies in the 55. Man of many talents. And there we go. He can see on the left-hand side Long Beach, the whole section that he just covered, and now he's getting higher. And the sun is also getting higher, which means temperatures are going to rise. And I feel like there's not as much wind as there was last night. So this might become a factor.
Do you remember last year how much wind there was going up here? It was like a howling gale of a southeaster. Do you remember? And the cameraman and the runners are almost getting blown off this ridge line here. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So this is like a treat.
A bit more peaceful, indeed.
So Lexi's back on track. Looking good. Okay, guys, it's 7:05 a.m. in Cape Town, South Africa. Good morning to everybody out there, running enthusiasts, trail runners, cameramen who are bringing us these live images, the team who is waiting eagerly at the finish line for all kinds of incredible excitement that's going to unfold later today. Welcome to the RMB UTCT live webcast. I am sitting here in the City Bowl, and I'm with Martin Gaffuri, who is talking you through this with me all day, and Toni McCann, who's just stepped out for a quick coffee, and she is going to be back shortly. And we are very excited to be bringing you these live images of Cape Town early in the morning. The 100-mile runners have been running for 13 odd hours already, almost 120 Ks in. And we have just started following the 100K race, which is 3 hours old. And we will be bringing you updates and images of that throughout the day as well. So there's a lot going on, a lot to cover. Join us in the chat and send in your questions, your comments, anything you want to know about that happened during the night. A lot has already happened since we last left you at 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, look, it is a privilege truly to be there and sharing this experience with you all. It's going to be a long day, hence why not only there's going to be a lot of coffee flowing, but we're going to obviously take turns, because this is going to be a commentary ultra, 15 hours of live broadcast brought to you by Adidas TERREX. And so as much as we love to run and we are prepared for long stints, this will be definitely a challenge. So we'll be rotating throughout the day, and we'll be relying on you as well to keep us going. And one way to do that is certainly interact with us in the chat, as Luke was saying, whether it's just to bring additional intel, knowledge, whatever you feel like you can share with us is definitely welcome. But also bring on questions, trivia questions like things you are wondering. If you are new to this sport as well and you don't quite understand everything that's going on, by all means ask us the question, because most likely we'll have an answer, and if we don't, we'll make up one and we'll keep you entertained. Whether there's going to be a good answer or not, well, no guarantee. There's a fine print at the bottom. It's like whatever we say, not sure it's going to be the best answer, but we'll provide an answer no matter what.
Speaking of answers, it's a fueling competition for the runners and for us. So I still don't know who asked that question. You got to put me out of my misery now, dude. Who was the person who said that an ultra marathon is a fueling eating competition?
She's one of the, so that's a she, and one of the Western States legends, won it several times.
Was it Anne Tracy?
Back in the, there you go, right on the money.
Yes. She's,
nice
dude,
work.
She's amazing. Okay.
She was.
I mean, I saw someone talking about her in the chat yesterday, but I didn't realize. Suddenly, the penny dropped. I remember. I suddenly just remembered that I read it once upon a time. I mean, and she's just phenomenal. Hey, I mean, 20 ultra world records, winning Western States 12 days after winning Comrades, like ridiculous.
Yeah, so I actually didn't know that fact. Like that she had done Comrades in was it 1995,
96, 97.
96, 97. Yeah.
She won it back to back. Very few. She's one of the very few people who ran just over or around 6 hours, because the Comrades record was held by a local, Frith van der Merwe, in the 80s, who was the only woman to have ever broken 6 hours, and that record stood until just a few years ago. So 30 odd years until Gerda Steyn managed to go under 6 hours. So it was a crazy record, and Anne Tracy was the only person who came close to that record. She was only a few minutes off, I think, just over or just under 6. Yeah.
Wow. So yeah,
so you can see how tough it is, hey? Going up here, like if you just look at Alexi's body language, man, he's like hunched over. He's got his hands on his knees quite a lot of the time. He's struggling to keep his rhythm, and it's just, this is a tough. And look how much he's already risen up above the beach. You know, he's having a good look back there to just see if anyone else is in his viewfinder.
Yeah.
This is tough.
And then again, because it is a 100-miler, so they're going to be out there for a while, and you can see that there's some sections that are extremely steep, but still Alexei is not using poles, and he's probably one of the only ones who's not using poles. But then maybe when you see such sections, you understand better why, because the terrain is so technical that unless you're a natural with poles and you're so comfortable that it doesn't take extra energy to just know where you put them in such a tricky terrain, then maybe just using your hands and being hunched over, as you said, hands on knees, power hiking up, might actually be just as efficient. I know, like on a normal trail, by normal trail, sorry, I mean on the runnable trail, like four-wheel drive track, when you go up, I think it's over 20% grade, or even it might even be 15 to 20% grade. If you're efficient with poles, you can alleviate up to 30% of the effort from your legs, and that would be absorbed with your upper body, with your arms, and with your core. So meaning that you're saving your legs moving at the exact same speed. So obviously, like, it's easy to do the math. If you save 30% of your energy from your legs, you can go further or faster at a later stage in a race. But again, that stat's been done on a trail that is nowhere near as what Alexei is running on right now. So now would that stat become irrelevant entirely on technical terrain? I actually couldn't tell. But so this probably explains, and this is maybe the best portion of the course to explain, like, yeah, you know, it might be questionable whether or not you want to use poles for this miler. One thing, however, that is like for sure is that whatever you choose to do in the race, you need to do it in training. So if you want to use your poles during the race, then use your poles during training. If you don't want to use poles during the race, then make sure you're not using them in training. You get your legs adapted to that. They get stronger. You get used to power hiking and again, being hunched over.
Yeah, totally. I used my poles. I'm a big fan, and I use poles a lot. But I hadn't used them for a while, and I went on a run recently, and I was shocked at how much my arms and shoulders worked. I could feel them the next day. I was like, wow. They're not used to this. I haven't been doing this for a while. You know? Yeah, totally. So yeah, like you say, you've got to practice the stuff, and it's the same goes for fueling. You've got to practice any strategy you're going to put into use out there. You've got to practice it. Otherwise, it's going to be a shock to your system. Someone asking on the chat, Junaid, thanks for the question. Any update on the leading women for the 100K and where they are? So they will be climbing their way up Kloof Gorge, which is right in front of me here, facing the city. So they are about 20 Ks in, 18 to 20 Ks in, and they are going up one of the big climbs of their day. It's 30+% steep. The Kloof Gorge climb, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. It's 600, I think it's 450 to 600 meters of climbing up a very steep zigzag gorge, and they eventually will pop out onto the top table, the flat, iconic table of Table Mountain, and they will start running over towards south, basically towards the back table. And down to Llandudno. So that's the section that they're on now, and we will give you some timing updates as soon as they pass the timing chip on the top of Table Mountain. Let's have a look and see if that has happened.
But the last checkpoint we had, and you probably have access to it as well, but it was Antonia Yoshina Jasmine Lowther in second, Ekaterina Mitayeva in third, Evie Moore in fourth, and Sam Reilly in fifth. But that was at Kloof next, so that was still early on. And as you said, I'm actually surprised that the men's haven't gone through the type
I've
of
just refreshed, and I'm not seeing a top of update. Weird. Let's have a look. Have you looked on the contours tracking app? I'm going to check that out now.
They're way past that. They're way past that.
They're moving through the middle of the top table now towards
And again, to be taken with a pinch of salt, because those are GPS trackers and maybe not all the runners are registered in there. But it seems like Hugo Deck is leading ahead of Miguel Argenio and Thibaut Garivier, who are ahead of Dimitri Mitayev. But Dimitri Mitayev just disappeared to now go ahead of Hugo Deck.
So there you go.
Yeah, which wouldn't be surprising. Dima will not probably give up the lead. Our French speaker extraordinaire, who's always commenting on many of the ultra running races in the world, Alexis Rosset, seems to also be in the top 10 for this 100K. We should have put a mic on that guy. That would have been quite funny. And then I'm trying to go back to see, okay, we have Antonia Yushina, Evie Moore, Sam Reilly, Ekaterina Mitayeva. But again, the way those dots move back and forth, it's hard to actually pull off an accurate ranking. But what we know is that they've certainly gone past the top of Kloof Gorge and they're way on the way across Table Mountain.
Yeah.
So,
and whilst we're talking about the 100K, guys, we will. But I just wanted to say to everybody out there that this is the finale. This 100K UTCT race is the finale of the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors series, which has been going on all year. It's a series connecting 10 ultra events. And there are some runners here that are vying for the grand prize of 47,000 euros in cash to sit on top of the leaderboard at the end of today. And basically how it works is your top 2 results out of those 10 races count. A win gets you 1,500 points. And second, I think, is 1,320. I can't remember exactly, something like that. And it goes down and down and down if you as you go down the leaderboard. So there are a few runners in today's 100K. Miguel from Portugal is one of them. He's already won a race in the series, so he's sitting on 1,500 points. If he can get the win today, it'll take him up to 3,000, which will put him on the top of the leaderboard. There are a couple of other runners who are already on 2,810 points, I think, so they will have come first and second already in a race, so they've done their job. I think we've got a runner from Canada who is contending. It's JF Canchon. You correct me on my pronunciation there, Martin. And he is mixing it up, so we're going to see how he does. And in the women's race, there are a couple of contenders, and we'll bring you more details on that. But just to say that there's quite an exciting showdown that's going to happen. I think Courtney Dauwalter might already be sitting on the top of the pile there, and it'll be tricky to topple her.
Yeah.
But I think for the podium, there are a couple of runners that are going to be contending for the second and third spot on the podium of the World Trail Majors honors there. So we'll keep you up to date with all of that as things get closer to the finish today.
Yeah, you're right. Like the first place is a given for Courtney in the women's category. Only Rachel Drake could have challenged her on that one, but again, she was supposed to be here, but she just couldn't make it. But the good news is she postponed it to next year, so she will eventually. We'll see her take on the Cape Town trails and see what she can do on that kind of terrain, because a Rachel Drake in top form, she can do damage. And look at that course. I mean, he's already covered a lot of elevation here, but there's still so much to do with like views on both sides of that ridge. And when he's gonna get to the top, man, I think, do you remember last year? I think he went to the top and just looked around, just sat like stood there for about 10 seconds and just like, wow, like where am I? Quite outstanding. And again, that course is color coded, and the pink is the steepest. So we will anticipate like a very steep technical descent after he's tackled that entire climb, and this is where he is. And in the background, as we said, Long Beach, that long flat section. So yeah, man,
Look,
what a course.
To take that in was. It actually is jaw-dropping when you're sitting on top there. I mean, I've had lunch up on top there in the middle of a hike, and it is phenomenal. We watched boats in the bay and Hart Bay, and there's just so much to see. It's gorgeous. So yeah, it's a view that you'll never ever forget. You can see Little Lion's Head from up there. You can see Carbonkelberg, and all the way back up to the table. So it really is stunning. Okay, looks like we are going to go to our sponsors, and they're going to have a word, and we'll be back shortly.
Three years ago, Ultra-trail Cape Town approached us to clear some trails. Then the partnership with RMB came along. We're here to represent the users, take care of the ecology, the fauna and the flora. RMB are sponsoring a number of projects: Friends of Table Mountain, the Sugarbird Project, Live to Run, and the Sustainable Cedar Project in the Cedarburg, very much aligned to our value system of taking care of the environment. Together with our partners, RMB and UTCT, we are committed to making Table Mountain better.
Is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance.
She's going to be facing the finish line of the Trans-Gran Canaria Classic.
I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphic Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
Welcome back, team. If you're joining in this RMB UTCT live broadcast, and those are absolutely stunning images of part of the 100-mile course. And on these early hours of the morning, the sun is rising, and all these runners have been at it in the 100 miles for over 14 hours now. And I think next up, we're going to have images of the women's field in the UTCT miler. And we're just waiting to get an update. But the last checkpoints was Naomi Brand and Carrie-Anne Marchand in first and second, and Cornelia Oswald in third place. But only the first two runners from South Africa had gone through Simonstown, the checkpoint there. So I don't know if we're going to get visuals of that. And then, as we were talking during the commercials, we finally have updates in the 100K with a checkpoint at Table Mountain, and the leaders at that point, the top three were kind of together within seconds of each other. Two Frenchmen, Hugo Deck and Thibaut Garivier, and followed by Miguel Arsenio. You were talking about him. He's one of the contender in the Gran Canaria World Trail Major circuit. And so this is your top three. Dimitri Mitayev, 2 times winner here at this RMB UTCT 100K, is sitting in fourth, but there's plenty of ground to cover, so I'm not too worried that he is not there yet. And then a name that we may not have been familiar with is Antonia Yoshina in the women's. And I think this is, are we live? I believe we are live. So we're transitioning back to these gentlemen that we were talking to you about. 2 Frenchies in the lead.
There we go.
And moving at speed. Luke, moving at speed across Table Mountain.
Dude. Oh, my word. So this is so cool to see images of this. This is one of my favorite parts of the mountain. When you run up here, as you can see, you feel like you're in the wilderness, like there's no city. What city? You're just deep in a single track, and you're crossing over from the back table. They've probably gone past, the Valley of the Red Gods. That mountain in the background there you can see is called Groot Kop, which means the big head. We're just checking to see if there's anyone else in the neighborhood. Okay, this cameraman is deciding that he's going to pick up the next person. He's right here.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that would be
cool, man.
Miguel.
This is incredible footage. That doesn't look like Miguel.
It is not Miguel
That's not
Arsenio.
Miguel, dude. I know. I met Miguel the other night. He's a tiny little guy with a moustache, and that's not him.
Yeah.
And
so
by the
maybe
way, we'll find
ahead.
out who that is. It is Miguel's birthday today. So he said that last year he ran. That is Dimitri, right?
Yeah. Dimitri Mitayev.
That's Dimitri.
Definitely not far back, and probably exactly where he should be. Because we know Hugo has the tendency to go out pretty hard, but doesn't always keep it up. And we have another runner, and this is not Miguel. Yep.
It's okay. We've got our homework to do on the leaderboard here. It's all happening up on the top table there. Wow. 5 runners
Might be
close to each
Michelino.
other. It might be, Michelino Sanseri from the US. Not sure if he's a North Face runner, but I saw he had the North Face pack on. Let's just confirm that. He was in the mix there. Anyway, Miguel was telling me it's his birthday today, so happy birthday, felicidade. I don't know exactly how you say it in Portuguese, but he's very excited to. He said, I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday. Last year I was running an ultra race somewhere else in the world, and on my birthday, and today it's here in Cape Town. So happy birthday to him. I hope it works out to be the best possible day that he can have. Michelino Sunseri is a North Face runner, so that's probably him, huh?
That is him indeed. And so it looks like he had overtaken Miguel Arsenio.
I looked him up, Marty. I looked him up last night, and he has had some incredible results in the States. He's done the Broken Arrow Sky Race 40K. He won that last year. Pikes Peak Marathon in 22. He came 4th.
which is a super competitive up and down, also 40K, and he came third in Speed Goat in 2022 as well. So we know he's got skill. He hasn't really done the long races, I don't think, yet. So he's probably going to be going a bit out of his comfort zone at some point today. But clearly a young, hot talent.
Yeah, and I think to compare this terrain and what is waiting for him out there with the results he's had, because we know that usually American runners, only a few are comfortable with technical terrain, but he's probably one of them because of already the mountaineering and the mountain stuff that he's doing aside from the running, but also the fact that he won the Rut 50K, which is one of the most technical 50Ks you can find in the US. It's got like over 3,000 meters of climbing. It is at altitude at Big Sky Resort, and he ran it in just under 5 hours. So the man can move on technical terrain, is no doubt about it. So to see him there, like probably not even a minute back from Dima, is a really good position to be in, to be honest.
No, absolutely. So yeah, we'll keep a close eye on him, contending for the top spots there in the men's race. I just wanted to start a competition here, which is quite a weird locked-in competition because most people have already chosen their names. But I'm going to try and dig deep here and remember a couple from yesterday. But I would like to put out a competition on the chat board for the best chat handle. And so far, my top contenders are Aid Station Fireball and Cosmic Puma.
Not surprising.
And if any others pop in, so we're encouraging you to think of the coolest name, pseudonym, and come and join us in the chat, guys. And thanks for all the intel there. You are confirming about Michelino and lots of support for him coming through. So that's super cool. I see a lot of support coming from with Portuguese flags. So what do they say in Portugal? Vamos lá, Miguel. We also had a very cool question here from Mubin, which was asking what are the different heat managing techniques being used. Wondering if anybody has employed the ice scarf technique. Mubin, yeah, great question. I think as we saw yesterday, even with a 15, 17, 19 degree day, it got very humid in the 55K race. And I think a lot of runners that I spoke to on the finish line were surprised by that. Yeah, and we saw various techniques. So I think one is just putting a few ice cubes in the cap and letting that drip down over your head. Classic move. Ice scarves have definitely become a thing since the last few years of Western states, especially, which is...
I'm from Canada, and I am running for the North Face, NAC, and I'm here in Cape Town, South Africa, about to run Ultra-trail Cape Town 100K. Yeah, I had heard about Ultra-trail Cape Town through a number of athletes. I've just heard the course is rugged, it's beautiful, it's technical, it's all these things that I look for in a race. It's been on my bucket list for at least 3 years to get here, and finally things lined up, and yeah, I'm definitely already planning to come back. Yeah, I think I will be bringing some confidence. I think this past season, just kind of building with 50Ks, things like that are super technical. And then having run a race like Transgran Canaria, which has similar technicality, but we will be dealing with more heat, things like that, different variables here. So I'm coming into this race with an open mind and eager to learn. I'm sure on race day, I will be learning some lessons, definitely, but definitely in for a big adventurous day. Yeah, definitely. I think having my background, I used to be totally enamored with rock climbing. So everything scrambling to alpine climbing, technical sport climbing, things like that. I will be bringing that into some of the technical sections where it's like all hands on deck, moving over the rocks as efficiently as I can, and just having that confidence on feet. as a kid, I played a ton of soccer, and I gotta say, for all the people who play soccer or football, I think that helps with agility and just skipping over the rocks as light as you can. Yeah, I think just having been involved in sports my entire life, it just gives that, you know, mental grit, sheer love of getting out there and moving and being in the outdoors. Yeah. Yeah, this course is really, it's stunning. It takes your breath away. It's rugged. It's beautiful. It breaks your heart and puts it back together again. So yeah, there's so many different sections. You're going down to the ocean, back up again, and you're up in the mountains. It can almost feel like alpine-esque in a way, and for someone who loves the outdoors and plants and things like that, there's gorgeous flora and fauna here. Yeah, there's a lot of sections I'll be looking forward to, from feeling the ocean, kind of giving some extra energy, to running on a flowy single track. And then I think just mentally, I'm going to be bracing for the heat and having to be like fully focused for all those rocky technical sections. Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day, I used to be a biologist, and I would monitor and identify different types of plant species. So coming here to Cape Town is like any botanist's dream come true. You're just running through different ecosystems, and it's just like this mosaic of flowers and different types of shrubs and the medicinal properties. And I'm sure there's so much to learn here from the plants. Yeah, it's any botanist's dream come true. So it's really hard to run along the trails and not stop and take photos and check out the plants on every single run. But yeah, I'm just trying to absorb as much as I can while I'm here. Yeah, I gotta practice them a bit, but I'm getting into it. Some oaks are teaching me some really like her words. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there for sure.
Good words here. And look, I guess we can anticipate her to go past the cameras with a big bouquet of what Toni is.
Totally, dude. She was making me laugh. Oh my word! Great words from Jasmine. Hey? Super cool to hear. Yeah, all of that that she was talking about. Yeah, and she's going to struggle to keep running because there's so much to look at.
Yeah, there's going to be distractions for sure. And I think we are with second place here with Carrie Ann in the miler.
Yeah, I think she's coming into Scarborough. We get patchy, but it's there. We just seems to be coming into Scarborough aid station. Is that right? But this is awesome. Yeah, at the village hub in Scarborough. Wow, super cool to see Carrie Ann. Let's hope we can stay with her for this aid. There's her husband crewing her. Okay. Got a very organized table there. Her husband, I'm not sure who that is, but so we were just talking about cooling down strategies. You can see she's putting on the scarf there, Mubin. Probably has some ice in it. She's got an old school red paisley scarf. Some people have got slightly more modern, sewn together sort of soft scarves where they can keep the ice in. But it's another classic technique that I was saying earlier, along with the ice in the cap. The scarf is also a classic around your neck. It stays there for a while and just slowly drips down and kills you.
Yeah, looking really strong.
So sunscreen, ice bandana. So it is definitely getting hot out there.
Yeah, clear blue skies. It's going to get warm. So I think Carrie Ann was just behind Naomi. Looks like about 10 minutes ago, Naomi went through there.
All right. Okay, it's on.
Leading the women's 100 mile. Is that right? Carrie Ann in second.
Kieran is in second. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But then I actually didn't check the splits. Yeah. Whew. It's like
it's telling me
11
about
minutes.
9 minutes. 10, yeah, 11 minutes, yeah. So it is on, and these two have been up in the front of this race since the get-go, really. So incredible.
So what's your best guess on what's in that container on the table? Is that like a mashed banana split or like potato gratin?
Yeah, that's a good guess. It looks like it could be that. I mean, if it was me, I'd be eating potatoes right now. That looks good. I mean, it kind of looks like potato crisps or gratin. I haven't seen her eat any of it. Her husband's cooking efforts are going to waste here. Let's see.
Oh, I'm sure he'll have some. Drop a few slices of bacon and an egg on it. That'll be your breakfast right there. Easy.
Totally. But Kerry, as always, she's looking so relaxed. That's how she rolls. She's a total fighter, but on the outside, she just always looks so chilled. She's so friendly. She's always smiling. So grateful, so humble. That's why we love her. The locals, she's grabbing something on their way out there, a bit of extra snack, and she seems to be on her way.
That was kind of a quick turnaround, eh?
Yeah, didn't eat a ton, but she drank a lot, and yeah, looking good. She's heading out on the Scarborough Road towards Pomaki.
And so we're being told that the footage is being filmed with a phone, hence the shaking. Our camera runner is not coming out of the club.
Sweet man, enjoy it.
And still a bit shaky from a big night out. So again, you ones were asking for a bit of coverage in a women's race, and we tried to deliver as quick as possible. So we had this opportunity, so we jumped in. Sorry about the shaking, but you know what? At least we got a good glimpse of this aid station pit stop, and it was well managed, quickly done. And so she is on her way out and chasing, as we said, 11 minutes back at this point in the race. Whew, everything's possible.
Everything's possible. So, Marty, you were asking me about what are my predictions here. I mean, I looked up these two South African athletes, Naomi Brand and Kerry-Ann Marshall, and their CV on this type of race, 100K and 100-mile, is phenomenal. I mean, Naomi has been in the mix for the last 7 or 8 years, operating at a high level. You know, she's won various 100-milers locally. She has come second in 2023 at the 100-mile. In 2022, she came third in the same year that Kerry-Ann came second in the 100-mile. So between them, they've pretty much always been on the podium. They haven't quite cracked the top step here, so I'm sure that both of them are going to be extremely motivated to win this one. So it's a tough call. Like you say, there's still 60 Ks to go. They're about 100 in. Anything can happen. 10-minute swing is a blink of an eye in a 100-mile race. So it's going to be who can hold their nerve. We know that Naomi likes to run up front, so she's in her happy place. And I think that Kerry-Ann is a wily competitor who you never count out. And so she's probably also very much happy where she is, just 10 minutes back. So I'm not able to call it at this point. What do you reckon?
I wouldn't be able to make a prediction or to risk saying, like, naming an early winner. However, can we safely say that these two ones will be both like either first or second? Because I'm looking at Cornelia Oswald, and then she's quite far back at that point. And
okay.
And so I think like they've both throughout the night opened enough of a gap to feel like, okay, now there's going to be a battle for first. But whatever happens to the other one, they will probably land on the second spot of the podium. That's probably what I feel like I could safely say at this point. But who's going to take the big W on the miler? I have no idea.
Yeah. No, that's you save money there. Yeah. Okay, so what visuals are we getting here now? Is that are we on the top of Table Mountain with the 100K leaders? I can't quite tell. I'm just trying to identify
maybe
where we are.
second woman, that would be.
Yeah,
If we
that's
trust
what
what's
it's
being
saying.
said up there.
Yeah, that could be, yeah, just over the back of Table Mountain, going onto the boardwalks towards Echo Valley. Yeah, it could be correct. Can't quite see close enough, but we'll get it zoomed in. Is it? Okay. Yeah, we're getting confirmation that that is the second woman in the 100K. So that's they've just crested, and what you're seeing there is they're heading into Echo Valley, which is just behind the cableway, off the boardwalks, and heading down towards the TM checkpoint, which is just near the reservoirs at Table Mountain.
And at that point, man, seeing that hair
possibly
flowing,
Jasmine Lava.
Yeah, but I think like now, like in the front of that three runners pack, I would more say that is this Ekaterina Mitayeva with that hair flowing. Especially with the white top that does look like an Adidas TERREX top. But according to the ranking up Table Mountain, Jasmine Lowther, as you said, was first. And then first, second, and third were about a minute from each other. And so Antonia Yushina had gone back down to second after leading for the first part. And then Ekaterina Mitayeva was in third. So did she catch up Antonia Yushina to be in second place? But I really have the feeling, and again, this is a shot from pretty high above, so it's hard to actually make a definite call. But I have the feeling this is Ekaterina and not Antonia. But again, I might be wrong. That wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, I should be able to identify that big hair, right? That big red hair. But it's too far away from me, dude. Your eyes must be better than mine. So we'll wait and see, but you could be right. And I think Ekaterina would be very happy if today, did she DNF last year after a big effort and didn't quite pan out? Is that right? Am I remembering correctly? Because she was definitely in contention last year, hey, for the podium. And then I think things might have gone a bit pear-shaped.
No, she was third last year.
Did she? Was she? Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
so
she was third.
Right,
So
in a similar position, definitely will be contending for the win, and extremely strong runner. Hey?
Yeah, and I feel like with Dimitri, they're both like very supportive of each other. They're like a very strong power couple, and so knowing that they're both out there giving their best, I think that that's going to fuel their own inner fire even more. And she'll certainly be hoping to improve upon her third place last year, and she was actually only 5 minutes back from second place Marianne Hogan from Canada,
That's
who was in second.
Yeah, what a strong couple. That's amazing. Huh? So I'm sure she'll want to move up that podium position. So she's placed perfectly.
Yeah, it is early hours on that 100K. I mean, like Ruth Croft winning time last year was 12:12. So there's still a long way to go.
Yeah. Okay, we are flicking to Llandudno aid station, where we're just getting some early pictures of the surf and the setup there, where we will be expecting the lead men in the 100K to be arriving shortly as they descend off the back table. Look at this place. It is beautiful. Good surf. This is the home of our colleagues, Rob Twiddle and the lifeguards central, and
Rob Schaff as well.
And Rob Schaff is out there toiling in the 100 mile. I haven't checked. Have you checked how he's doing?
I haven't actually.
I'm gonna have a look now because he actually was. Let's see. Chef.
Sushi.
Easy.
Find him. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong one, so there's no chance I can find him. Try this again. Oh, there you go. 87th, still going. Just went through Silver Mine.
87. Okay, there we
Legend.
go. Yeah. Nice one. So he will have gone through there with the night.
Camera runners here on the screen getting ready.
Yeah.
He looks worried. He's like,
He does
man,
look
they're
very
coming in
worried.
hard down the mountain. Gonna have to keep up.
He should be worried, dude. He's gonna have to keep up with some of the best trail runners in the world for the next 10Ks along some.
Oh wow! Because I've been checking the footage, and last year as well. Are you running with this? Yeah. Oh wow! That's tough stretch.
But yeah,
This aid station is at the Life-Saving Club. This beautiful little spot hidden under the milkwood trees here.
I'm certainly never going to get there, but I imagine this is paradise look like.
Yeah, it is kind of like a little paradise down there. I mean, this bay is phenomenal. That's why the people who live there, it's like the best kept secret in Cape Town. There's no shops. It's super quiet. It's got what feels like a private beach right out front. It's surrounded by granite rocks. The property prices are very steep because it is like this little paradise. Yeah, amazing place to live.
And you even
there's
like
Flo.
you go for a swim. Yeah, Flo's in the house getting ready. I'm sure he's overlooking all the briefing the camera runners. And then there's even I mean it's probably too early to get it started, but there's a big char down there. So after you've gone for a swim or for a surf, you put meat, sausages, and you have a good time. This is the perfect place, man.
Yeah, looking good. We're getting a nice visual of the aid station. Nice.
This is a very smart wooden stand for those water bottles, water jugs.
Yeah, they're
I've
awesome.
never seen
They've
that
got a
before,
really
but
good recipe
yeah.
going on. Yeah.
Race directors from across the world, shake out and learn.
Yeah, there you go. Some knock, some water, some Red Bull, some homemade sandwiches. Bovril and cheese hopefully in there. Some wine gums, Lay's salty chips. Can't go wrong with those. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Salty cracks.
Yeah.
A nice mix of salt and sugar. It's what you need.
And maybe that's the opportunity as well to give a big shout out to all the volunteers out there who are setting up all aid station, like the food, the drinks, the support. Whenever the runners are coming in, they're helping them out, giving them whatever they need, and as well as moral support, good vibes, positive energy. Those events would not take place without all the volunteers. So once again, massive shout out to all of them, all of the ones out there marshalling on the course, the sweepers. It takes a village to put that whole thing together. And what other better person than Stu to actually bring this whole family together to put together this RMB UTCT, as you were saying yesterday, for 10 years now.
Yeah, I think it takes a city actually. It's a lot of people behind the scenes. And just incredible, when they put the calls out to the trail running community to say, guys, we need to make an aid station at Llandudno, for example. People from the communities come to the party, and it's incredible to see. Just give their time, they give their stoke, they work hard, they carry stuff. It is phenomenal. Even just at the headquarters here, I saw the guys filling up those water bottles, those big canisters yesterday, those 50-liter canisters, and they were going to then drive them to whatever aid station. it's just constant stuff going on behind the scenes to make sure that everything happens smoothly, so that all the athletes can get around this peninsula on these trails and enjoy this whole event. We've just been joined on the chat by Sean Robson. Glad he's up and at him. I hope that I don't know, but I'm going to ask him if he's going to be commentating at the UCT aid station like he normally does. He's one of our finest men on the microphone out in the field. He's done countless finish lines. He's got one of the best beards in the business. You don't get a better salt and pepper beard than Sean. And he's a wizard with words, so I hope that he's going to be out there. I'm going to ask him now.
Yeah, like, I've actually never been at this aid station when that was raging, but basically he owns the university aid station, is what I've been told.
Yeah.
And he's actually making the entire vibe there, and people say, like, you just want to cross that aid station when he's emceeing, because that's a whole different experience.
Yeah,
absolutely. And yeah, I think, look, we got the confirmation he will be out there for sure. So people,
awesome.
Be ready. It's going to be raging.
Somebody confirming on the chat. How's it? Thank you. Amazing. That's it. Miguel Arsenio's table. They're just checking out the details of the aid station. There is the one with the sushi on it. So it's an interesting choice of food, but a well-known one amongst certain runners who have that taste for a bit of rice, a bit of high protein.
Yeah, and sometimes there's sushis that you buy in the stores, but I've also seen quite a few times athletes make their own kind of rice bowls with a bit of fat, a bit of protein that you stuff in there with either chicken or fish or avocado for fat as well. This is definitely something that's easy.
Have you
to
made
eat.
any of those yourself? Either of you guys? Because I was hearing some incredible conversation with some cyclists the other day. They pulled out some crazy rice like cake out of his pocket that he'd made at home, and he was telling us how he did coconut milk and blah blah blah. I can't remember the details. Have you ever gone down that road?
I haven't personally, but Ruth does indeed.
Good morning, everyone. I'm back. I come bearing gifts. Sorry, Martin, not for you, unfortunately. I have done the sorry. I have done the rice thing, but I wasn't. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking, but I just did plain rice, which was very, very dry and very, very hard to get down. So not recommended. I would definitely do, some sort of something saucy or at least something to break up the dryness of it.
Okay, maybe we need to get you the coconut recipe.
I think that sounds delicious, actually. But yeah, I made that mistake. Lesson learned. We'll be definitely doing something better next time.
And look at them scrambling up their way. This is one of the fun parts of that crossing of Table Mountain.
Absolutely.
And we used to have 3 runners. So is that because it's freezing, or there's only 2 left here? And it looks like the front one could be Evie Moore. What's your take on this? Yeah, I seem to remember that she was wearing like a light purple top when we saw her on the Contour Trail.
Which one is wearing the visor? because the person in the front is wearing a visor, and I'm all for
Yeah.
the visor style.
Yeah, you do. You do pull it off pretty well.
Flip down, definitely flip
Okay.
down. Otherwise,
It's a bit pointless.
doesn't do much. Yeah, it's great if you've got long hair and you've got a quiver in the back with your poles to stop your hair getting stuck in it. So the visor is the way to go. I'm bringing it back.
Functional.
You can see this little section here is pretty steep. There's a little bit of a scramble that you've just seen them go up. Can't really tell from the angle of the camera at the moment, but they've just had to navigate their way up what can be a fairly scrambly little section there, and heading towards Llandudno Ravine.
Guys, we've got a great question here from Hannah Brown on the chat, which is, what is a good age to get into ultra running? Is there an age that is better in terms of your body's ability to cope with the challenge? Anyone want to comment on that?
I guess from my side, I would say there's no ideal age. It's more about how much running you almost done. I think instead of like years in terms of your age, it's more like the years in terms of your running, your kind of your running age. And I'd say, you've got to build up that ability to withstand that load and that impact. So for me, a couple years of running, getting used to that impact, getting used to building up that endurance. I don't think there's any ideal age, but the more you can kind of bank in your running age, the better you're going to be able to handle that distance and that impact, and to be able to bounce back from it, I think, as well. Yeah, I don't think there's an ideal age, but I definitely don't think it's something that you want to dive into straight away. I'd say building up is probably a safer way to do it if you can. So starting with the shorter distance and then kind of working your way up if that is the goal.
I think there's a theory out there that is possibly it is beneficial to be a bit older when you are getting into longer ultras. There's some research that's been done, for example, in like road ultra runners like Comrades. If you look at the people that are typically winning the Comrades, which is a 90-kilometer road race, they're not that many 22-year-olds winning Comrades. And if you look at athletes that are doing well in 100 milers on the trail as well, I think you'll find that quite a few of them are in their 30s and late 30s.
Yep.
It's not necessarily a rule, but it seems to lend itself better as you're getting into your 30s and probably mid to late, that your body just seems to adapt pretty well to that type of ultra distance. But I agree with you. The experience is important. You've got to build up to it, and your body needs to understand and have banked all the experience of years.
Yeah.
Of how to do that.
I'd just add to it. Maybe there's not an ideal age, but there's an age that is not necessarily right. And to back up what you both said, going in there too young could probably do more damage on your body and your running career altogether. You're young, you get the speed, and you're in a position of even bettering that speed through proper training. And it's not because you don't run long that you can't be competitive. And it will show again this weekend, because the 35K that won't be broadcasted live is one of the most competitive races, and the level there is just as good. So it's important to keep in mind that as much as there's hype sometimes around the long ultras, and if you want to make a name for yourself, especially the past 5 years, like you had to run ultras, I think this is not true, and even more so not right. And all the young guns, like, stick to the shorter distance, develop that speed, and in the process you will, as you increase that distance from 10K to half marathon to maybe 1 marathon distance per year, then you will bank that experience in race pacing, that experience in the terrain, experience in your nutrition, what works, what doesn't. And through that, that experience that you like both you guys look in and Toni were mentioning, that comes through years of racing, but it's not necessarily through years of ultra running. So you've got time, you got plenty of time to do it. And then just another thing that, you know, is not backed up by scientific fact, but word on the street is that if you've been divorced several times, you're used to tough times, and then you're good for ultra running. You'll
another one that's maybe not. Another one that's maybe not backed up by science, but it said that women who have become moms also have what they call mom power. And maybe that is actually backed up by science, but I've seen some incredibly strong females come back from pregnancy and absolutely crush. So yeah, the ultra running women especially, we only get better with age. We're like fine wine.
Look, it's a good theory. I mean, I am glad I didn't have to give birth to a child. It is incredible amount of pain that is involved. So you learn how to suffer through that process. And it's not just giving birth. It's 9 months of your body being invaded in all different ways that you could never imagine. So I have seen it from the outside. And wow, it looks tough. So it's perfect ultra training. So mom power is definitely a thing.
I mean, speaking about moms, Carrie Ann Marshall, who is currently lying second in our women's UTCT 100 mile, she is actually a mom, and she manages to balance a full-time job and being a mom and training for this 100 miles. So it's a tough job. I mean, she's juggling a lot there, and it requires a very supportive family environment, but she's making it happen.
Yeah.
And it's an inspiration for sure for a lot of women out there.
100%. And we saw her husband, Nick, seconding her. You were out just now, Toni, at the Scarborough aid station. We got some visuals of them. So I'm sure they've got Gran involved, babysitting the kids. And I was actually looking at her results. You know, it's incredible to see. You can see she's run Comrades since 2014, 10 years ago. And she did 2014, 2015, 2016 when she ran her best time, 6:48 at Comrades, and came 6th woman, which is unbelievable. And then she disappeared off Comrades for a couple of years because she went off to have her first child, I think. Came back in 2019. And then the same goes for some of her incredible trail runs. You know, she won UTCT in 2015, the 100K. That was pre her first child. And then there was a gap, came back in 2018, took second at the 100K, and then probably had her second child. So you can see the gaps that you've got to take off, and then came back in 2021 to come 5th in the 100K. So yeah, incredible comeback, and yeah, just so consistent at the top of the podium.
Hugo's coming. The first one. I don't know how far, but not far.
Yeah, and we got a confirmation here. I was looking at the trackers on the map, but it seems like Hugo Deck will be coming into London now in first, and might be followed by Miguel Arsenio, Dimitri Mitayev, Thibaut Garivier, and Michelino Sanseri. And something that I failed to mention earlier when we had Michelino go through from the US, because I was explaining that, you know, usually, and again, this is a rule of thumb, American runners are less comfortable on technical. However, last year, Dimitri Mitayev won the 100K, but then he was followed, like the podium completed by Caleb Olson and Anthony Costellas, both American runners and known to be very fast, fast on runnable terrain, and they still managed to pull it off. So either it says that they are also comfortable on technical, or it shows that the fast sections, if you can run them very quickly, again, you will make a difference. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out for the American runner Michelino Sanseri, currently at the last checkpoint on Table Mountain, sitting in 5th, but I think behind Hugo Deck, they might all come within minutes of each other.
Guys, do we have Kane Reilly out there at Llandudno? Kane, are you there?
You're fine. What is this?
He's been giving us this incredible footage of the details of the Llandudno aid station. Kane, can you hear us? Okay, we don't have audio, but we'll keep trying, and I'm sure he will be covering the leaders coming in there shortly, so we'll stay on that.
I feel like the the view we have from the London North Station right now is probably through a GoPro, I'm guessing, with the fisheye view. But we will have visuals the minute that Hugo comes into it, and then we'll be able to gauge. Oh, there is the man. You had it. That was him indeed. So I don't know what device he's holding. There's massive fisheye on it, so we get a huge view. Let's put it up here, and we still don't hear him. So let's see if we can actually hear something from him. If
Can you guys hear me?
Kane, you go. Yeah. You got the floor.
Cool.
It looks
Our
like
lead
someone's
male
heading
is
in.
about to come in. Here we go. And here's Hugo. Hey, that's TERREX. Going straight for the Coke, getting his bottles refilled. And he's out, quick, in and out. Couldn't have been more than 30 seconds. But yeah, he did a lot in that 30 seconds. He got a Coke, sunk a full Coke, 2 fresh bottles, if not more, and he was out.
Nice, allez.
He's looking laser focused.
Yo.
What do you think, Toni? Because I mean, he's one of your teammates. You know him.
Yep.
We've seen him. Whoa.
He looks like he's motoring. He looks like he's really focused, super strong at the moment. Hugo has an on and off switch, and I think you can tell when he's kind of not lost his confidence, but kind of switched off from the race, and he is not in that mode. He is in full race mode at the moment. I think he knows that he can do this. You can see he's feeling confident right now. So I hope he carries on this way. It's going to be really exciting to see him finish if he can keep going like this.
So he's also having to deal with the high tide. See, it's tricky, and now he's got to get up onto these trails, which is going to be really cool to get these images, guys. He's got to go up onto the granite. This is like a little surfer fisherman trail that runs all the way along to Sandy Bay, and it's going to be super cool to get these images. I love this trail.
Yeah.
It's like a little hidden.
Second male runner coming through.
Okay, cool. Kane, talk us through it.
Cool. Yeah, we've got our Portuguese athlete coming through in second. So it seems like he may be a bit of a change from the top of the mountain. You go. Oh no, here he goes. Yeah, the sushi you guys were discussing. Some fresh water, 2 new bottles. Don't know what it's in that blue liquid. Looks good though. Hopefully super juice.
Come on, dude.
Because there's a.
We need the details, but you've got to go and interview his seconding team and find out what's in that super juice bottle.
Find out what's in that blue liquid. My Portuguese is rusty, but they seem pretty calm and collected. And off he goes. So yeah, another quick aid station. Just maybe a little bit longer than Hugo, but under a minute for sure. And yeah, Thibaut Garivia is just pulling in now. Very experienced ultra runner. You can see we've got the ice bandana going on, drinking out of a bottle, a few gels going into the pack, fresh bottles which have been pre-mixed. A little bit of water in the head, so yeah, he's definitely starting to cool from early on. He's employing his cooling strategies, and he's out. Under 30 seconds.
I was going to say, yeah, the ice bandana wasn't tied, and it ended up falling on the ground. But I was probably going to pick it up very quickly and tie it up on the way out.
Yeah, so Thibaut had Charlotte, his partner, and Benoit, who is a local Frenchie. He lives in the area, so he always seems to help out the French athletes who come. It's great to see him getting involved in the race every year. A lot of local knowledge from him as well, which is always great for the people that he crews.
Yeah.
But yeah, Thibaut looking super good, focused as well, doing the things that he needed to do to get ready for this next section, because it looks like it's getting warm out there. The sun is it's quite exposed section, and the sun is starting to get a bit hot. This is the section that they're coming up to now is aptly named Suffer Peak. So it can get hot out there. So it's cool to see them really looking after each other and themselves. But both of those athletes coming through there in second and third looking really good. So Miguel came in just over 2 minutes behind Hugo, and Thibaut was there a minute after Miguel and seemed to have a slightly quicker aid station turnaround. So he might have made up a few seconds there, but all three of those guys looking really, really good, all moving very well. And like you say, Martin, they making use of the sections that they can run. There are not that many of them on this course, so I think it's important to be able to put down some good fast kilometers when you can do that. And it looks like they're all doing that well.
Weather predictions today are 21 degrees maximum, which doesn't sound like a lot, but we're also talking about 72% humidity, which is a factor we know is huge. So even though they're going to get the benefit of the coastal breezes now whilst they're down at the ocean, when they go up top towards Suffer Peak, things will intensify. And in this stretch from now until for quite a while, there's not much shade available. So they're fully in the sun.
The one runner we're missing at the front is Dmitry Mitiev. So I don't know if we'll get images of him at this aid station. It looks like Kane is going back there in a rush. Maybe won't catch images of Dima if he is currently at the station, but it looked like the TERREX team was still waiting.
Guys, he's on his way.
Let's see who's in there right now.
Here we go. We've got Dima drinking some sparkling water. Big favorite of European runners. 2 fresh soft flasks going in. Oh, at the same time, we've got Michelle Sincera coming through. Just left, London aid station. We'll follow Dima out of here. There we go. We've got Dima, and just in front of him, Michelle Sincero. So yeah, top 4 all still pretty close together. Top 2 quite close in third place, and then the 4th and 5th place runner.
Cool. Thanks, Kane. This is what we wanted to see, and also impressive transition from Michelino Sinceri, who came behind Dimitri at the aid station. Oh no, he was actually there before. He was a full minute before and actually left probably 20 seconds before, ahead of Dimitri. So yeah, actually Dima had the fastest split there. Efficiency is key.
Making good time there on that aid station.
Yeah.
See someone there running along, heading up towards a single track that will lead them towards Sandy Bay, which is the, I don't want to say infamous, but a well-known nudist beach where famous photo, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's an incredible photo of an athlete running along the beach here, and there's someone walking naked next to him, which is pretty incredible to see. It must have been quite a sight for that runner that early in the morning, but yeah, it's a great beach, beautiful beach, if you're okay with a little bit of exhibitionism.
Yeah, and this is definitely something that's striking all the runners. Is like, I can't be hallucinating right now, but there's a whole lot of naked people around me. Where did I walk myself
Early for
into?
some hallucination. Surely.
Yeah.
You can see that shot there is a really nice indicator of how far apart these runners are. They're really close together. So this front pack is really tight, and I think there's still a whole lot of race to go. Lots can still happen in this front group here. That looks like it might be Thibaut Garivier, that bucket hat.
Yep. Yeah, and then a little bit hunched back. Yeah, I would. That would be my guess as well. Bit of a longer stride.
So they've got a really nice flowy bit of single track here before they hit the beach. And once they hit the beach, they've got some nice boulder hopping to do. And then you'll see again, like Luke was talking about earlier, there's a shipwreck that hopefully we'll get some eyes on as well. But there's another shipwreck that the runners will see, and then they'll head up towards Rocket Road and the climb towards Southern Peak.
And here we got a bit of a race recap of what took place this morning in the early hours of this RMB UTCT 100K. Views over Table Mountain. And got news from Stu, our race director, who was out there at the start of the 23K this morning. He said it was, what a stunning day. And it is indeed. The Cape Town Peninsula in full display.
I beg your pardon? Where did they end up? In Gardens Rugby Club.
Okay.
Wow. Enjoy your hike.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Regular hikers. I love that. Not at all aware of what's about to happen. Where is that? Where are they?
I think they're at the base of Chapman's Peak, where you just come up from. That's
yes.
the peak in the background.
Yeah.
Where you come up from Chapman's Peak Drive. It's that little junction.
Yeah. Beautiful spot for a hike. But yeah, absolutely no idea that they're about to be passed by people taking on 100 miles.
That looks like
We're
Komaki.
back at Komaki, yep.
So we should, this should be telling us that there might be some of the leading 100-mile women's race coming through towards Komaki. I'm guessing Naomi is approaching this area now, and Kerry-Ann not far behind her.
Yep, I had some news that Naomi was about to come into Scarborough at 7:20, so that it's about an hour later. So I imagine, yeah, she should be coming through here fairly soon now.
Yeah. So peaceful down there. The deep south.
And there goes Dimitri. That's definitely his very powerful stride running along there towards Sandy Bay. You can see the point in the background. That's kind of where the runners will head up towards Rocket Road before they take on Southern Peak. I was about to call it Suffer Peak. It's basically its name now.
Yeah, that is its name.
Yeah.
But Dimitri soaking up the last little bit of shade before they kind of hit what will be a very exposed part of the race.
Yeah.
And again, look at those rays of light and sunshine on the coast. Man, this is unreal. I hope they get the chance to look around just for a few seconds at a time and realize like where they're running, because this is really next level.
Yeah.
We're getting all our regulars in on the chat. It's amazing. I feel like I've got a whole lot of new friends who are tuning in, who just can't leave this this webcast. So yeah, here we are with
Hugo Dick aggressively in first.
Yeah. He's currently power hiking his way up a very, very steep section, heading up toward Road.
this
Yeah.
is the
Camera
climb
runner
nobody
giving us the
talks
heads
about.
up.
Yeah,
tough, and he's like,
steep,
all right, guys,
short.
he's superpowering, superpower walking up the hill. This is like, I might lose him there, but he's hopeful he can catch him on the Rocket Road, getting to the top. And that's what I'm worried about a little bit, because we know that when things align for Hugo, he's extremely strong, but if he blows out too many matches early on, there's still a long way to go. And seeing how aggressively he was like taking on that hill, I'm like, is this sustainable?
Yeah, he is running a very aggressive race now.
You guys know him better than me. What are his sort of longer distance credentials? I mean, does he know how to go this distance?
Yeah, he does.
Does he? Okay.
I'd say his probably his biggest race credential at the moment is coming fifth at CCC a couple years ago.
Okay.
But he's got a lot of experience in longer distances. He's represented France for the trail champs.
Okay.
He's definitely got a bunch of big races under his belt, and he's had some incredible races this year. Also some big lows. So I think, Martin, that kind of goes to what you were saying. When Hugo's on, he's on. And he looks like he's on at the moment. But yeah, Cape Town trails are not forgiving. And if you haven't paced yourself well, you know, it could end slightly differently to what we're seeing now. But at the moment, he's moving super well.
Okay, so he's kind of an all-in or blow kind of runner, because I see he had a DNF at CCC this year. I respect that. You know, going all in and lining up to win and running from the front is a big roll of the dice, and if it works out, it's gold, and if it doesn't, you got to accept it, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I see he attempted UTMB as well in 2023. Also didn't finish that one, and got a third at Piramenta, 71k in Italy. So, he's looking super strong.
Yeah, unfortunately, that UTMB was his first attempt at, I think, stepping up to that 100-mile distance, and he was doing really well, but I think he had just dug a little bit deep and potentially jumped up to that 100-mile distance a little bit quickly. You know, maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just my assumption, but I think he underestimated the distance, and he paid the price for it. Unfortunately, very close to the end. He got to about just before Vallocine, which is the last checkpoint before you head back to Chamonix.
Wow.
And unfortunately, had a bit of a dramatic end to his race, but he is fine. He realized that he actually enjoys the 100K, and I think he's decided to focus his efforts a little bit here and really hone in his craft in this distance.
Okay.
So he is a 100K, I would say he's a longer distance to 100K specialist, and he enjoys this distance. So he's definitely within his comfort zone, but let's see how he keeps going. He's moving very well over all of this terrain.
Just look at this terrain, guys. It's crazy in there. It's like being in the little Hobbit kind of forest.
Except that Hugo's a giant.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, this is gonna suit Miguel very well, because he's not gonna have to duck for all these bushes and trees.
Yeah. It was so cool listening to Jasmine's interview, Toni. I don't know if you heard it, but she was talking about stuff like this. You know, she sounds like she's got the perfect skills for this type of stuff. And she was saying she comes from a climbing background, so she's used to moving her body into all kinds of different weird positions on a rock. Loves scrambling. And she also, interestingly enough, mentioned soccer, which is where you are changing position the whole time. Left, right, stop, start. And this kind of stuff is perfect for that. You can just see how it's chopping and changing all the time. So I think she's going to do well if that kind of stuff is in her wheelhouse. And you'll also be happy to know that she said stuff about the Fynbos and how it's like a botanist's dream, and she's fully into flowers and the floral kingdom. So she was so excited about that stuff. We'll carry on about that now, because now we're seeing Naomi and Aisha coming into Komaki, leader of the 100-mile women's race.
You can see her. She's being met by her crew, Erin van Eysen, also her coach, and a very special thing to share with your coach. I know he's stoked to be there with her. And like you said, Aisha, local lady,
yeah,
an incredible part of this running community here, and she's always the first to put up her hand for this kind of thing. So it's great that she's out there as well, getting to be a part of this event. I know she was looking to get a PT 55 entry, but I think she was pretty happy with this as a second option.
Yeah, I spoke to her yesterday before she set out on this mission, and in fact, her husband did the PT 55 in the end, so she was supporting him. So she's had a busy 24 hours.
Yes,
and she's the ultimate frothed up running person. Like anything running, she's just amped, and I think she's possibly Naomi's third pacer. Naomi really has gone all in with different pacers. Petrus de Klerk, another local running frother, I would call him as well, did the first section, and someone else I can't quite remember in the middle of the night, and now Aisha. So she's employing the opposite strategy to Alexi and getting everyone involved, which is cool. I dig it. And she's having a long chat with Erin there. They're sharing what's up and getting updates and eating and getting
eating
involved.
something she's not liking, but she knows it has to go down. The joys of ultra running, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Whatever
that is
whatever it takes.
This classic.
That was brilliant. It's not always pleasant, let us tell you that.
Who's this coming through Scarborough, guys?
I try to figure it out. I don't know. Like one thing I also wanted to mention is that she chose not to sit down. See, we're back with her, and she's still standing.
Yeah.
So those are very different strategies, and there's no role on that. It's just however you feel, knowing that if you sit down, it's going to be harder to get back on.
Nice, guys.
Your body is going to be like, oh, okay, now I can rest, and okay, no, we're not. We're back at running. But in the meantime, it could also be like, yeah, you get off your legs for even a few minutes, and that could feel amazing. So again, these are things that you need to try and be aware of them, and to choose what you believe or what you've experienced is best for yourself. Both options are valid, and we see both of them happening with all types of runners. It's not a matter of, okay, you're not a top runner, so you can sit or not. It's unless obviously the race is on and you're getting close to the finish line and every second counts. But when you get to the aid station, and again, there's a saying, you want to be efficient but not rushed, because you don't want to miss anything you had planned to do or miss a signal from your body that you might need a gel that you don't want to eat, but you need to keep the calories down. So you actually get out. You want a happy dance from your coach and crew. All these things actually will make a difference throughout the race. So again, you want to move quickly. You want to be efficient, but take the time you need still, because if you rush out of an aid station, you forget something, then you pay the price tenfold.
Yeah. I remember doing some ultra training runs back in the day with a guy who was really old, in my view, in those days, 50 something. And we used to get to it was like on the supported runs where they'd have Coke on a table and stuff every now and then, and we would stop to refuel, and he would just carry on running circles around the table, because he said, if I stop now, my hips are going to seize up. I've got to keep moving. I can't even sit down, let alone stand. And I thought that was weird, but I'm that age now, so I totally get it. Yeah, you got to keep everything mobile. Wow, here goes Hugo through the granite rocks. Yeah, he's keeping it loose here. Look at this, guys. Wow, this is like, what do I do here? Luckily, there's some flags to keep him clued in on where to go, because here I've done this before and you can get so lost here.
Oh yeah, you can take a
Like-
slightly wrong line and then you've got to backtrack and you're stuck between giant boulders. It's yeah, can be pretty tricky.
Yeah, he's keeping a nice flow though, keeping
Yeah.
a good rhythm.
He made his way very swiftly through that section,
Good man.
and he's about
Really
to head up the
cool-footed.
very, very steep. It's about maybe 100 meters of elevation gain in this climb in a very short space of time. It's basically straight up towards Rocket Road, where he'll have a little bit more running. But yeah, wow, he is making short work of this section, that's for sure.
10 k's an hour. It's impressive.
That is moving indeed. And so, like, just for those who were following the 55K, can you confirm that this is exactly the same route, but we just didn't have images of that section of the course?
Yep, indeed. This is within the first, obviously, couple kilometers. You start slightly higher up in Llandudno, and then you join onto this route where they connect on that single track that we saw Hugo running up just now. Before you hit Sandy Bay, and then you're heading up the same route. Pretty much exactly the same now until they head back to the Gardens at the finish. Yeah.
In the 100K?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. 100%. Yeah. Sorry, just checking myself there. 100 mile is a different route back. Yeah.
Oh, but
And then for-
Hugo is flying.
Sure.
I feel sorry for this
Yes,
camera. But he's doing a good job. He's keeping up. Super impressive. Just looking at the women's race again, Naomi back on the move, and Aisha's sticking with her. So I assume she's running either to Noordhoek or she's going to go all the way through to Elfin, which is a very long stretch for her. But that's Aisha for you. She's always willing to give and stoked to be a part of it. Nice little comment from Becky Leeton in the comments. But Aisha was up at Kloof Corner last night, clanging her cowbell and screaming. She said almost losing her voice at Kloof Corner last night. So you just know that's the kind of person that Aisha is.
All in. But I hope she's got some voice left, because if she can't chat as a pacer, it's pretty crucial.
Well, I'm curious. I guess depends what your athlete wants, right? Some people want chat, and some people want quiet and just the company. So
True.
I'm not sure what I would want. I guess it depends. But just having that company, I think, is just a nice mental lift.
Yeah, totally depends on the person. When I've seconded and paced people, my strategy is to chat to them. I use the distraction tactic. I just tell them random stories about stuff that is completely out there, whatever I can think of. And it's worked really well in my very small test case of the few people that I've paced, because it just takes your mind off the Ks that are going by. So this beach section, for example, is perfect. I would just dig deep and tell like random comrade stories from Bruce Fordyce and the 1982 comrades, and the handshake or whatever. Like that kind of stuff fills the minutes, and it's cool. It's like a podcast. You just get entertained and you distracted. So, but that's just me. I did that with who was it? With Josh Chigome in the last bit of the 13 Peaks, when he was 10 Ks to go on Tafelberg Road, and he loved it.
Awesome.
Okay, so they're navigating this tricky little section we saw Alexi go through this morning, where they're on the beach around the front of Long Beach. It's very soft. It's going to be rocky, soft sand combo. Oh, she's okay, electing to go on the road. I think they've got to get onto the beach soon, but maybe you can also choose the road.
I think I saw a flag. She's following the flags.
Is she?
I think Alexei this morning ended up like looping back onto the road. I think he was wrong to get onto the beach a bit too early. Because we saw him turn left, you're right. Look, but I have a feeling that he just went back out of it very shortly after.
Okay, so he
maybe
just did a little
onto
bit
that
extra because here they
piece
go.
of dirt road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just even in a drone shot. I think he branched back in where the cars are.
He doesn't mind a bit of extra suffering, so
A little
he'd
bit
be
of
happy
extra
with
sand.
that.
The man loves the sand.
I'm sure Naomi's also asking about the progress of her partner, Xavier Brill, who is also taking part in the UTCT 100 mile. I'm just going to have a look for him and see if he is still making good progress. Let's see. So according to this, Xavier is sitting in 23rd position and had passed through Simonstown, which was around 90 kilometers in 15 hours. So he's a little way back. He's but moving still super well.
Yeah,
and I
40th,
think
40th.
considering last year he didn't train at all, I think he's going to be super stoked with how this day is going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Aisha is filling in Naomi on all of those goings-ons as well.
Yeah.
Very cool to get to share this day with your partner.
Yeah. There was also another couple running the 100 mile and 100K, I think. I'm going to just look them up from Germany that someone told me about.
Well, another famous couple that we all know who are running the 100K at the moment are the Medeyevs.
Yeah.
Dimitri and Ekaterina, both well-versed on the trails here. And it would be very cool to see them take 1-1 again like they did at the Mont Blanc Marathon 90K.
Yeah, indeed.
But the fields are stacked this year, and so far the races are all to play for. So we will see. There's still a lot of racing to go before that happens.
Yeah, and here we've got Miguel taking on the little climb up to the nasty little climb up to Rocket Road. He's gone from running to hands on knees now. Things are getting real. His cameraman seems to just be keeping up with him. So this is the second man in the 100K. And he's
So there's
got a bit of work
a substantial gap now. Because it was
seems to have
probably more
pulled
than
away
5
them.
minutes ago, right? Then we saw
Yeah.
Hugo. And indeed, this is what we were talking about with Luke earlier in Gran Canaria World Trail Major. Miguel Arsenio that you see on the screen is the one who could try and come and improve upon his current ranking in the Gran Canaria World Trail Major, and so far he's in really good position to do so. But I think like he would have to actually take the win to be able to better his performance.
I think he has to take the win, yeah, Marty. I think you're right. So I'm just looking it up again. There's a lot of permutations here. It's a bit like some high-level stats that you've got to stay on top of. It's a bit like cricket or baseball, where there's a lot of complicated outcomes. But the simple thing is, yes, if he wins, he will take 1,500 points, and he will end up on 3,000 total, which will put him on top. He is currently the same as Jean-Francois Cochon, who also has 1,500 from a win earlier in the year. And if they finish on the podium or second or third, then there's a few more complicated options. But I think the bottom line is if Miguel can win today, he's going to win that grand prize for the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors end of season mega prize.
So actually, Miguel only needs to be on the podium to be able to actually take the overall win.
Oh, right.
And actually,
because
both
the
Miguel and
other
Jean-François Cochon, obviously, whoever finished ahead of the other, but if they're both, like, if either of them finishes on the podium, whoever is ahead of the other one actually will take the win in the overall.
and
So right
they're
now,
currently yeah.
So that's actually going to be interesting from a race strategy perspective, because obviously there is also prize money at Ultra-trail Cape Town, and obviously these runners are always trying to shoot for the best. But you want to be strategic, because there's 12 grands on the line in as prize money. So Miguel right now has it in the pocket. So he's just like, whoa, what do you do? Do you risk overreaching, or do you want to secure that overall ranking?
Yeah, very good point. So there are 3 Chinese runners that are currently at in the top 3 positions with 2,810 points. That's Meng, 2,760 points, and 2,730 points. So they will overhaul those guys if they get into the podium positions. Yeah, so you're right. There's sort of 2 strategies that could go down here today.
While you guys have been chatting about that, we've been watching Naomi here with Aisha just cruising along this beach. She's had to dodge a couple waves because, like we've been mentioning, the tide is coming in and is pushing. But she seems to have chosen a really nice line so far. And I'm sure she's also loving the fact that there's some dogs out there. Being a vet, being a big-time animal lover, she's probably enjoying the sniffs and kisses that she's getting from the dogs.
Yeah.
And now we've just switched to Thibaut, who is making his way up towards Rocket Road behind Miguel. And yeah, you can see how long and hard this section is. Those steps are really brutal. And Thibaut has long legs, so you can really tell that those are not small steps. But yeah, just also to go back, I think we've had some comments here about Miguel's camera guy, but that was actually a runner who ran yesterday. His name is Dom Holling. He was a 16K runner. So again, another guy who's gone out and raced his own race and then given up his weekend to come and be part of this, bringing you guys these live images. So yes, he is indeed potentially getting slightly dropped, but he's also got tired legs, and you know, I think we've got to give them kudos where kudos is due.
100%.
Yeah.
And there we go. He's just popping out of the climb now. Done.
Heading back, and you can see Little Lion's Head in the background.
Oh.
Yeah, Little Lion's Head.
Absolutely unreal.
And then Head in the background. What a view.
And like as we're hearing in the background, some aid station noise, because we have our top female runner in the 100K that are about to make it to London. No, aid station. On paper, it's still Jasmine Lowther who would come in first in the women's. So we're still waiting for confirmation on that, because the last checkpoint at Table Mountain was like still a while ago. And they were only minutes of each other. So Antonia, Yushina, and Ekaterina are also all in there. All right, Kane, if you can hear me, you have the floor.
Cool, here we go. First 100K runner, and it is Jasmine. A lot of water going on here. Ice bandana, cooling temperatures being employed by all the runners so far.
It's 351. 351. 351.
Sour worms, every trail runner's secret weapon. Some little baby boiled potatoes. few bottles. You can see she definitely took a little bit of a tumble or something.
Oh, wow, yep. Doesn't look like he drew blood, though. And up she goes.
Yeah, so a lot happening there, but also in a short space of time. Super efficient and quick 8-station transition. And now she's off onto the tough section, off towards Andano. But yeah, looking super strong, dancing over the rocks there. Yeah, as you guys have alluded to, it looks like she's a great technical runner, which means this next section will suit her too.
Yeah, she'll most likely enjoy that part. And again, like, the strategy seems to be the same for every runner, especially as the day progresses. The heat is going to be one of the factors to take into account. And their ice bandana, wet cap, the whole kit is there to keep Jasmine as cool as possible. And good catch, Toni. Looks like indeed she took a bit of a tumble, but it looks like it's only dust.
Over there, there's a beaker.
Also nice to note that we've got a female camera runner here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just heard that. Yeah, awesome.
Supporting.
Do you know who that is?
It's Jade Underwood, apparently. Do you know Jade?
I don't know Jade, but I've just given her a Google search. Unfortunately,
Cool.
her Instagram is private.
Okay.
But it looks like she is a photographer. So,
Okay, cool.
yeah. Also private. Dang.
I mean, she doesn't have her own website like Jasmine. JasmineLather.com.
Let's see. But yeah, cool
Cool,
to
amazing,
see the woman
amazing.
getting
Go
involved. there.
Jade.
And it's already 3 minutes since Jasmine has come into the 8th station.
Looks like we've got second coming into that London 8 station now too.
It's
Kane, who's that coming in there?
It's Macy from Adidas Team Adidas
Okay.
TERREX.
Nice. Wow, that's awesome, huh?
Yeah, so still probably close to around the top 10. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, we're still waiting for our second lady to arrive. Should be imminent now.
What is Macy's official name?
Marcel.
Marcel.
Macy Pacey.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm trying to find him on the leaderboard. It's not coming up. Yeah, it looks like he's in 10th. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's also moving well. But yeah, Jasmine really moved beautifully into here and out of here.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and she's still doing that on those little hobbit trails around the granite rock there. She was flying, dude. Yo.
Awesome to see the split screen here
and
about two lead women.
just for and just for the audience, as they see both first women on the split screen, it's color coded, so everything that is related to the 100 mile is in that red color, reddish pink, and then in the purple is everything related to the 100K. So you'll see different images. So this is the way for you to understand which is which. Because now we have two first women, and so if you're only joining us right now, you might be confused, but this is what it's about. Anything red is the 100 miles, and anything purple is the 100K. And yeah, the clock is running, and we're now 5 minutes past Jasmine clocking into London No 8 station. And counting. She's opened. That's going to be a good safety blanket for her in the lead to manage her effort. And next up, we're still waiting to see whether this is Antonia Yushina or Ekaterina Mitayeva.
interestingly, if we looking at last year's time, Ruth Croft, the winner here last year in the UT100, she came into Llandudno in 4:55.33. So very
Oh,
close
wow.
to the time Jasmine came through, but Jasmine's actually come through in 4:50. So she is currently 5 minutes ahead of the time that Ruth
5
ran
minutes
last
down.
year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is incredible.
Solid.
Ruth didn't set the record that year. However, the route has changed slightly since then. So I think it's a fairly good comparison. I think the record is still held by Courtney DeWalter back in
I'll check. Not sure entirely at this stage. We'll have to double check that.
And then Mimi Kami Bria both ran 4:55 the year before as well. So Jasmine is running a really fast time this year. She's come in 5 minutes under the previous 2 years in Llandudno. And I think that's probably due to her really good technical skills. You know, coming over Table Mountain, those trails are intense and gnarly, and that descent down Llandudno Ravine is hardcore. And it makes quick work of it. So, yeah.
The slack will pop into there. Here we go, guys. We have our second team out runner.
All right, you got the
second
4.
and third, both coming in together. Bit of blood on Ekaterina, so it does look like she's also taking a bit of a tumble.
I think that lead might belong to Beth Pascal, 10:55. The record, sorry, the course record. Okay, Kane, just tell us more about the aid station there. Looks like a lot going on.
Yeah, so a lot happening. A lot of athletes arriving at the same time, if you're not to get in the way. But yeah, in front of you, you've got Ekaterina, who's just busy loading up. I'm trying to find the other lady who arrived in with her. But we'll watch them leave. But yeah, chaos here in Llandudno. Quick in and out, also ice. Everyone's taken ice so far.
And who did she arrive with?
And there she
You
goes.
said there were 2 at the same time.
Yes, there are 2, but she's the first to leave. So second lady out of Llandudno aid station. And I'm just going to head back to find our other lady. Oh, here we go.
Antonia.
Good job. Go, 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 go. So leaving the aid station with 15 seconds between them.
Awesome.
And Yushina.
So Ekaterina would have left in second. Antonia coming in third. Very close till. It looks like they're probably going to keep running together as much as possible. Yeah, tell us what happened. Who picked up what?
Sure. So they arrived at exactly the same time, which made it challenging. But both were in and out very, very quickly. I mean, it couldn't have been more than 30, 45 seconds. So they're not waiting around. They are definitely chasing. And they didn't look like they wanted to leave together either. So I think the race is on. It doesn't look like they decided they're going to just team up and do this together. Both of them took on quite a lot of fluid and some ice. So yeah, it does seem from all the runners who've come past that it is already heating up out there. It's not super warm yet, but they are definitely taking precautions. But yeah, just watching now by the end of Llandudno Beach, which is about 300 meters after the aid station, they have rejoined each other and they'll be running that little windy coastal trail together in chase of Jasmine.
Awesome. I'm not sure what or who we're looking at here, but it's potentially our second place 100-mile lady. coming through just past the Komaki checkpoint. So maybe we've got some timing there.
This is team.
Oh, that's our American runner in the 100K, cruising on Rocket Road. Michelino. Damn, moving pretty well.
Yeah, just confirmation of what I said earlier. That was indeed, I think, confirmation. I think that was Carrie-Anne Marshall. She has indeed passed the Komaki aid station in 15:48. So around 16 minutes behind Naomi at that point. Both still very much in contention for that top spot. Here we've got Matt Bouch, and you can see that's a Admire Addy athlete. He, like I said earlier, was running the 55K, the PT 55 here yesterday, and has now jumped back in to support Matt Bouch in his 100-mile adventure. And Matt is currently doing very well. Second man, still looking super smooth. I got word from his crew that he left the Nordic aid station looking really good and really good spirits. So, yeah, making a short work of this section as well.
Yeah, and he's done well to sort out Chapman's Peak, which I'm sure was tough, and he's moving quite well on this contour, which leads past Blackburn Ravine. Also not flat, but it's a bit more doable in the Chapman's Peak section.
And see, like, using the poles definitely not only to kind of stabilize himself, but also to like lift himself up on those climbs. And yeah, he's changed t-shirt overnight, because last night he was all black, and now we get a bright orange top. I think this is also a very good move. Probably did that in the early hours of the day after spending the night out or going into the night, but I don't think he had the opportunity to do that across Table Mountain, because crew access would probably have been only in London though.
It's great to see on our split screen here, Naomi Brand, first woman in the 100-mile race. She looks like she's in really good spirits. She's smiling. Her and Aisha are moving really nicely, and it looks like they are probably around 3/4 of the way along this beach section. So nearing the end of it. And yeah, another opportunity to see her crew again.
The 4th place lady at the London aid station, my wife's sister, Sam Reilly. looking good. Looking good.
Touché, brother.
I heard you guys earlier. But looking good. And oh, there we go. Smile for the camera.
Smile for the camera.
Awesome, man. That's very cool. Is that your mom there as well, Kane?
Yeah, 4
Crewing
times
her.
there.
Amazing, dude. Amazing.
Master Max. So lots of water going on. A few gels. Yeah, just a couple minutes from the 3rd place ladies. So the ladies race is really, really heating up here. Some ice, my friend.
And question, because you obviously know her well, like, do you think,
Yes.
like, how does she feel right now?
Ask it. Sam, how are you feeling? Yeah, she's feeling good. She's looking fabulous. And I think, yeah, Sam is one of the runners who does pace herself very well. So I think if she's where she is at the moment, yeah, it's going to be exciting to see where she can get to by the finish line. Ice bandana going on, cool face cloth. So yeah, again, every runner that's come through has been very, very smart in terms of temperature control.
How hot actually is it down there, Kane? Is it, I mean, your temperature-wise at Llandudno, what is it?
So at the moment, we're in the shade in the aid station, so it's quite cool. But as soon as you step out to the sun, it is quite warm. So I don't know, my temperature gauge would say we're already over 20 degrees. And as you guys know, as soon as you start getting closer to Supper Peak, it almost feels like you're entering, the canyons of Western States. I think it's almost the UTCT equivalent. So these runners know they're going to go into the sauna now.
Yeah,
It's warm enough for heat to be a consideration, not warm enough yet for it to be having a massive impact. But I think Supper Peak and the section through Hout Bay, that's when it's going to get hot.
Oh, but just seeing her in those images that you've been able to put up there, Kane, she looks like she's in really, really good spirits. Still smiling, still chatty, and that's always a really good sign, I think, from any runner. So it's great to see, and I think you're absolutely spot on. Obviously, she is an incredible athlete, but she's also very good at pacing herself. So I think she's in a really good position right now to have an amazing day and potentially better her time from last year, where she also had an incredible race at the UT100.
I think what is quite exciting is that most of the lead runners we've seen come through have all looked very good. So we haven't seen anyone who looks like they've, really gone crazy in the pacing. So I think, the race is truly on.
I mean, they all did look strong, but I think she's definitely winning the fun category. Like, she was just, it looks like at the front they were all focused and very performance oriented, and then she was there having a yarn and like having a good time. She looks like she was on a stroll.
Yeah, so Sam, she does like to take her time at aid stations, but is a runner who she's quite new to the competitive side of trail running. So almost every race is something fresh, and will go in with more of a adventurous mindset as opposed to having too many expectations. So I think she'll just be happy to be here where she is, and I think deep down know that she's in a good place to compete.
Well, just to comment on her timing at this point, last year she came through in 5:13, and this year she's there in 5:04. So she is on fire today. And I think that's testament to the year of training that she's put in, the year of racing that she's had, and also just her experience now on this distance. I think she's in for a good day if she can keep her head straight like this. It's amazing to see. What a race she's having.
Yeah. From a sibling rivalry perspective, I'm just glad I'm not in this race right now. That's all I can say. Because I think she's on the hunt, and Sam finishes much stronger than I do. So I'm looking forward to see what plays out the rest of today.
Out of interest, Kane, who has the 100K record? Isn't that Sam in the Reilly family?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I don't even need a pause. I don't even need a
Didn't
pause.
even think.
Don't even think about it.
Well,
I've still got the
1500
meter record. I've still got the 1500 meter record on the track, and I think I can stick to that. So I'll hang on to those.
Take what you can.
Love that.
Okay, I'll see you guys from Hout Bay.
Awesome.
Okay, amazing. Thanks, Kane. Super cool updates from Llandudno aid station. That was really magic, eh?
Yeah, just watching Naomi here power along this beach, man.
Yeah, we should rename it. It's like nice long bitch should be endless bitch. It's just never ends.
Never ending.
Yeah, it feels like she's been on there for like an hour, but it's probably only been 20 minutes.
Yeah, this is not a replay, ladies and gentlemen. We are still live. 16 hours elapsed in that 100 miles.
I imagine that there are a couple surfers out there as well. It looks like there's a pretty good wave.
Yeah, I saw a few getting in the water at Long Beach when Naomi went past. Lexi was a bit early, and you're probably right. I mean, this wave right behind her now is called the Dune or Dunes. It's probably one of the best waves in Cape Town. When that southeaster blows on it a little bit, it is the cleanest barrel you could ever hope to get. And the swell looks just about right, 2 to 3 foot. Perfect.
2 to 3 foot sounds like death to me.
That's not true.
Yeah, but
4 to 6 foot
this
of
is,
dunes and you're in trouble.
You're speaking to a non-surfer here. Any kind of
Yeah.
foot is scary for me. I'm
Top
back with
surfing tip: just stick to Muizenberg when you're learning.
Okay. Yeah,
Do not
good.
go there.
No, we actually did that last year when I was here.
Yeah.
I took Best and we went surfing in Muizenberg, and it was a whole lot of fun. I think out of the two of us, I'm going to claim this. I was definitely better.
Of course you were.
But
we want footage.
we both sort of stood up. But it was a great day, and I think if anyone is visiting from out of town, if you're looking for a fun thing to do on a weekend or during the week after the race, definitely go check out Muizenberg. It's a great place to hire a board, hire a wetsuit, and head out.
Totally.
Yeah, there's some great spots to have an ice cream after, take a walk along the promenade. It's a beautiful part of the Cape.
Yeah. And speaking of siblings, just whilst we were chatting to Kane there, we've got it's Daniel on the chat, Matt Boucher's brother. So he is super amped and sending us loads of comments saying that he's super proud of his brother, who is currently lying in second position overall in the 100-mile race. So yeah, Daniel, incredible. Matt, keep it up. He's rocking it out there above Hot Bay. Very, very cool.
Rocking it, and yeah, like we mentioned, I think yesterday, Matt unfortunately had to pull fairly early in the race last year, and I think this is his redemption race.
That's exactly what his brother said.
Yeah, this is his
he's
comeback,
so amped. Yeah.
and he's absolutely executing at this point.
Yeah, totally. More dogs for Naomi and some support. Cool. Oh, that's Nick. That looks like Nick music, huh? Yeah, I think I'm seeing. No, am I wrong? Could be.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Someone's
but
giving
he's showing them seemingly a better way to run on that beach. Maybe the sand's harder. We got a quick commercial break coming up, actually, and we'll be back with you shortly. Stay with us.
When I was growing up, like, I was having a passion of running, but my passion was gonna die.
What these young coaches are doing is they are living examples of what is possible.
And that's the power of the sport and the power of opportunity.
I take my time to share my life, to see my dream being played on their life.
The Graphics Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe, built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphics Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Nailed it.
All right, the good times are still rolling on the beach, and wow, this is quite of a different scenery all of a sudden. Still in the 100-mile, we are with our second man, Matt Bouch. And yeah, this is far from the rolling beaches at this point. we're looking at a proper scramble, and those are the sections where probably Alexei will move a little faster, not choosing not to use poles, because then you can properly scramble. So again, we had a lengthy conversation about this. I think it's whatever floats your boat, whatever you're comfortable with, but really what matters is that you train the way you want to be racing. But wow, what a track!
Yeah, this traverse from Chapman's Peak across to the Fluckenberg climb, you know, it's up and down, and it's a really technical trail. There's really not much that's runnable or easy here. And like you can see, the trail is really narrow. So in this case, having those poles as well, the fame balls around here I call robust, and it's quite difficult to navigate with poles as well. So, you know, there's definitely positives to having them, but they can also just get in the way sometimes. You can see he's having to navigate and lift them over the. So I'm sure he's practiced, you know, every single time he's gone out with those poles. He knows what he's doing with them. But yeah, it's definitely not for the faint-hearted. If you are taking poles, you need to know what you're doing with them.
Yeah, he's probably weighed up the pros and cons, you know.
Absolutely. It's a very personal choice at the end of the day.
Just a quick one, guys, from the Noordhoek aid station down below. Someone just told me that Christian is in that Noordhoek aid station at the base of Chapman's Peak. He's just left the beach, and he's decided to just have a quick lie down. Christian was lying 5th overall, so he's in an excellent position. So you hope he doesn't have too long a lie down, but it could be a huge benefit for him. It's been a long night. And still got 50 Ks to go, 50 odd. And we've got just behind him, I saw exiting the beach from a couple of photos of friends out on the course, is Chris Ngaka, who is just ahead of Anele Buns. Those two were both vying for the podium last year, and I'm sure they will be trying for that again. So they'll be on the hunt. I don't know if Chris will pass Christian at the aid station. It'll be interesting to see. So yeah, they're currently lying in 6th and 7th overall, and they've been consistent throughout the night. So yeah, it's all happening in the top 10 leaderboard. Naomi and Kerry-Ann, in fact, are inside that top 10 overall, so phenomenal. They're the next up, 8th and 9th position, and we've got Justin Olofsson in 10th, somewhere in between Komaki and Noordhoek.
How awesome is this view here? You can see that peak in the background is indeed Chapman's Peak, where they have come from, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And they have tagged that peak and then traversed all the way to where he is now, and he's currently winding his way up towards the top of this climb, and that will take him onto the Manganese Trail, or the Urikocha Trail. And yeah, this is a really long section. It's about a 20K section where you're not really finding any support, with a significant amount of vert. There's very little water en route. So all of those people, and you can see Naomi now, she'll be coming into that aid station there where she will have to prepare herself for this section. So yeah, just a note to anyone out there, if you're a crew, just make sure that you look after your runner there, because they have got a long stretch to go before they see you again and see any sort of water or aid.
Yeah, and you can see this climb that Matt is going up now is the climb that you guys who were tuned in for the PT55 yesterday, this was the climb that they went from the tar all the way up to the manganese mines before they dropped over to Fluckenberg. So you can see it's steep. You might recognize some of the angles. This is a big one to tackle when you're 117 or 18 Ks into the race.
I think this might be still a little bit before that.
You're not quite.
I
thought
think
it
he's
felt
quite
like he
got
was
that
zigzagging up there. Is he not? Because otherwise he wouldn't be facing Chapman's Peak.
I feel like
You know
this
what I
is that not near Blackburn? And then he's still got to drop back down and then run across and then up.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's still got a little bit of void.
Okay.
That's Vanessa. That's
Ryan and
Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Ryan. There's the
Yeah.
Sands family out board.
Jeez, it's all happening out on Noordhoek Beach.
Awesome. Great to see Ryan out there with his family cheering all the runners on. I'm sure he's taking a morning stroll to shake out his legs after his incredible run yesterday at the PT55.
Yeah.
It looked like he was
he
out
ran
for a surf.
Possibly.
Yeah. So, guys, check this out. So, contrasting style here to Alexi, who was on the beach side by the waves. These guys have elected to run way inland. Often, though, there is a lagoon of tons of water. You can see the sand, the crinkle cut sand there is quite a little bit wet and actually probably quite hard. So that's probably why they're here, because there is no water at this stage. There haven't been big ocean swells bringing in water at high tide to that area, so they can just run along the edge of the sand dune, take a bit of a tighter line, which that local recommended to them. So it seems to be working out for them, for Naomi. She's almost into the edge of the beach now. Another few hundred meters and they'll be onto the boardwalk there. So you can see that nice hard packed sand is actually great.
It's awesome watching Addy and Matt work together. It looks like Addy's the chatty type. Looks like he's keeping Matt engaged. He's pointing around and probably taking.
He was pointing left and right, and he's getting a private tour.
Yeah, it's awesome. So yeah, I think they're still only passing Blackburn now.
No, you're right.
They've
There's
still
a lot.
got to contour around a little bit before they head up to that Hurakocha trail.
Yeah, because Hot Bay's only over there. So, guys, just a quick word from our tech team. If you're out there supporting and you're following on the tracking leaderboard and the tracking signals, they do come and go a bit. They are subject to cellular phone coverage. They don't. So there's certain areas they don't always pick up and ping the whole time. So don't panic if your runner that you're following suddenly drops down or shoots ahead of where they may be expected to be. They will the trackers will write itself again. You can also go to the leaderboard to check where their last checkpoint was and where they were in relation to the rest of the field via that angle. So just so that you know, in case you're wondering about your runner at some point.
How incredible is this view here from this camera following Matt, who's running the UTCT 100-mile race? You can just see that beautiful trail that's leading along the contour of the mountain here. He's heading towards Hot Bay, absolutely not relenting. This trail is super technical, but he's moving well. And again, just shout out to Addy, who keeping him company, keeping him focused. It's beautiful section of this route.
So, guys, you might have been, if you've been tuning in since this morning, you could easily have been with us for 3 hours or more, 3.5. We've been going since 5:45. It's now 9:30 a.m. And it's been such a pleasure to share this all with you guys. We're just frothing out on everything trail, everything Cape Town here this morning, and we're going to be doing it all day until it gets dark. We're going to bring in the leaders, the winners of the 100-mile race, the 100K race, and everyone in both of those races all the way down the field until late tonight. I just wanted to mention, you might have, because you've been tuned in, you might have seen some of the advertisements, but we just want to put a big shout out to the sponsors who've helped make this all happen. So it's RMB UTCT, who are celebrating 10 years this year of UTCT, presented by TERREX and Garmin and Southern Sun. And then other able sponsors are NARC, the food guys, Jack Black Beer, who will be at the finish line with fresh, incredible cold beers, Lead Lenza, Torches, Journey's End Wines, which will also be available at the finish line for those of you coming to support, Red Bull, and of course, Bootlegger's Coffee. And then in conjunction with local partners, the City of Cape Town, who've been incredibly supportive of all these endeavors. That's really just so much to deal with about making this happen. Sand parks, of course, the South African national parks that we are running in the whole time. And last but not least, the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors series that we are part of in this finale today.
Yeah, races like this, if you want to present it as we are and, bring these images to life, it only comes down to able people, a great management team, and then obviously the sponsors to help bring it all to life. So yeah, thank you to all of those people who are involved and are as passionate about this event as we are and as this community is. It's great to be able to be here and sit here and share these images with you guys and get everyone from around the world involved. Show off Cape Town a little bit because it's a beautiful country, as you've seen.
Yeah.
And a beautiful part of the world. So yeah, it's awesome.
Just watching Naomi here taking the tar section, I just was fascinated. She got off the beach after running every step of the never-ending beach, and then she took a little walk on the tar. It's weird. It's like a mental thing. Like she had to hold it together on the beach. Otherwise, if you start walking on that beach, it's tickets, I think. That's my guess. You get onto the tar and you go, okay, I earned this little walk.
Yep.
And now she's back running again. So they were rapidly approaching the aid station, which is just half a K around the corner, running through the sleepy little streets of Noordhoek. And we've got some footage here of the Llandudno section. Who are we following here in the 100K race? Is that...
this is potentially...
Antonia.
Antonia, yep.
She's in second, right? In the 100K. She left Llandudno in the second position. Is that correct?
She had left Llandudno with Ekaterina.
Oh, right.
And I think Ekaterina had left slightly before her.
Yes.
But we can't see Ekaterina ahead.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that they've kind of ping-ponged and Antonia is back in front. But she is over this boulder section, which means she's heading to the very steep, short climb up towards Rocket Road. And she's moving very nicely over these rocks as well. This is your second woman in the UT100 at the RMB UTCT. Antonia, moving super well. You can see she's taking a sip of her whatever's in her flask, really looking after herself. I think it's probably getting pretty hot out there. It's looking very bright, and coupled with that, you mentioned earlier that it's humid out there, 72%, with a high of 21 degrees, I think you mentioned. So yeah, that humidity really makes that 21% feel a lot hotter.
Keep going. This is it.
Is it still Jade filming?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah.
Yeah, she will click you quite a few Ks. Whoop! Watch those bushes, they'll catch your shoes. Let's see if how long she keeps running for, because there you go. See, this is almost the same location where Miguel Arsenio also broke into a power hike.
Yep. I think so much of the Cape Town terrain is about efficiency, and often it's actually just more efficient to hike versus to try and keep grinding it out at a slower pace. It just takes a lot more energy. So yeah, figuring out what works best for you and in the type of terrain that you're faced. When it's big steps like this, keeping running, you're forced to make very powerful moves to get up over the obstacles, and I think that can be extremely fatiguing.
Yeah, you see she's taken the little sneak on the side there and able to keep the Kane Reilly Bontebok spring going. Many people can do that. I think she's just looking for a good route. It's a trick. There's the big steps on the right, and then there's some little sneaks where it's a little bit more of a consistent path on the left.
But yeah, like you're absolutely right, Tony. And this is also something you can practice in training, like the transition between like running and then power hiking. And again, when you're power hiking as well, you're using different muscle group. You're stretching your legs as well, a little bit more than when you're shuffling up a hill. And that if you're doing it right, that will probably help you drop probably up to 10 beats in your heart rate, so you also recover. So it has like all the reasons to break into a power hike the minute the slope gets steeper. So again, listen to what Tony says. We should make T-shirts.
She knows stuff.
Still learning, I promise. It looks like we are actually saying her name wrong. So apologies. Thank you for everyone in the chat who is correcting us. Antonina.
Okay. And someone else said her surname, even though it's with an L, you say it with a Y. So it's Antonina Yushina.
Please give us a thumbs up if that is correct. We obviously don't want to be getting that wrong. So please, let us know in the chat if we are saying that right. Antonina.
Antonina Yushina. Not Antonia. We were leaving out an N.
Because we also got corrected earlier about the family name, that you start with as if it is a Y. Yushina.
Yes, yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
But no. But by the time she finishes, we're going to have it right. but thanks a lot for bringing that up, because we definitely want to get it right.
Thanks for being patient with us, guys. We're doing our best.
We're not as international as we would like to be. My Russian is a little bit rusty.
I've been starting to copy and paste some Russian comments into Google Translate, guys, so bear with me. We're on it.
And you can see Matt Bouch now on the screen. He is finally making his way down towards Hout Bay, which means he's only got one more kind of long, steady climb before he gets to the top of that col at the Hurikwacha Trail. So at the bottom of this trail, he will then link up to the PT55 route, which will be the same as what the runners yesterday experienced, as well as what the 100K runners will join onto as well. So soon all of these races will converge, and we will have a very exciting race on our hands, where we hopefully will get lots of footage of multiple different races on similar trails. But at the moment, Matt is heading down towards Hout Bay. You can see Hout Bay Harbour in the background there. Great place for fish and chips, if that's your vibe. Great place to see some seals and maybe dip your toes in the water. There's an aid station down there for the 100K runners, and it is right by an incredible bakery. So, lots happening down there.
Yeah. Southeaster.
Yep. Matt is currently making good stead. There we go. That's where the join happens, I think, on the 55K route. So he's just passed now onto the same trail that the 100K and the 55K runners will have experienced.
And we're also getting that feedback from the studios to give a shout out to Henty Walker from London, who runs up Rocket Road Climb and always takes a few rocks and fixes the water spill damage so the steps last longer. So this is already a tricky climb. So imagine if Henty wasn't actually getting that work done. So again, we appreciate all the work that's being done to maintain those trails and make it easier for all these runners. So once again, big shout out to Henty Walker. And also, apparently, our Chinese audience on the Hong Kong 100 is on WeChat and following us. So, shout out. How you guys doing? It is a global race. It is a big global family watching UTCT here on the Cape Town Peninsula. The skies couldn't be better. And
okay, guys. So I've just put some
I've got some updates, guys, from the latest stuff on the 100 miler. Sorry to interrupt, Marty.
No, you got it.
So word is that Christian has dropped. I didn't get up from his nap. I think he's pretty smoked. He's given it everything and decided to call it a day at the Noordhoek Aid. After, yeah, so that's a real pity. You know, he's been right up there all day, all night since yesterday in the top 5. But I think he is officially out. That's coming in from people that I've that are at the Noordhoek Aid Station. They've just sent me a message. So that's a real pity for the Greiling family. And so that puts Chris up into 5th, Chris and Garko. So that gets him a little bit closer to his hopeful podium position. But he's still got to catch Gabriel Creel, who's in 4th, and he is 40 minutes ahead of Chris, I believe. So it's all happening out there.
We've got eyes on Naomi Brunt now, who is again with her crew. Aaron and his partner, and Aisha's there as well, refilling and restocking. Naomi's getting probably some info from Aaron, just double checking that she's got everything in her pack that she needs. Yeah, she's again taking her time. Again, Martin, like you said, she's not sitting down, and I think that is not something that she wants to do at this point in the race.
Let's see if she's going to do one of those inhaler moves with her nose pinched. Oh, that looks like a good package. What is that?
She needs my face ice pack.
Is that a scratch and sniff? So this is Noordhoek Aid. So it's interesting. She's gone inside. Remember earlier this morning, Alexi just sat outside. So there's a whole interior move. Is she putting ice in there? New cap. Ooh,
new cap that looks
spicy.
like it's been stuck in some ice. So that will already be cold.
Ooh. Oh. What is that? Pancake? Scrambled eggs. Okay, if you had to bet, what is it? $5.
I was going to go for pineapple, but that would be very wrong.
No, come on, Brew. Maybe you're right. You might be winning the $5.
The way it moved, I would have said scrambled egg. My initial thought was salty chips, but I'm going to go with scrambled egg.
I think you're right. It's too wobbly for pineapple. But let's see
and you don't want pineapple because it's quite aggressive on the throat. It's quite acidic. And if we really want to go into details of like why not, is because sometimes what goes down goes back up. And if there's anything you don't want to be thrown up is anything acidic. And so actually a piece of advice, when your stomach is unsettled and things are going back out, best options are obviously Coke, but something that people don't really know as well is bananas. You make sure you chew it very well. And it's going to go down. But if it's going to go back up, it's actually going to be smooth and taste exactly the same. So it won't be
delicious.
affecting you. You want the details? All right. No filter.
Bring it on.
This served me pretty well in the past, and other people actually. This is not only based solely on my personal experience. So, yeah.
Wow, so Naomi's she's very thorough. Hey, she's doing a lot here in this. If you watch, she's like very busy, methodical, taking on all sorts of different stuff, and packing her pockets in her shorts as well. I see, which is quite an interesting move, even though she's got a full pack. So there's a lot of detail in the stuff that she's carrying, the stuff that she's swapping in.
Got
very
some
organized.
anti-chafe going on there.
Yeah.
It's sometimes when your packer is already quite full with mandatory equipment, it's quite nice to spread the load, and that's why I think a lot of athletes do opt to put stuff in their waist belts. You can see that front of the pack is already quite full with the water bottles, and she'll have a full pack from sometimes having that load spread around your waist does just make the pack a little bit more comfortable, and it also makes the nutrition more easily accessible.
Do you use a waist belt?
I don't.
She's got these.
Yeah, she's got the side.
Yeah.
I don't, but I think
it can be quite an asset.
It's definitely something that I think can be
Yeah.
beneficial.
Yeah. She still hasn't eaten the egg / pineapple / pancake. She's done everything else. And there's Sasha on the right. That's
Aisha's partner.
Aisha's, yeah, husband, yeah, and so he's in the mix, documenting.
If she doesn't eat what's in the plate, I will suspect the crew who have eyed that food from the aid station and they're using her as an excuse to pick some up for later.
I have to say, she's spending quite a lot of time here. This is quite a generous amount of time. I mean, I'm just saying it's amazing to watch. I'm loving it, but she's being it's long, right? It'll be interesting to see how much time comparatively Kerry Ann spends here, you know? Because they're only 10 minutes apart. It's definitely not Formula One.
No, you're absolutely right here, and then also this is the crew's job to make sure that everything is shared and the runners is looked after. But also, when things are getting too slow, it's also the job to like, all right, get out of here now. Like you've done enough, you've got all your things. Let's go.
Yep. Yep. Are we getting a
And
nice
on the
visual on the
left-hand
split screen
side,
of Miguel coming down into
Miguel's
Hot Bay
moving
of
super well
Coppenburg?
here, eh?
Yeah. It looks. I'm pretty sure that's him. It's a
Yeah,
very
100%.
nice downhill. It's got a great gradient. It's super runnable. So you've got him a K on this section, which he's doing.
And at the same time, I would say it's a section that you can really burn yourself.
Totally.
Because
You've
you
got to
can
be so
run it.
careful.
Yeah,
I've
it's,
done that. Oh my word.
I mean, I think the 55K runners will agree. It's for them yesterday, this was right at the beginning of the race, so you're feeling super fresh and you can run this really hard.
Yeah.
But it's a dangerous move to run it hard because there's still a lot of race to go from this point.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's moving super smooth. He looks like
Yeah.
he's in control.
He's still going. More ice. Okay.
You can see he's leaving with 3 bottles, which is leaving with
Yeah.
a liter and a
Yeah.
half of fluid.
Yeah. Nothing.
Oof. See, like
It
starting
looks very
to
painful.
get back in motion. She should have probably followed a little bit your friend's advice. Just keep running around the table to keep things loose.
Yeah.
Because if things start to tighten up, and you can see it right away, like even on the road, which should be the most comfortable terrain to run on, it did look like the range of motion has really dropped and got very limited. In the meantime, it looks like Miguel Oceano is trying to do a new 1,500 meter PR because he is flying down that hill. And I mean, we know he's got the training in the legs, and that's all about it because it's a fine line indeed. If you go out too hard and you pound the ground just a bit too hard, you break too much muscle fiber, and then you never get it back. If your IT bands or quads are shot, that's it. That's game over. It's going to be just a pain fest until the end. But training can alleviate that, and the more downhill you do, the more work at the gym you do, you're going to get stronger and possibly allow you to really bomb down a hill without consequences.
And I think Dimitri is a good example of someone who would be able to withstand that pounding. I mean, he's definitely hitting the gym, that's for sure.
that and the fact that indeed, like his body type, just like there's enough flesh to land a plane.
Yeah. I mean, we've already had requests to just please have a close-up of Dimitri's incredibly muscly thighs. I mean, I've seen them in real life.
Working on a fisheye camera.
The man is built.
Catch it all.
Yeah.
And actually, like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but like in one of his posts on socials, he was saying like as he went more and more into trail running and ultra running, he was feeling like he was too big. And so he said he had tried so hard to lose as much muscle mass as possible, to be lean and carry less weight. And he explained that actually didn't suit him, and that his performances when he had tried to shrink as much as possible were not as good. And so then it took him a while, and it was also hard for him to stand on the start lines and look at other competitors and being far smaller, air quote for that. And so he said, like, the minute he accepted that his body type was what it was, and he could just take advantage of the power he could get out of his legs, he said all of a sudden, first he was more like his performance was better from a physical perspective, but he was at peace with like who he was in terms of body type. And he's like, yep, this is not going to hold me back. This is actually going to be an advantage, and I'm going to take full like, I don't know if we can say full credit for it, but like roll with it. And I think that was a beautiful thing to say and to share with everyone, because that certainly can be an example for a lot more runners who are in this situation or other situation related to body types.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sharing that kind of and being vulnerable like that is a great example for everyone, really, men and women. For a lot of people, obviously, we've been fed this idea that smaller is better, but yeah, it's absolutely not if it's not what's good for your body. And yeah, it's awesome that he shared that and was vulnerable for us. So thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. Guys, I just wanted to mention that I just noticed on the 100-mile leaderboard that Karel Sabbe of Belgium has just snuck up quietly into 11th position overall. This race is probably about 100 miles too short for him, but, we saw him way down yesterday in the beginning, not doing anything crazy, and all of a sudden he's looking like he's going to probably end up comfortably in the top 10 if he keeps going like this. He's dicing with 10th position, and the man has got like 100 to 200 miles is his thing, so keep an eye on him.
So we're at Rocket Road here.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if we're waiting for some of the top women to come through here. Or if we're just being treated to some incredible views. And either way, I'm not upset about it. But yeah, having seen Miguel heading down towards that Halpe Harbor, I assume that Hugo Deck is probably almost at the Halpe aid station.
Yeah.
So I assume that we will have eyes on him there fairly
that?
soon.
Is that Ollie Morris, maybe? Am I getting that right, coming through Rocket Road?
We will get
Let's have a look.
information fairly quickly. I think it is Ollie Morris. I
Yeah.
think you're indeed correct. That is our first South African, actually.
Local boy.
First South African in the UT100 for the men. He's coming through there, I think, around 10th.
They had him at 18th through Llandudno, so I'm not sure where it puts him right now.
So Jasmine Laufer has been through Rocket Road, and she is actually sitting 8th
She's
overall.
8th, yeah, so we'll update you on that. Hopefully we're getting the right guy.
That definitely looked like him. I think
yeah.
you nailed that.
We'll see. We'll see. And speaking of locals, guys, I wanted to send a big shout out to someone else who I saw running the 100, who is going to be coming through her home turf pretty soon, and that's Helene Mills, Llandudno local. So she will be absolutely frothing out right now, coming down Llandudno Ravine and through her home beach. She's currently been on the mountain for 5 hours and doing the 100K. So go Helene. And we've got another City Bowl local, Peter Karlitz, Pete the Heat. He's also out there doing the UTCT 100K again. He's a bit further up the field in 70th position. So great to see Pete. I hope he has a good day out there.
I think we're waiting on Hugo, who is potentially coming off the beach pretty soon, which means he's about to enter the aid station in Halpe. There we go.
Okay.
So Kane, if you are there and have visual, please give us some insight.
Hey guys, I've got visuals. Hugo has just come off the beach and he's got onto the tar road that runs into the Halpe aid station. We'll have to ask him later what music he was listening to. Some ice, some water, ice in the back of the pack. And there he goes. So pretty quick aid station turnaround. Yeah, well under minutes again. So yeah, he's looking really good. So I don't know if there were questions around whether he was going out really hard. I think that he looks in control. Looked pretty composed. Reloaded his pack with fluids, a few gels, got some ice in the back, and he's off.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I like what I'm seeing, and I think you can probably back it up, Tony. That was, again, efficient but not rushed, and now he's coming out strong, but not attacking in a kind of a suicidal pace. Man, he might pull it off. That would be exciting. What do you think, Toni?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he is looking so composed. That aid station was precision. You know, they knew exactly what they needed to do. There was no faffing. There was no fussing about. Hugo looks very, very, focused in the zone. And like you say, he's running at what looks like a very comfortable pace for him. This doesn't look unsustainable. So I think he's in a really good position. I think he had pulled away a little bit from Miguel in second at Rocket Road already, and it looks like, thinking about where he was earlier when we were following Miguel coming down from Kabonkelberg, it looks like Hugo's managed to maintain and even potentially stretch that lead. So he's looking really good. He's looking like he's really in control. So yeah, it's awesome. And again, just a shout out to his camera runner. That looked like it was Tim Chambers.
Was it?
An incredibly accomplished runner in his own right. So yeah, no better person to be following Hugo here.
Yeah, great. Yeah, very cool. So it looks like Jasmine is busy with Suffer Peak halfway up. So she's going well.
Hugo's got a couple, maybe a K and a half of road here before he hits the trail coming up at the Old Fort. And we might even see him passing Mac Gouch or Alexei fairly soon.
Yeah.
But if you look at that visual of where Jasmine is going to be, she will have just done most of the scrambly sections on Suffer Peak, and I'm sure all of her climbing experience will have come in handy there.
Yeah.
I think I did see that she had recce'd that section, so she knew what was coming. But yeah, I'm sure she enjoyed that.
Alright guys, so over 2.5 minutes and we haven't got our next male athlete. So yeah, Hugo is starting to build up quite a nice lead. And like you said, like he's not looking around, he doesn't seem to be panicking, calm and collected. But we should be getting our second runner, Miguel, off the beach very soon. Oh, here he is. About to pop off the beach and onto the road that runs through the aid station.
All right, we'll give you the floor then.
Also still running with some nice pop in his stride. ice cold sparkling water is definitely a favorite. Reloading the soft blast. Oh, some sushi going down. It does seem to be vegetarian sushi, but I'll ask the question after he leaves. Oh, he's eating easily. Very, very impressive for this part of the race. I don't know who's tried to eat sushi during a run, but it's... Some ice going in the backpack. Sparkling water, potentially some salt tabs. So we are seeing Miguel a little bit in the aid station a bit longer than Hugo, but he's chatting to his crew, he's getting a time update, and he's out. Yeah, Miguel also looking pretty cool, calm and collected. He did what him and his crew needed to do in the aid station. Didn't seem to be too rushed. He definitely got an update on splits and tracking from his crew captain. So he knows where he is and I think he knows what he needs to do.
Thanks, Ken. Nice one. So probably about 3 or 4 minutes gap at this point.
Yeah, almost about 5.5 minutes, almost 6 minutes probably.
Okay.
Between when he's trying to left the aid station.
I saved it.
Thank you.
Running with it. That was very cool split screen here. You can see our top 2 men in the top 2 men. 1 and 2. That visual is wrong. I'm pretty sure that is the second man. But top 2 men here in the UT100. Hugo just heading off the road onto the trail that heads up the Ultra-trail Trail.
Thank you so much.
Then head and Miguel is looking good. He's really powering up that section there. So he's also not letting up, and he's just looking over his shoulder there, trying to see if he can spot third man, who is, as far as we know, still Thibaut Garivia, but we will get confirmation on that shortly, I'm sure.
Hey guys, I can confirm that Thibaut Garivia has just got off the beach and he's onto the road towards the aid station.
So not much time between second and third there.
Yeah, just about 1.5 minutes, and then about 7 minutes from Hugo in the lead.
Where are we now, guys?
At the aid station with Thibaut.
Here we go. We're at the aid station with Thibaut Garivia.
Okay, he's just in another part of the tent. I got you.
His crew also working super efficiently. Some electrolyte tabs, fresh bottles.
Taking a shot of something?
Yeah, I think it was a roll of electrolyte tabs that went down.
Oh,
clean water on him.
Probably not a whole roll.
Thanks, bud.
Maybe the little cramp fix or yeah.
Okay, yeah. Or one of those salt stick things. Yep. goes.
And he's out. So yeah, all three men in and out relatively quickly, all taking ice, all filling up quite a lot of fluids, and yeah, it's seemingly, you know, in and out quickly, but not in crazy rushes. All still seem quite composed, and you know, no one seems to really be like unraveling. I think they all look pretty strong for this point in the race. I do think Hugo did look the best out of the three of them. He definitely charged through and had a little bit more pop in his step.
Awesome. It's awesome to be reading through these comments and seeing all the different nationalities here. We've got some Frenchies in the house supporting the first and third man, which is awesome. Vincent Chassin, I'm assuming you're Baptiste's brother. Yeah, you're definitely going to have to get him here one day. But fair enough that he's staying for the Saint-Élion, which is actually happening this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Martin, you might be able to correct me on that.
And I think Vincent is the daddy.
The dad, okay. Yep, Saint-Élion. It's another big race in France. They're going to have slightly different weather temperatures, I think. It's going to be
but chilly.
just a little cold. There's been a fair amount of snow, so I'm sure Hugo and Thibaut are enjoying the sun while they can, because when they go home, it's definitely going to be winter. But Hugo, again, making very quick work of this climb here.
He's looking good. This is hard, and he's just cruising up there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another really nice split screen here. You can see again Thibaut looking over his shoulder across the beach, because he'll be able to see if anyone else is coming along there. Doesn't look like he was too concerned, so I'm assuming there's a bit of a gap between him and fourth, who at this point, as far as we know, will still be Michelino, sorry, and then potentially Dimitri. But yeah, I think there's a bit of a gap there, so he should be good. At least for now.
Is there a timing pad at Hout Bay? There isn't, eh? Only Rocket Road.
There should be one at Hout Bay, but it doesn't look like it's picked anyone up. So if you're tracking your runners, just to note that you might not be picking them up at every checkpoint. These trackers do rely on cell phone signal, and sometimes they're not always picking it up. So yes, if you are tracking someone or following along, just to note that the Hout Bay doesn't seem to be picking up the athletes at the moment. Cool. Visual on our first woman. This is Naomi Brunt and her pacer, Aisha Specker, and she is the first woman in the UTCT. And she is making her way up the back of Chapman's Peak at the moment. And yeah, she's making quick work of this as well.
I wonder, yes, just watching Naomi here, it would be great to try and get a split. I'm just asking some people in the field if they've seen Kerry Ann, who should be coming into that Noordhoek aid station any minute or has already. It'd just be fascinating to get that split on the gap there, which was approximately sort of 10-ish minutes back at Komaki. So, yeah, we'll try and keep you guys posted on that. If anyone's got eyes on the Noordhoek aid station, please send us some intel. It'll be great to see how that pans out.
There we go. Some eyes on our first man. And just a shout out to Alexei. It's his birthday today.
Is it?
Yeah, it's
really?
his birthday
No
today.
ways.
He's turned the big 4-0. So happy birthday to Alexei. And what a gift to yourself to win the 100-mile race here at Ultra-trail Cape Town.
Wow. Ooh, what did he just
He
lose
just
there?
lost something out the back of his pack. I'm not sure.
And the cameraman didn't pick it up either.
I hope that wasn't a third bottle, because this is not somewhere that you want to lose water.
It
Um,
could have been. There's something kind of big.
Either a bottle or maybe it was his ice bandana. I'm not entirely sure, but he definitely dropped something there. Hopefully it wasn't too important.
I've got a question for you about ice bandanas. So you've used them, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I mean, I love the idea when it all came up. It used to be very rudimentary, and people would use scarves and tie it up and kind of whatever. And then I think with the progress of a bit of dialing into the idea, people at Western States really started using it properly and creating like a sewn-in sock with one closed end, super easy to manage and operate. So last year at the TM35, I decided it was getting freaking hot by the time I got to UCT, and I decided to conjure up a bit of an ice bandana for myself. And I thought it was super clever, and I had it all going on, and like within minutes after I left the aid station, my neck was so cold and frozen dead, I chucked all the ice out. I couldn't deal with it. It was like hectic.
Oh, wow.
So I'm just wondering about the how others kind of deal with that, whether they've got a double layer of material or whether I'm just a wimp. I don't know. Like, I'd love to know how that works. So
That's brilliant. To be honest, I have no idea. I've only ever really done the ice in the back of my pack, which I really enjoy as well.
Okay.
I think the bandana is incredibly useful if it is incredibly hot. So in a situation like Western States or here where it's also really humid, it definitely has its place. But yeah, I can't answer that. Maybe you are just a little soft.
Yeah,
Maybe
clearly.
you just need to toughen up.
Just drink my teaspoon of cement earlier in the race.
Wow. Yeah, but definitely something that I think everyone needs to be doing is practicing those cooling strategies, especially on a day like today where, it's not technically incredibly hot. It's only 21 degrees, but the humidity is very high. And I think that is something that these athletes will be feeling more so than the heat. And also the exposure, that direct sunlight on your skin, it dries you out. It's really tough to manage. So there's a whole lot of elements here that they will be managing. And it adds to the excitement, I'm sure. But, we can see
Guys,
here.
we have the
fourth
place
got
male
Kane on
Dima has just arrived in Hot Bay.
Awesome.
The Dima has just arrived in Hot Bay. So I don't have an exact time check, but just a few minutes after Tebow. But he's looking pretty composed, if not very composed. Sparkling water again, definite favorite of all the runners. Ice in the pack.
No, you're also a fan of sparkling water, okay?
Love sparkling water.
You do, yeah?
Love it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's awesome.
I think it just breaks up kind of all the other fluids you're drinking throughout the run.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a shoe changer. So yeah, Dima seems to be going from the RMB Speed Ultra, which is the Adidas trail super shoe. It has a plate in it, carbon plate in it. And he seems to be changing to the RMB Speed, which is also a shoe which has super shoe foam, but it doesn't have the rods in it. He may just be changing these socks, but I can see the shoes coming out. But he's just doing a sock change. Yeah, I think as you guys alluded to, when you come into Hot Bay, you get a lot of sand in your socks. So yeah, interestingly, he's the first runner to come through to change his socks.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a visual on that, but if you can keep giving us some insight there, it's great to hear that while we watch the first woman in the 100 mile and the first man in the 100 mile on our screens. But currently at Hot Bay Aid Station is Dmitry Mateev. He is coming through there in 5th place. And Kane is just talking about how he's changing his shoes. First one to do that.
Look, guys,
so he's...
maybe... Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, so he has kept the same shoes on, but he did change his socks. So again, first runner to do so. And I just know you get a lot of sand in your socks doing this section. So he's clearly planning ahead, and I think he's going to charge from here.
Yeah, look, this could be his secret weapon move, dude. I mean, he's done this before. He's won this before. The others have not, that are up ahead of him have not raced here, so this could be his secret weapon move that's going to get him back on the podium.
Yeah, Luke, I think you touched on something really important there. He is the only runner out of the top 4 to have done this race before, multiple times. So yeah, he knows what's lying ahead, and let's see what pans out. He did also, like all the other runners, get quite a lot of ice, drank a lot of fluids, but he looks in control.
Kane, tell me something. Just a logistical question. Did they cross the Dyser River before they hit the aid station there? So have they also got their feet wet?
Yes, they would have. I don't know how deep it is, but they would have crossed it. But another part is just before you drop into the Hout Bay Harbour, you go down quite a loose little sand dune, and you get a ton of sand in your socks there. So yeah, definitely for comfort from here to the finish, changing socks is a great shout. And yeah, obviously he felt like he has the time to do so because he's definitely still in the race. He's not looking to just jog it in, but I think he felt like those extra seconds it would take to change the socks was worth it. Was worth it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about running on dunes and sand, we're watching Naomi currently scramble her way up Catman's Peak. You can see she's really having to navigate some pretty hardcore terrain, kind of using her hands and her feet and shimmying up pretty steep rocks. So yeah, it's the incredible contrast of this course and the differences that people are experiencing in different parts of the route. We've got Alexei here now at the Constantia Glen aid station. So he's made his way through that winding vineyard section. He will be probably also just trying to refill some water bottles because he's been running for about 19, almost 20 kilometers with a significant amount of dirt and without any aid or water. So you can see he's filled up his bottles. He is out moving again quickly, but definitely took his time there to fill up. And he will be crossing the road and then heading down to the Elfin Trail where he will be able to see his crew again. But yeah, he is still moving incredibly well for being so far in the race. He's only got 26 kilometers to go. And man, he's looking super chilled, so in control, so calm. And that's amazing to see.
Oh, he's going to really enjoy this section, getting into the shade, down into the nice cool forest. A little bit cooler in there. There might be some humidity, but at least there's some shade. So I'm sure that will be nice. A bit of a downhill. Guys, it's 10 a.m. in South Africa. If you're joining us from Portugal, Russia, Montenegro, Australia, the USA, if you've stayed up all night and you're not going to bed and you're running like an ultra marathon on the sidelines just in your couch, come and join us on the chat. Give the live cast a like. We would love all of you to get involved. We've got 933 people currently in the mix, and we'd love to get that over 1,000. So we're also aiming high here, and we can't wait to interact with all of you. It's great to see the froth in the chat column, and keep the questions coming and the comments flying.
So this shot here is apparently we're watching the speck. If you can spot it, then you're eating your carrots and your eyesight is great. But there's a tiny speck moving up there. He's come off the road. He is heading up towards the Ultra-trail Trail. And that is apparently Thibaut Garivier, who is our third man from France. Hoka athlete, incredibly accomplished. He's actually my doctor as well, my sports doctor.
Really?
He's done a fair few x-rays and MRIs for me, which I'm sad to say is the truth. But he's a part-time doctor or full-time doctor as well, and managing to train and be at the top of his game. So yeah, awesome to see him here. Awesome to see him running in Cape Town. This is his first time here, and I know he was really excited about it. So yeah, welcome. And he's having a really strong race.
Yeah, incredible. And speaking of doctors, there are a couple of other high-flying running doctors that are in this race. So they're in the 100-mile, in fact, the ones that I know of. That's Chris Ngaka, who's a anaesthetist. Local, used to be a dark horse, but we can't call him that anymore after having podiumed here in the 100-mile last year, and I'm sure he's going for that again. Chris is running strongly in the top 5, I think. And Karel Sabbe from Belgium, who is a dentist. Who, let's see where he's at right now. He's possibly moved up. Yeah, he's in 10th position, holding strong there, coming through Noordhoek and on his way towards Chapman's Peak. So, and I see that Xavier Briel has moved up into 20th position.
Dang.
How's that in the 100-mile? Hey, the guy
Awesome.
is on fire.
He is absolutely having a crushing day.
Yeah.
And we're back with a partner to Xavier, Naomi, with Aisha again, just navigating these trails up the back of Chapman's Peak here. And this is a really great view because I don't think we often get to see this.
Yeah.
But it's really tough. It's super scrambly. You have to really have a big toolbox to take on this race and to execute it successfully. You know, you need to be able to scramble. You need to be able to run on soft sand. You need to be able to do actual running because there are sections where having a bit of pace is important. So yeah, Naomi needing to pull out all of the stops here in using many of her tools in her toolbox, and she luckily does have all of those.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great to see this, and it's a great visual for everyone who is watching and tuning in from all over the world to see, you know, what Cape Town has to offer.
Yeah.
We are very, very diverse, and you will experience from one side of the mountain to the other very different trails, and this split screen is the perfect example of that.
Yeah.
Alexei making his way through Constantia Glen down to the Elfin Trail. And you can just see how lush and green and smooth those trails are. Yeah, what an incredible place to do some kilometers.
Yeah.
Just 160 of them.
It's just 160. I think the other incredible, important part of the toolbox, which Naomi has got in spades, is her mind. She is incredibly determined and never say die attitude, and I think that's another thing that's going to keep her where she's at, right at the front of the race here. So amazing.
Absolutely. And for all the Hannes fans, I know it's been in the chat already, but Hannes Namberger actually unfortunately had to withdraw from the race. He didn't end up starting. He got a tummy bug last night and decided that it wasn't worth and safe for him to start. So for all of you Hannes fans in the chat, unfortunately he hasn't been able to start. But we appreciate you being here. We hope you stay here and carry on supporting everyone else. There's lots of amazing athletes that would love to have to know that you're streaming along. So please like, share, get everyone on this chat and streaming because, yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. Things are only going to be heating up from this point on.
Yeah, so very sad for Hannes. I mean, he's only been at the top of the podium here, and almost every single other race I was researching some of his results. I mean, the guy is incredibly high level at every race that he enters, like it's first, second. So he's sadly not in the mix, but it's given a glimmer for someone else to get into that podium position that I'm sure he would have been in if he was able to be in the mix today.
Yep.
So I see Michael Obery is also, just looking at these names that creep up the leaderboard, you just see where experience comes in with a 100-miler, not panicking in the early part of the race, in the first 70, 60, 80, 90 kilometers, just doing your thing, chipping away. There are a few names that always jump out at me who I call like the closers, Stu McConaughey is one.
Absolutely.
Right?
Stu back in the day,
time and again.
His Western States is one of the best races to go and look back onto because he started way back in that pack and ended up finishing so strong. And you look at his rankings throughout the race, and it's just like chipping away at people playing Pac-Man, and it's such a pleasure to see. A real master in pacing a race really smartly.
Yeah, but it is not an easy skill. You got to
No.
back yourself, and you got to stay calm.
Yep.
And then have that confidence to come through the field later on.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're seeing with people. I think like Carl, Chris is also a maestro at that. He's shown us that a couple of times.
Yeah.
So yeah, amazing to see.
And here we have Hugo Deck, our first leading man in the UT100. He is making his way up what looks like I think he's still heading up the Hurikwacha Trail. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think we've seen him pass. This is Matt Bouch,
This is
who
Matt,
is
who's a bit
slightly
up ahead,
ahead.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this looks like he's heading up Flackenberg already. So
Yes.
he's finished with that, and Hugo is still
way
making
back,
his
yeah.
way up there. So I think he's still got a bit of a way before he gets to that point. He's got to contour along here, and then he will join back onto that Hurikwacha Trail. But yeah, you can see again, this terrain is unforgiving, and Hugo is still moving incredibly well. But it's definitely quite taxing.
Yeah. So just to give a quick update to all of you guys out there for the women's 100-mile race. So from the visuals, you'll know that Naomi's in front. Kerry Ann looks like has lost a little bit of time on the Noordhoek split. She came in about 20 minutes back into that aid station. Then we've got Cornelia Oswald from Austria, who's in third, being incredibly consistent throughout the last hours. Jo Kepler from KZN in fourth. We haven't mentioned her a lot, but she's actually been solidly there the whole time. Really great performance for her. She's been on the podium before. She knows the drill. She seems to be about 15 minutes back of Cornelia, so that's all up in the air. Then we've got long distance maestro and local from the Deep South Peninsula, Caroline Hanks in fifth. Taryn van Niekerk from Stellenbosch, the ultra athlete, who's in sixth, also having a good day. She's been in that similar position since the get-go. Sylvie, Tougher Puffer winner from back in the day, is having a good run as well. She's in seventh. Then we've got Sarah Williams from the UK in eighth. Susie Germs from Canada in ninth. And Regan Allwood, South Africa in 10th. So that's the top 10 ladies in the 100-mile.
Yeah, and while you're talking about that 100-mile, we're just watching Alexei cruising down now towards the Ultra Trail, where he will see his crew again. He is making quick work of that.
It's a lovely section to run.
Yeah.
It really is fantastic.
And now we're looking at Naomi, which is up because Naomi is actually running with a pacer, unlike Alexei, who has opted to not have anyone running with him. But we have a question in the chat about paces and what the different rules are for pacing during this race. So thank you, Christopher, for your question. And I think it's a great one. We are watching Naomi now. So you are allowed up to 3 different paces, and they're allowed to start with you from Llandudno, which is at 41 kilometers. And you can pace any section between the aid stations. So you're only allowed to stop and start between those aid stations. And the last one where you can pick up an a crew member would be in Noordhoek, and then that would then end in Elfin Trail. So the Elfin Trail is the point where you will have to drop off all your paces. But you're allowed almost, I think that's about 100 kilometers worth of pacing.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot of pacing.
They've actually extended the amount of pacing allowed this year from last year. Last year was a much shorter section, which is awesome for the participants.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, and the pacers aren't allowed to provide any external support, so they are not allowed to carry any fuel, they're not allowed to carry any water, there is no muling allowed, so they're not allowed to help out in any way, but they're there to provide emotional support, a little bit of banter, keep their runners entertained and hopefully focused and moving efficiently. But yeah, great that the pacers can be there. I think it adds a special element. I've been a pacer before, and it really is a great way to be a part of an event and someone's race. I think we are our most vulnerable selves when we are 120 kilometers into a race, and it's a great way to form a connection with someone real quick.
Yeah, 100%. So it's actually fascinating. I was chatting to a couple of the pacers yesterday in the afternoon who were collecting their numbers. So it's very officially done. It's all very taken very seriously. You've got to say who your pacers are. You have to call them up front. You can't suddenly just swap in some random pacer that you decided to use that you met along the way. You have to pre-call it. They get numbers with pacer written on them, and so it's quite a story. So you've really got to think about who you want to spend that time with out there. And like you said, they're there for morale only. They're not allowed to carry stuff for you. And yeah, like it's also great for the pacers. You get one pacer I chatted to yesterday. She said, "Oh yeah, I'm only going to run about 60 Ks once I've done my 2 pacing legs." Like it's epic. Some people are just doing 20 or 30, and even that is amazing. So it really is a window into just seeing what the 100-mile athletes are up to, and it's inspiring. Very cool to be part of.
Absolutely. So if you're thinking about getting involved in this event, but you're not ready to take on one of the races, there are so many ways that you can get involved, whether that's volunteering at an aid station, whether that's pacing a friend, whether that's being a camera runner. So yeah, please, if you feel the need and the want to get involved, there are so many ways to be a part of this event, and I can guarantee you that all of them will be incredible and fulfilling and so much fun. Here we've got Hugo Deck again, Adidas TERREX runner from France. He is currently in the lead in the UT100 at the RMB UTCT. You can see Hout Bay in the background. He is heading towards Hout Bay, which means he's made his way up and along Blackburn Ravine and is now heading towards the Hurikwacha Trail. And making this technical section look really easy.
Yeah, he's having a great run.
And there you can see what Hugo has just done. He's gone up Blackburn Ravine, which is a really technical, lots of switchbacks, pretty steep. The purple on that graph shows the steepest possible gradient, the orange and the yellow indicating a different category of gradient, but not quite as steep, and the green is then relatively flat, and that can be both up and down. So if it's purple, you know that the grade is pretty high. And currently he's running on what looks like a yellow and heading onto some green, which you can then correlate to relatively flat or a mild grade.
I've just got a live WhatsApp update, guys, from the men's 100-mile top 5, and it sounds like Anele has just passed Chris on that stretch somewhere in the Chapman's Peak area. So they are battling it out there for 5th and 6th, much like last year where they were battling it out for the podium. So it's all happening.
Oh my gosh, look how kitted up you are. Dude, I got dropped at 3 Ks. Fuck. She's so fast. Has she not arrived yet?
Listening to one of the paces here, talking, the camera runner's talking about how she's getting dropped. That's awesome.
I think that was, she got dropped by Jasmine.
Yeah. Well, honestly,
fast.
it's incredible that they're out there putting themselves out there trying to keep up. I remember the one year Bianca Tarberton, fellow TERREX runner and local London Nogal.
Yeah.
She had to chase Jim Walmsley the one year running through Elfin Trail, and that's a really runnable section. So I think she said she lasted all of 1 kilometer, and I think even 1 kilometer trying to follow Jim is a feat.
Totally.
I don't envy anyone who had that job that year.
Yeah.
I think Rob Schaff, who is running the 100K this year, he was the only one who managed to stay with Jim
Really?
for a substantial amount of time.
I think even the person who ran from Dead Man's Tree down to the finish with Jim was like struggling, and that is
Yeah.
after 98 kilometers. So I mean, the guy's on a
Whole different level.
Yeah. So just checking the 100-mile drop rate here. It's not very high, I have to say. It's incredible. There are only about 10 people that seem to have dropped from the 100-mile. Or maybe it's a bit more if there's another page. There were 130 odd starters, but we still got 98 people in the race. So it's very, very impressive.
And you can see Hugo here using his arms to help balance himself along this technical section before he hits slightly flatter. But yeah, he's making quick work of this, and I'm excited to see what's happening behind him. Hopefully we get visuals on that fairly soon. But in the meantime, before we get any more of that, we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
What an amazing performance.
Confidence words stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
The RMB Ultra is just a fast shoe built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The RMB Ultra is designed to run fast.
3 years ago, Ultra-trail Cape Town approached us to clear some trails. Then the partnership with RMB came along. We're here to represent the users, take care of the ecology, the fauna and the flora. RMB are sponsoring a number of projects. Friends of Table Mountain, the Sugarbird Project, Live to Run, and the Sustainable Cedar Project in the Cedarburg, very much aligned to our value system of taking care of the environment. Together with our partners, RMB and UTCT, we are committed to making Table Mountain better.
All right, we're back. We're still following Hugo Deck, Adidas TERREX runner from France. He is the first man in the UT100. We are waiting for our top ladies to come through the Hout Bay aid station. We imagine that they will be there fairly soon, but we have not had word on that yet. I know the camera runners are ready and waiting to pick them up, so we will have some visuals on them fairly soon, hopefully. But for now, we get to watch Hugo absolutely crush this climb. It's really steep, and he's heading up to Fluckenberg, which is a nasty douche grade climb.
Very
I think we can
nasty.
all agree that you think it's flat and then you run it and you realize it's really not. But yeah, Hugo's looking really good, and he's taking this. He's still running. He's still running these climbs, every step of them. Well, as I said that, he starts walking.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, but no, he's really made this look very easy. So you can see he's looking over his shoulder there just to make sure that he's not being chased. But he's looking great. Yeah, these
Keeping
cameras
that cameraman
runs.
honest.
Gotta be fit to keep up with them, that's for sure.
No, we're all good. We're all good.
We're not waiting, sorry.
Keep going, guys.
That graph there, just break that down for me.
So the purple is the steepest grade.
That relates to the
That
3D thing, eh?
That relates to the 3D
Okay.
graph that we sometimes get shown, indicating the entire race. So this
Yeah.
correlates to the grade. You can see the kilometer at the bottom there. It says she's around 119 kilometers. She's
Yeah.
just past the 119 kilometer mark. And then below that is the grade percent. So
Yeah. Okay.
she's sitting around 34% grade on
Yeah.
this purple section. I think it's about an average of that. And you can see the way she's using her hands to
Yeah.
kind of climb up here, that it is very steep. The red slightly flattens out a little bit, so it's not as steep. The dark orange, I know it looks fairly similar, but is a slightly lower grade. And then the yellow is obviously the lowest percent grade, and that can be up or down. So
Yeah.
depending on which way that graph looks, correlates to obviously the grade percent on a ascent or a descent.
Cool. Yeah, so people were asking in the chat earlier about the graphs that were being shown, and that was one of them, guys. There's two types of graphs. The other one shows the more GPX type of elevation and how much of the course they've covered. So that gives you a sense of what's going on there.
And you can see Naomi is almost at the top of this climb now. I'm sure this felt never ending as well, but she is almost at the summit of Chapman's Peak, and then she will descend down and start working her way along Elfie's track, which is a beautiful trail. But I feel like I've said this a million times today. It is relentless and incredibly technical. So she will be not faced with anything much easier, but at least not as steep as almost 35%. And I'm not sure how many people in the chat and who are watching now have run up a 35% grade before or tried to run up a 35% grade before, but it is not easy. It really takes it out of you. And you can see Naomi is taking a bit of taking a little bit of time here.
There's the summit.
She looks like she's struggling a little bit, but yeah.
Oh, she's done it now.
She's there. She's made it to the top, and I'm sure this is going to be an absolutely a big relief.
Yeah.
Just to get that out the way and done. She's done most of that hard climbing, and now she's just got a lot of contouring, a little bit more climbing, and then she'll be done with the section. Again, look at how technical this is. A little bit of rock climbing, scrambling, thrown in at 120 kilometers, just to keep things interesting, you know?
So I've just been looking up the battle for the women's podium in the World Trail Majors finale, and the women's leaderboard is pretty spicy. Some of the contenders are Eve Moore from Great Britain. She's currently in 7th in the 100K. Genevieve Asseline Demer from Canada is in 9th position on the 100K leaderboard. Only 2 places back. And Junye Zheng is in 17th, and she also had a shot at getting onto that WTM podium. So it's all happening there. Are we at Elfin Trails?
We're at Elfin Trail. Alexei has reached Elfin, which means he has made his way down from Constantia Glen. He's made quick work of that section, and he is entering the aid station now, where he will see his crew for the first time since Nurek, and that feels like it was ages ago that we saw him come through there, eating his porridge. But he has made it through a really tough section of this race. I think mentally and physically it's very demanding. But Alexei has made it through and made it look really easy, and he gets to see his crew now, where he will be, filling up on water, getting some food in him, and heading out for the final stretch back to the finish line here at Gardens Tech Rugby Club.
I'm sure he'll feel very at home here as well. This aid station has been really beautifully put together by TERREX, so it's his people, and it's looking amazing. They've got a stage there. There's going to be music later, and all sorts of things going on there as the day comes through.
That's awesome. You can see he's got a towel on his head, I think. I think he put a potentially ice pack or towel on his head there to cool himself down. You can't see past the photographers. He's eating again.
I'll ask Troy. That's Troy there. See, he'll give us some updates on WhatsApp. He says it's incredibly warm there. There's not a breath of wind. This area of Cape Town is known for that southeaster never getting in there, and there's no wind anywhere today. So it's super hot down there.
It looks like he's eating a bowl of something again. I imagine it's porridge.
Do you think he's going for porridge round 2?
I mean, it's still breakfast time, technically.
Yeah, true. It feels like it's about 3 p.m., but it's not.
Quite hard to see what's going on in there, but he's eating something. He's taking his time again. I think he knows he's got a fairly comfortable lead. We haven't had word yet on Matt Bouch, who is currently in second position in the UTCT 100 mile. So we don't know if he has made it through Constantia Glen yet. Let's just double check this. Yeah, Alexei currently is still the only person who's been through Constantia Glen, so we're still waiting for Matt Bouch to make it through that point. So Alexei has got a comfortable lead, and I think as long as he can stay composed, he's pretty much got this win in the bag. But again, this is ultra running. Literally anything can happen. He's still got about 25 kilometers to go before he gets to that finish line, and he gets to stop and properly refill. But yeah, until that point, there's still a lot of work to be done, and anything can happen. So
it's getting a bit of a rub down from Troy over there.
Looks like he's got some Coke in that cup.
Yeah, looking very chilled.
Still got a towel on his head. I think he's trying to cool himself down.
We might get some footage from Hart Bay where Jasmine's coming into the aid station there shortly.
Yeah. Which will be great. It'll be great to see our women in the UT100 again. We are waiting for them down at Hout Bay. They will be coming off Carbunkelberg after that brutal climb up Souther Peak. And we are waiting for Jasmine Lowther and the other top woman. I'm just going to... Yeah. Is that Jasmine running into Hout Bay?
Should be, yeah.
There we go. If Kane, if you can hear us and if you can see what's going on there, it'd be great to see if that is Jasmine coming through.
Someone asking, well, let's wait for Jasmine. We'll field that question just now. Because she's about to go into the tent.
That is indeed Jasmine Lowther. She is running into the Hout Bay aid station there. Kane is... there, and hopefully we can get some sound on him so that he can show us what's going on in the aid
Kane,
station.
how's it going? Are you there? Can you hear us? Kane Reilly coming in over.
There we go. We've got some eyes.
Yeah.
Jasmine with her crew, local Josh. He helped Hillary Allen when she was here last time. So he knows the deal with this pacing duty, this crewing duty. But Jasmine Lowther, North Face athlete from Canada, definitely well versed in the technical trails. You can see the way she's been handling herself on these rocks. She's very much at home, but she also looks like she's doing a shoe change, or at least a sock swap, like we saw earlier.
So she's going down the Dimitri approach, which is probably clever after all the sand they've had to deal with since Llandudno, Hout Bay, Sandy Bay.
I'm not sure if we can, Kane, we can see you speaking to us, but we can't hear you. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us, and then hopefully we can sort something out.
I'll send him a text. Kane?
We can hear you very, very, very faintly, but I think it's more from the camera rather than anything. which is unfortunate because it'd be great to get some insights from you. But from what we can see, she's getting her foot rubbed down by Josh while she's washing her face and getting some food in. I'm sure she's going to get some ice on her as well. Yeah, she's going to get her feet. I think she's probably getting those sponged down, just cleaned a little bit, made sure she's got no sand in there before she puts anything fresh on.
If you're going to bother, you must do it properly.
Yeah. Yeah, fresh socks.
No friction.
She's eating some watermelon. Would be my fruit of choice.
Legendary. That stuff is just like butter.
Yeah. So it looks like she's going to spend some time here really just looking after herself after this beach section, making sure she's cleaning her feet properly. There you go. Foot dunked into the water. You can tell this crew knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
They've done this before. This is not their first rodeo.
Yeah, they're looking sharp. Yeah. Excellent team.
Go new shoes on. I think new shoes, or she might have just done a sock change like Dimitri.
Can't quite see there. We've got confirmation of oats that Alexi was still eating. You nailed it.
He
won the free coffee.
He's an oats man.
Yes.
My kind of person.
Legend.
So on the split screen now, we've got the fifth man, Dimitri.
Oh, there we go.
Making his way up what looks like Blackburn Ravine. So he is heading up towards the contour at the top there. After which he'll switch back towards Hout Bay, but he's making his way up there. While we watch Jasmine just take a bit of care, look after herself. I think she is putting on the same shoes. It looks like she's just changing her socks, but yeah, really looking after herself. I think she knows the importance of healthy feet. There's nothing worse than getting one of those giant blisters. I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen a delamination on a heel before, but it is not a pretty sight. So really looking after your feet is important.
Yeah. Okay, more watermelon.
She's got some watermelon. It looks like she's got some gummy, some sort of sour gummy sweet there. Two of my favorite things.
Ice in the front, ice in the head. Jeez, the team's working hard. There's a lot going on. And there we go. Yeah. Stuff or whatever they use. That's a good one.
Oh yeah. Fresh bottles. Fresh gels. So she's a knock athlete, which means she'll have some of the ultra fuel in her bottles. So I put in one of her gels. They have a maple syrup, which will make her feel right at home. Being the Canadian, one of them maple syrup gels that pack at 200 calories in one gel. Which
Have you
is,
tried them?
I have. They are very sweet.
Are they?
So not for me, but
I've tried the bars. I haven't tried the gel.
I like to taste different things, but yeah, different things for different folk, and she obviously manages them well. Right at home with maple syrup.
She's being managed well here. There's incredible crew working their asses off to make it all happen before she leaves.
She's got everything she needs. And, there we see Dimitri. He's made his way to the top of Blackburn Ravine. He's not getting along this plateau pass. He is chasing hard. It looks like he's good time there. Moving up. So yeah, we have this watermelon actually runs out. He's taking on a lot of watermelon.
Yeah, if you can. You know, it's the kind of thing you can just inhale, right?
Absolutely. Although it always worries me a little bit, just because it is one of those fruits that does make you bloat quite badly.
Yeah, that's true.
But incredibly hydrating, and I guess that's why they have it at that aid station. It's one of those fruits that gives you so much fluid. So yeah, she's still moving super well. Still not sure if we have any updates at the Hout Bay checkpoint, so we don't have Jasmine going through there either. So if you are following the race, just to note that you won't be seeing anyone coming through at the Hout Bay aid station. Just know that that is not working, which means if they don't pop up or if you don't see your runner coming through there, chances are they're still in the race. They just haven't been picked up with the checkpoint signal. So don't panic. We will pick them up again, probably only at Constantia Glen. But yeah, your runners are probably still fine.
Just remind me, is Bianca running the 23K
Bianca
today?
is indeed running the 23K.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Gracie asking about Bianca. If you're asking about Bianca Tarberton, she's running the 23K, which is underway. We've just heard the finish line commentators getting on the microphones there, and they're starting to get all frothed up. So the 23K top end of the field should be coming in soon. We will keep you updated on what's happening there in between all the goings on with the 100 mile and the 100K. We're multitasking as best as we can.
We've got Kane with eyes for us at Hout Bay, looking for that second woman coming through that aid station there. We're expecting it to be Antonina Yoshina, but we are not sure. We have had no insight since Rocket Road, and Ekaterina was very close on her heels at that point. So anything's to play still. We're waiting in as much anticipation as you are. So hopefully when Kane gets some sight there for us, he'll let us know.
Oh, they're together.
There we go. We've got some sight visuals. Amazing. So
right
Katerina, Antonina, they're on the beach coming out of the Hout Bay Harbour, which means they've made the descent down Kabonkerberg and are heading towards the aid station. Welcome back, Martin. Did you have a good breakfast?
I did indeed. I had 1 pain au chocolat and then 1 croissant in which I put a massive bar of chocolate, so kind of a homemade pain au chocolat too. So yeah, I'm a sucker for chocolate. There's no hiding it. And then
classic European
also,
breakfast, dude. Pastries.
There's a bit of orange juice as well. We're being well taken care of. And
lovely.
And Floris also installed a heater in my studio, which is much appreciated because I was freezing my tits off. And so now it actually smells nice. And I stopped shivering.
Oh, well, perfect. I'm happy to hear it. There we go. We've got some requests to show Antonina and Ekaterina at the checkpoint in Hout Bay. We will do our best to get those visuals to you. Currently, we are watching Jasmine Lowther make her way up the Chapman's Peak Road here towards the Old Fort before she'll head onto the trails. But we do have confirmation that Ekaterina and
there she is. We're getting
Antonina
the drone
on,
footage of her coming through the beach. So she's going to be in that aid station pretty soon. And Kane Reilly, who was in the tent just now with Jasmine in the aid station, told me that Jasmine did in fact change her shoes to more technical trail-based shoes for the sections coming up, not just her socks. So that's good to know.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So she would have lost a little bit of time at that aid station, depending on what these two athletes now coming into the aid station do. You know, they might do the same thing, change their shoes, change their socks.
Yeah, and exactly for this reason, there's the beach, and now they've got to cross the river. So it'll be interesting to see where she crosses the river here. It's probably a good call to do it at the ocean's edge. It doesn't look too deep, but you can see she is getting wet. So no real escaping the wet shoes. If you look at that camera runner, he actually went quite deep there. It's unavoidable. So you now got to add all the water into the already sand that's in your shoes.
Oh, wow. And like Antonina was just washing herself with the water. Is that like fresh water coming off that creek? Because otherwise,
that's fresh.
See water
It would
all
be
over
fresh,
yourself.
but
It would be.
No, that is fresh, Martin.
mix,
So that
right?
water's coming right off the top of Table Mountain. That's the Dyser River, which comes
okay,
right
beautiful.
off the back table where the dams are. So that's the only reason why he would have stopped for a little rinse, because it actually is
Except
fresh.
that she was doing that right where the waves were breaking. So I imagine that water was as much salt
a
as it
bit of
is
a
fresh.
mix.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it could be
a bit of a mix and a bit risky. I
But
don't
was
know if
that
I'd
her?
want.
Who was
Yeah,
that? Did she also dip in?
Antonina.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was the wisest choice, but luckily she is seeing her crew now who could probably water her down as well.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah,
we got
just
a
watching
heads up from Kane when he came to Jasmine changing shoes. It was the other way around. She changed for shoes that are actually for faster, more vulnerable terrain. From that point on.
Yeah. Interesting.
And we've also put that in the comments, but maybe Andreas, you weren't there just yet. Hannes actually had a stomach bug last night, and this is why he actually couldn't make it to the start this morning. So that was very sad and devastating news. But sadly, this is what happens. And when you have such a big field, the stats won't lie. There's always people who won't make it to the start line. Sadly, when these are the elite athletes that we anticipate to see, it creates a bit more disappointment. But I'm sure he'll come back stronger another year.
Yeah.
Right. So we just waiting for these top ladies to come into this aid station. Hopefully, we'll have some visuals on that as well. If not from Kane, then from the camera runners.
Okay, guys, I'm going to dip out for a while. I'll see you shortly.
All right. All right, looks like there's some action at the aid station. Let's see what's happening here. If I stop talking. Kane, you've got Ekaterina with you?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yep. You're up.
Cool. So yeah, second and third day female athlete just came in at the same time. Got Katrina over here is getting a full service from the TERREX team. On the other side, our other athlete went straight through, didn't get in crew from any specialized crew station, and is helping herself at the kind of just communal runners table. Cool. Katrina's out.
And Jasmine Lather now onto yet another climb. And now the sun's beating on all these runners. And more than ever, the crowds are cheering everybody up. And you can see quite a powerful stride here going up the hill.
So guys, back at the Hot Bay aid station, Antonina has now found her crew, and she's getting wiped out. She's getting the full service. In the meantime, Katrina is left, so they arrived together, and Antonina is spending a little bit more time in the aid station now.
Oh, dang. So what does that mean? Was the crew not there or not ready, or she was a bit early?
No, I think they were. I think they were just on the other side, and I think she just decided to go to the kind of communal runners table first and then to her crew. So she just did it in a different direction, but she does seem to be choosing to spend more time than Katrina. And now she's out. So I'd say after arriving together at exactly the same time, there's probably now about 45 seconds to a minute difference in leaving the Hot Bay aid station.
Okay, once again, those splits are important because, like the work you need to do to bridge that 1 minute gap after just losing it at the aid station sometimes make a bit of a difference. If you do this at every aid station. And then we get Christian Burrow from Argentina following Jasmine. And I know people in Canada are always pretty loud and present in the chat to support their compatriots. And it's good to see Jasmine here managing to break into a run again. Has she made it onto Rocket Road just yet? Is that the beginning of it, or there's more climbing?
So she's way past Rocket Road. That was before Southern
okay.
Peak. So she's come up Chapman's Peak Drive now, and she's gone through the Old Fort. So she's heading up now towards that Hurry-Trail, which leads them up towards Fluckenberg. So she's got a bit of a slog of a climb now. You can see from that graph on the bottom left-hand corner there that it's kind of a gradual climb for a while. She's got a couple kilometers of fairly douche-grady climbing, with some steeper sections interspersed there. So yeah, this is I would say a pretty tough section of the race. It's very exposed. It's pretty technical, but mostly just because it's like an unrelenting climb for quite a long way. So yeah, she's making good work of it so far, and I think she will actually pass through the point where they meet before our first woman. So you can see the split screen here, our first woman in the 100-mile race, Naomi Brunt, and we're also looking on the right-hand side, the first woman, Jasmine Latha, in the 100-kilometer race. And these trails do converge slightly further up on the trail, but I think Jasmine will reach that point before Naomi does. So I don't think they will see each other, which is a little bit sad. I always think it's great when the races can cross like that, but yeah, Jasmine looks like to be moving a little bit faster than Naomi is at the moment. So yeah, she's heading up there. She's heading towards her crew who will be waiting for her at Elfin Trail. But yeah, moving super well. Great to see Alexei, who has passed the Elfin aid station. He is on his way now towards UCT, heading up through the Elfin Trail, and he's going to head towards Cecilia Forest, up onto the Upper Contour path through Kirstenbosch and Newlands. And yeah, beautiful section, pretty covered for the most part. Sorry,
yeah,
go for it.
And look at that. The distance between first man and first woman, over 17 Ks now, with at that point, it shows Alexei is absolutely crushing.
Yeah, he's moving. He's really moving. And Alexei will be heading towards the contour path, which, contrary to popular belief, is not the easier part of the race, especially with the cover from the trees. It kind of creates a bit of a sauna effect, and it becomes very hot and humid in there. So as much as it's not direct sunlight, he's going to have to deal with quite a lot of humidity. So hopefully there's either some water en route that he can grab from streams, or he's carrying enough with him now. But yeah, he is moving incredibly well.
It's like the Duracell bunny. He just doesn't stop. And it doesn't look like he's even hurting. Like, he's just like the consistent motion. It's just, yep, that's it. He's moving. And again, it is important to repeat. He had at all time, or almost at all time, but from London though to is that to Afen? To have a pacer, Elfin.
Yep.
And
yeah, so you can pick the pacer from London. Yep.
And then
so he was one of the few who
to have
choose
nothing,
to pick one up.
to have
So
no
I
one.
think that's incredible. Yep. And Naomi, unlike Alexei, has decided to pick up a pacer. I think Aisha joined him in Scarborough, so slightly later in the race. Other runners might decide to pick someone up in Llandudno, which is around 41 kilometers for them. And then you drop them off in Elfin. That person's, you can have pacing for almost 100 kilometers of this race, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, usually we're more familiar with like the last, 60K or so on a miler to pick up a pacer. So that's a good chunk.
Yep. And there's a question actually on pacing in the comments here. Would you prefer a pacer to run in front or behind of you? In front, it can set the pace. What's the benefit of having one behind you?
Sometimes it is actually not allowed for the pacer to be in front, because then it could, like, some rules at some races, it says the pacer has to stay behind, because the purpose of a pacer is first and foremost for safety. When runners are out there and they can go a bit cuckoo after 2 nights out sometimes, and so, or getting lost. So the presence of a pacer is for safety reason, to make sure that if anything wrong happens, there's someone on site to help them out. Obviously to prevent also them from getting lost and all that thing. And then obviously what comes with such a presence of usually people you know, and they know you, so they can also cheer you up, give you some tough love to keep you going. But yeah, so obviously the byproduct of it is that having somebody who supports you and try to make you move as fast as you can. But for some races, having the pacer in front would mean that all of a sudden you get led by someone into your race, and it can be seen as a disadvantage to those who don't have the capacity of having a pacer themselves. So sometimes it's not a choice, and personally, yeah, if I had the option, I would definitely have the person in front of me, because then they can set the pace. I would trust them with pulling me at the right pace, and I would be able to, if I weren't in a good spot, completely shut down and not even look where I'm going, go tunnel vision, and try to get out of that dark spot by just following whoever is going in front of me, because again, I would trust them 100% about the pacing, about like the direction, and then possibly ask them also to remind me every 10 minutes to keep drinking, every 20 minutes to have a gel, and such things. So that would be my take.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you on all of the above. And yeah, I mean, I don't think this race is the same intensity as something like a Western States, but pacing then also becomes a very tactical game. I know running with Ingvild, it becomes a mental battle when you're potentially passing someone or someone else is passing you. You want to make your runner feel and look like they're doing incredibly well. So it's, put them in front, let them set the pace so that the runner looks like they're doing really well. So yeah, it can become quite a mental challenge as well, and quite exciting in that respect. But first and foremost, like you said, pacing was originally because of safety. In America, it kind of started there because, there's bears and a lot of wildlife, and things can get pretty scary, not from a human perspective, but just because it is truly wild there. There's a lot of wilderness, and you don't want to be caught out there alone, especially if there's bears on the prowl. So yeah, first and foremost, it starts as a safety element, and then obviously the morale and the support that you get from that as well is incredibly beneficial.
Okay, what did I miss?
Pacing talk.
Yeah.
Were you still there when Antonina and Ekaterina came into the aid station?
I was. It sounded like they were.
Yeah, Ekaterina was in and out. Yeah, Antonina spent a bit more time, left about a minute back after leaving, but again, looked pretty good equally with Ekaterina. So the race was definitely on. And as we have more runners coming into that aid station, we have a quick commercial break coming. So we'll take 5, if that, and we'll be right back with you to carry on this live broadcast. Stay with us.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The RMB Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
When I was growing up, like, I was having a passion of running, but my passion was gonna die.
What these young coaches are doing is they are living examples of what is possible.
And that's the power of the sport and the power of opportunity.
I take my time to share my life, to see my dream being played on their life.
And he is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance.
She's gonna be facing the finish line of the Gran Canaria Classic.
Our competition was stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Yeah, totally. Let's do that. Yeah. So, guys, we're back from the ad break, and we were just chatting now about the 100-mile race, which is getting incredibly spicy on the women's front. We've got visuals of Naomi here in the Hout Bay section, past Chapman's Peak. And Martin was just remarking that things are getting quite mixed up on the leaderboard there. It looks like we've got a new podium position, Caroline Hanks, who is right on her home turf in the Noordhoek area. We're just waiting for the exact split on when she comes into the Noordhoek aid station, but she's up into third. Cornelia seems to have dropped out of contention a little bit. She's gone down 2 places on the leaderboard. And Regan Allwood, also a local South African, has popped up into 4th. So we're going to keep you tightly tuned on what's happening there. Yeah, podium is up for grabs. I see, Marty, that Varvara has unfortunately is out. One of the early leaders in the 100-mile. I don't know exactly where. Silver Mine, so she probably made it to, Silver Mine. That must have been last night sometime. And Quinta Yubert, who was also in the top 5 early on, they're both out. Taryn still in 7th, okay. So Naomi's on, this stretch there. She's getting it going again. She's doing a bit of a walk-run strategy. This is quite a tricky section, trickier than it looks, I think, on the Chapman's Peak contour. She's almost 120 k's into this monstrous effort.
Yeah.
She looks like she's in quite a lot of pain. Things are getting real. It's getting warm out there. They're still on the ocean side of the western side of the peninsula, so they might be getting some breezes, but it's definitely warming up before they cross over. And yeah, she's hurting, huh?
Yeah, I feel like it started kicking in right after that aid station after Long Beach when, she stopped for a while, and then we could see clearly when she started to try and run again on the road, like things just didn't click the same way she was running coming into the aid station. So I don't know if this is a coincidence or whatnot, but might have been a bit of a change at that point.
Yeah, she seemed so composed on the beach, with this morning, just like really focused and together and consistent. And yeah, things are looking a lot tougher since then. But like we always say, it's who survives the best. So everyone's in a tough place here. They've all got 120 k's in their legs approximately, so it's who survives the best. There's a really nice visual of the river, so you can see that dark water. That is the fresh water. It's a little bit higher upstream before it's met onto the ocean water, which is right at the edge. And that's the Dyser River just before the Hart Bay aid station, which is just there off the beach to the right. The men have the leading men have just come into the EX23. It was a sprint down on the field between Anderson and Gube, who came second. And he was overtaken on the way down from Dead Man's Tree in a super tight race in the EX23. So that's just happened.
Oh man, that would have been a tough one.
Yeah. So we're getting a really nice view here from the drone of Hart Bay, 360 degree, giving us a real sense of the mountains that they've got to climb after they leave the Hart Bay aid station. There's all the trails up there which lead over the neck to Flackenberg and then eventually down into the Constantia wine region.
Here we might be waiting for Alexei.
Yeah, hopefully we can catch up with him. It's now, okay, here we've got a bit of a recap.
Replay.
guys.
So this is just bringing up to speed where we almost up to the present here, showing the 100K race. And we are back live up above Hart Bay, where
Who
we're
are we
hopefully going to
catching
pick up a
here?
runner.
Maybe 4th and 5th female? Could that be right?
I'm just trying to get a sense of exactly where we're at. Seems a bit too far up the field for that if it's above Hart Bay, but I might be wrong about where we're at. It's glitching a bit.
Okay, well, anyway, we have an interview of Dimitri
I am
and
sportsman at
Katerina.
TERREX
Let's
team,
hear it.
and I will run 100K in this beautiful Cape Town.
Hi, I'm Dimitri. I will run 100K. I am run for Adidas TERREX team. Yeah, I'm very happy being back to here, but this year I will run third time. Before 2 times I won. This race for me is very nice race. I love these trails, technical trails. In this race, every year a lot of strong guys. Yeah, I love Cape Town, but every year it's a very interesting race.
Favorite parts? It's so difficult. It's so difficult question because I don't know. For example, hard part for me, it's vertical kilometers when we go to the Table Mountains. It's so hard because for me it's all time we had strong windy, but the view is perfect, but it's so hard. And my favorite part, maybe, I don't know. It's all parts so interesting because hard part uphill on Table Mountains and hard part downhill from the Table Mountains because it's so crazy. But I really love technical parts. Yes, you can enjoy, and I think in the middle of the day I like hot weather. For me, it's not so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, here a lot of guys love running. We love run too, but this place is very wonderful for running. A lot of very different trails, but it's very friendly people. But we're very happy every year back to here.
About food, here it's amazing because you can choose what you want, and I think it's perfect food. And yeah, but my favorite, I don't know, it's so hard to say because I really like avocado. Here a lot of avocado, fruits, here a lot of fruits, yeah. But it's amazing because I really like what you want, you can find. And here so fresh food, yeah, and healthy.
Oh, this is gold. Like the positive vibes coming out of these two is just unreal.
Yeah, very cool to hear them, their insights into their South African journey, which has been a few years now. And interesting to hear Katerina say that she thrives in the heat, eh? So that will be a benefit, I think, for her today. It's heating up, and if anyone needs to know how to operate in the heat, it's going to be the next few hours. So watch this space.
And so again, if you're following the results on Sport Tracks, there's been a bit of a glitch. I don't know if you guys talked about it already, but between Hout Bay and Rocket Road, there's a bit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, just it's a little bit inconsistent. It's not necessarily always picking up. the accurate info between Rocket and Hot Bay. So it looks like Matt Bouch and Jerome van der Schaar have both gone through Constantia Glen on their way to Elfin Trails, and they were only separated by 10 minutes. You know, when you're tired and you've run 120 odd Ks and you're vying for a podium spot at the 100 miler, that's not a lot.
No, because from Constantia Glen to the finish, how many Ks do we get?
I'd say they've still got about
trying to figure it out.
They're going to be 20 odd still. 25.
Yeah, so,
we'll look it up and confirm, but it's still a significant amount. You know, there's
if it's 20 plus, like 10 minutes, it's only 30 seconds per K, and at a 100-mile pace, it's super easily achieved, either because somebody has a low patch or somebody else is actually like pounding 2 gels at a time and feeling good about it. Yeah. So wow,
exactly.
Okay, we're gonna have an exciting finish in the miler with the second and third podium positions.
Yeah.
Not for first, definitely not. I feel like Alexei could finish in moonwalk and would still win it, take it home for the second time.
Yeah.
What a master class! Like, he just did his thing, trusted.
Yeah.
His experience, his knowledge of the course now, and obviously managed to build up his fitness the right way as well. Because as much as you can have course knowledge and past successes, like, to back it up over and over again, because that he's on the third attempt at this race with a second place 2 years ago. Oh, last year, 2 years ago, last year a win, and then this year on it very well on the way to take a second win. It's pretty solid for Alexei, and it's good to see also big crowds in the chat supporting him as he deserves it.
Absolutely.
And then back with the female runner in the miler. So again, Naomi Brand with her pacer are still moving on that contour trail. And Carrie-Anne is about 20 minutes back at this point. And as you were mentioning, Karen Hanks has moved up the rankings to be on the podium. We're still waiting for her to go to Nordhook to have a clear understanding of the split between Carrie-Anne and Caroline. But we'll keep you updated on that. And when it comes to the 100K, again, because there's a bit of a glitch with the ranking, it feels though as oh no, I can't. I'm not even gonna attempt to try and.
It's gone crazy, man. Nothing's making sense. Yeah, we're gonna have to just be a little bit patient with that and wait for our next. We should be fairly soon getting some intel. I think it'll be
Constantia
Glen, right? As they drop over the top 100%. Of the neck. So we'll just hope that timing mat kicks in there, and then we'll start getting intel at the top of the leaderboard for the 100K, which I'm sure is going to be quite spicy. The guys up at the front there were Thibaut in third when we last heard, and Miguel in second. And if Hugo is still on fire, he'll be up the front. So it'll be interesting to see the time splits and the gaps that are happening there, whether it's tight or whether he's actually pulled a bit more of a lead.
Well, it looks like there's only 700 meters between Hugo and Miguel. So Miguel might be creeping back up onto Hugo, taking advantage of that long, kind of gradual downhill into Constantia Glen. Again, the last images that we had of Hugo didn't see no sign of fatigue, no sign of fading, but I don't know. There's something going on because they're not too far from one another based on the GPS trackers once again. So not 100% guaranteed. As you were saying, we'll see the splits at the aid station. Perhaps even we'll have a visual. And then Thibaut was in third, but he's much further back. His he's covered 66.3, while Hugo has covered 69.8.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, and so if this is correct, we're going to get some. They're dropping down quickly to Constantia in those front two, and yeah, from the looks of things, not far off each other. And so yeah, exciting.
Yeah, and then again, battle for fourth. Dima and Michelino are probably, they could probably see each other at that point, which is gonna definitely make the race even more exciting and force probably one of them to throw it down a little more, if not both of them, which could beneficiate them both, because I mean Thibaut is still a bit ahead, but we don't know in what state. And back on the images, because I have my head glued to the other screen to try and find the stats for you. But looking at what's happening, Ekaterina is moving super well right there.
Wow. Yeah, she is looking like a powerhouse, eh? Incredible. Up this very steep climb. So very, very cool to see that. She's in good shape.
Yeah, she's moving with purpose. There we go.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
awesome.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay.
Sorry, it's right over.
Okay,
We
he's
don't know
already
exactly,
second
but it's
man.
great to have a visual.
Stomach.
Say it again.
I tried to
that
listen
was
to
our
what the
cameraman.
camera runner was saying back to the studio. But then did.
I think they're going to do a quick swap. And they're going to get the biker on the camera there, so they should be able to keep right up with Miguel there through the winelands.
Okay, but the big question is, because we had Miguel on the images, so did the camera runner miss Hugo, or did Miguel was the first to come through, and therefore this is the one that they've put on the, actually on the screen? So hard to tell at that point. Miguel is still from the GPS tracker. No, that is accurate, because right now on the map he's close to the road, which is exactly where we saw him. So they would probably just have missed Hugo, and Miguel would still be running in second.
Yeah, I think that sounds like most probable. Hopefully we'll get that feedback up shortly.
I mean, I want drama to happen.
Don't worry, it's coming. There's still 28 Ks to go in that race. They've got to still deal with the 400 stairs that are hidden away in the forest above Kirstenbosch. Have you run that little stretch?
Kirstenbosch is when they get before
on the contour and inside the forest, and there's a section which suddenly goes up, and it's called the 400 stairs. So that's the biggest climb once they've been on the contour for a little bit past Kirstenbosch, and then they drop then they're back on the contour for a bit, and then they drop all the way down into UCT. And then the next and last big test is the blockhouse climb, which is a monster. So plenty of drama still, I'm sure, is in store. Let's see. Okay, I think this is the biker who is regained Miguel as he is in Bo Constantia here.
Oh, and it's cool. Look, the camera mountain biker is going to give us a gauge of how far ahead. No, we lost reception. But I was hoping that we could actually keep going so we could see how far ahead Hugo was. But that confirms, since the camera maker did carry on past Miguel, then it confirms that Miguel is in second. And our Frenchie, Hugo Deck, who had a really bold start, wasn't faking it. He is in good form, and so far leading this RMB UTCT 100K in style. And is that a visual of Matt? Did he change back into a black t-shirt again, or?
Yeah. They're saying it's Matt dropping into the forest there.
Maybe not.
They're keeping us on our toes here.
Last time we saw him, it was with the orange t-shirt, right?
Yes. So should still be in that because because he's still hasn't been to Alphen, which would have been the only place he could have changed.
Okay, so maybe that was a cheeky move from the production just to keep us on our toes. And speaking of toes, look at Ekaterina dancing down that trail. This is beautiful. Like she, she wasn't lying when she said she liked technical. She's moving very smoothly on that section.
Yeah.
Once again, look at that view coming out of that gully. Whew.
Yeah, that is awesome. That's the Sentinel Peak, which is overhanging one of the big wave surf spots in the world called Dungeons. Beautiful view of that. Not far away, we're seeing Naomi also making her way towards that very same view. Their courses are about to intersect.
All right, a few transitions here. Bear with us. There we go. There is the orange T-shirt of Matt.
There you go. And I think he's still with AD, who's been pacing him diligently for miles and miles now. And they will be making their way down past to the Alphen, to the TERREX Alphen Trails aid station shortly.
And I'm impressed because he's not carrying anything. Doesn't even have a handheld, does he?
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I remember that actually, now that you mention it. No backpack. Just the guy's beast, man. He's just rolling. He's like, he just does every event. He runs the events, then he paces. Like people have been putting in the comments the kind of stuff that's coming up on his race calendar. I'm worried actually that he's just going to break into pieces sometime, but he's made of strong stuff, this man.
Wow, awesome.
Okay, here we go. They're arriving at the TERREX Alphen Trails. Look at this setup here. This is just phenomenal. Right in the heart of the green belts of the southern suburbs of Cape Town. There's so much going on here, so much to enjoy. The crowds are gathering and cheering Matt Barch, local South African, into the mix in second position in the 100-mile.
Yeah, and word on the street is that now that piece of land belongs to Germany. It's been acquired and flags are planted. Are you going to go in with the drone? And that would be sick.
Yeah, that'll be pretty amazing. Hopefully we get a camera runner in there shortly. He's trying to zoom. Wow. Okay.
Wow. Damn, this is proper skills in there.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. We've got our correspondent on the ground getting there. He's not quite there yet. Oh, yeah, I see those. Classic. Kane is on his way, but he's not there yet. So we will wait for him to get some proper intel. In the meanwhile, we will enjoy the fashion that's on offer in the tent. I've never seen a pair of Father Christmas overalls. I suppose Christmas is around the corner, hey?
Yeah, it's coming up soon.
Have you got your Christmas jersey with the reindeer on the front?
Yeah.
Do you go in for that kind of thing? Matching jerseys? I can't.
Like the more ridiculous, the better for me. So I'm actually surprised I haven't done that yet.
Okay, you got to go and watch Bridget Jones then and get inspired.
Yeah. No, I totally got the reference, and I was just trying to think like, how can I this pull it off? But I might get red flagged and cancelled by Ruth on this one.
I feel like this is a great conversation for me to join in on. Ugly Sweater Club, come on. Martin, I'm gonna have to invite you and Ruth over when you're back, and we're just gonna have to have maybe a Christmas in July, but a mandatory uniform is an ugly sweater. Everyone's got to have an ugly Christmas sweater.
There we go, guys. I can't wait. You've got to post it up. I can't wait to see that.
All right, life goal until then, find the ugliest sweater
jersey.
Because whatever competition you're throwing between runners, you know it's going to be like high level. And everybody's going to bring their A game for it.
We don't back down.
Uglysweaters.com. Search it up.
It looks like Aisha's got her phone out there, which I imagine she's playing Naomi voice notes from loved ones, family, coach. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We can't obviously hear that, but I know that is something that she likes to do for herself in races, is get friends and family to send voice notes for her during the race that she either plays for herself or she gets her pacer to do for her, which is always just a nice little pickup, you know. Again, pacer's job is there for emotional motivation and support, and that's exactly what she's doing there, is helping her along with the
I think it's actually a very cool strategy. Like if you think of the New York Marathon, where you're able to send in a voice note and people can patch in and send you some motivation that comes up on a screen on the side of the race. It's incredible. It's powerful, very meaningful. So it's a great idea. Actually, you think that's super cool. You're getting some intel from the rest of your community as you on the go. And I think she needs it right now.
Yeah,
I don't know if you were here, but we were just discussing after you stepped out that she's looking tired. She's looking sore.
Yeah.
But things are getting real.
Again, those voice notes are fantastic. But again, with the assumption you have good friends. Because if I was receiving those voice notes, I'll tell you, it'd be like, move your ass. Did you sign up for a Nordic walking competition? I would get absolutely hammered. And I'm not sure that would lift my spirits.
I hear you, dude. That reminds me of Paddy. What's his surname again? Yeah, Paddy O'Leary, who gave his phone to Laura. Do you remember in the UTMB the one year? Laura, who's become a viral sensation and has got an incredibly wicked sense of humor. So he said, take over my Instagram and just keep everyone updated. And she totally lambasted him, brilliant. She just
it was like the roast. Like, you know those roastings? That's what she did to him. And it was brilliant.
That's what launched her, I think.
It was for a race in,
maybe it
was it
wasn't
Mount
UTMB.
Fuji? I think it was Mount Fuji.
Okay. Yeah,
100.
he loved it though because he's got such a wicked sense of humor. So he's more like she's more like your mates, full roast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But again, with Paddy, he would definitely take it the right way and crack up.
Yeah. He loved it. It was super funny. I read it all afterwards and scrolled through it. It was just like super cool. Okay, I think one of our cycling cameramen is trying to catch up with possibly the leader of the 100K, because they were maybe gone past Miguel, and maybe they're now trying to catch Hugo because they're moving.
Yeah, they are moving indeed.
Yeah, so they're on a bike. This is a perfect. They can go quickly through here. This is a nice biking single track. Yeah. There we go. Is that someone in there?
So on the GPS trackers, at least Miguel is at the aid station and Hugo's gone past. So let's see who we catch there. I think.
This does look like Miguel. He's definitely not wearing the classic white and orange of the TERREX runners.
Yeah.
So that must be Miguel.
Yeah.
Oh man, just when we caught up, we lost the image. No.
So, like you were saying, just looking at some splits here, Alexi, barring any crazy wild mishaps, is got almost an hour on Matt now that we've got the timing split from Alphen Trail. So in the 100-mile, I think, like we were saying earlier, he's got this. He can moonwalk it in, and he's looking good. And we'll check how that looks in the second and third positions once Jerome comes into Alphen Trail, which might be pretty soon.
So we have a quick commercial break coming up, and this is going to be the perfect opportunity for us to do the math in the shadows, in the background, to get a gauge of the time and the splits, to have a good understanding of where Miguel and Hugo are, and possibly actually getting close to a potential course record. So we'll figure that one out. Enjoy the advert, and we'll be right back with you. So stay with us.
Years ago, Ultra-trail Cape Town approached us to clear some trails. Then the partnership with RMB came along. We're here to represent the users, take care of the ecology, the fauna and the flora. RMB are sponsoring a number of projects. Friends of Table Mountain, the Sugarbird Project, Live to Run, and the Sustainable Cedar Project in the Cedarburg is very much aligned to our value system of taking care of the environment. Together with our partners, RMB and UTCT, we are committed to making Table Mountain better.
What an amazing performance.
Accomplishment words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line. Your 2024 champion.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe, built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphic Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
Fuck, I mean, if he's just going for the win already, that would be probably one of the best results in his career.
And we're back here. So we've got Jerome, who's coming into the TERREX Elephant Trail, and he's looking great. Still moving super well. He's passing someone, or is that his crew that's running with him into the aid station? It's a bit hard to tell with the lag here. So here we've got just a little recap on where we are at the moment with the UTCT UT100. This is the women's ranking currently, and this is now finally we've got some updates from Hout Bay at that checkpoint. Jasmine Latha went through there in first in 6:45. Ekaterina Miteev and Antonina Yoshina went through about the same time in 6:58, and then local Sam Reilly. Rounding out that, bringing in that South African flag into that top 5 is awesome to see. So she came in 7:06. And Eva Spurger, she has climbed the ranking steadily all day, and she is now in that top 5. and she went in almost at the same time as Sam. So very close together. It's awesome to see. And again, yeah, Emily Jock, technically a local lady, although she is American, but she has made Cape Town her home. So I guess we've got a half a claim there too. And then on the men's side, the UT100, we have Hugo Deck from France. He has gone through Constantia Glen in 7:36:41. So he is currently in the lead, followed by Miguel Arsenio, and he is following Hugo in Constantia Glen. He's just behind, roughly 8 minutes behind there. Thibaut Garivier, fellow Frenchman from Hugo, and his last timing point is at Hout Bay still. So we're still waiting for him to come through at Constantia Glen, but we expect him to be chasing hard. He looked really good. And Dimitri and Michelino are rounding out that top 5. So it's great to see. And then a special shout out to Brandon Halley, who is our first South African in that ranking, coming in at 10th.
And since we're doing shout out, I want to say also the shout out to our Frenchie, Alexis Rosset. And the reason is that he's one of our regular French speakers in a lot of ultra running races. And yeah, he's an absolute legend. He's a hell of a cracker. Like, man, he has jokes like no other. Sometimes some of them should be canceled, but this is the beauty of the live. He says it before he gets canceled. Yeah, he's crushing it. 7th in that race so far. So yep, shout out to Alexis. And
also shout out to Alexis' crew, because Hugo Serret, who is Alexis' crew, was actually supposed to be running today, but unfortunately he also seems to have caught whatever is going around. Instead of calling it a day and staying at home, he's out here supporting his friends. So super cool. Shout out to Hugo for doing that, for being there. That's really awesome. But yeah, unfortunately he was not able to make that start line.
Well, then I suspect Alexis 100% to have poured whatever gutter water into Hugo's drink so he could actually have a crew chief. Whatever it takes, man.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely. Like we say, we're all ultra competitive, yeah.
Damn right.
So it looks like we've got a bit of confusion here about where she is supposed to be going. She should be heading further up that road and not turning off anytime soon. So hopefully they figure that out.
Yeah.
So before we went into our break, you were mentioning that we were looking at potential records this year.
Yes.
The route has been changing over the years, so there's a couple different iterations of the race, and yeah, curious to see whether Hugo
is lost here.
Yeah, so she needs to go straight there. She's not turning up. If she was turning up left onto that trail, she'd be following the 55K route. So hopefully they know to carry on going straight. They need to head on up towards Blackburn and then go up, and then they'll come back to link onto that trail. But yeah, hopefully she doesn't turn up left there.
This is what we're talking about when we say local knowledge, local advantage. It's like you don't even question it. This is like where you're going.
Yeah. Well, hopefully her camera lady will help there in just making sure that she knows where she's going. But yeah, back to that UT100 record on the men's side. The most similar route to the route that the guys are running this year is the route that was run last year, and that was won by Dimitri. And as of now at Constantia Glen, Hugo is ahead of those splits that Dimitri was running next year. So there's a possibility, and we might need to get Stu to confirm here what the official race course record is, but based off of the different route iterations, we would see potentially a new course record set on this route. Potentially not an overall course record, because Jim Wormsley has that currently the fastest all-time finisher in 9:47:20 back in 2021. So yeah, it's an interesting topic, and at the moment we're seeing him, Hugo, running ahead of Dimitri Spitz from last year. Whether or not that means a course record or not is still to be decided. Hopefully we can get some confirmation from Stu on that topic.
Guys, very exciting news is that we've broken the 1,000 mark. So thanks for joining us on the live stream, guys. 1,029 people are live. They're commenting, they're liking, and getting involved. It's all about community. So thanks for getting involved. Keep it coming, guys. We're hotting up, and more people are going to stream to the finish. They're going to stream into the stream. Subscribe and stay with us. Stay tuned.
They're going to stream into the stream. We're going Inception here. It's like...
Totally, dude. It's going to get weird.
Oh, no, she's coming back and going up.
What is going on?
I think she's going on the wrong route. No, she needs to go back.
So
has this just happened, or has she done this already?
No. It's been at least 5 minutes that they've been kind of faffing around trying to find the right way. Oh.
Oh dear. Well, I hope she figures out what's going on there.
Oh, that's tough. That's the worst feeling when you second guess yourself and then you. Oh.
Well, and especially she's got the course runner watch.
Yeah.
So I'm unsure.
And she was following the flag, so I'm not sure where the confusion was there. Maybe there's a flag that's fallen down somewhere and she felt like she was off route. I'm not sure, but no one else seems to have had an issue. So hopefully she can figure that out.
Yeah. Guys, just so that you know, in the studios, Marty and Toni, I think we're doing an acceptable job because we've actually got a couple of matriculants who are meant to be studying for exams, but they're actually tuning in.
Sick.
So they're avoiding their work and listening to us instead. So we'll take it.
So
welcome, guys.
We're all proud of that job. I mean, first of all, I'm French, so whenever something is wrong, I'm responsible. So being responsible for failed exams, we've been responsible for low productivity in the office because that tab was always open in the background and people were listening. That's what it's all about. You can't shut down passion. You can't shut down the excitement around a trail running race. And with this coverage that we're having and we're providing to you yesterday and today, it is once again a window into that sport that only a few years back was completely impossible. And we're super stoked to have this opportunity, again, to step up the live coverage in terms of imagery, in terms of team on the ground, technology. I mean, look at this. As much as this is so unfortunate,
she's gone
this would totally go unnoticed if we didn't have the live coverage. And right now, we're experiencing the distress that an ultra runner could face in those situations.
Do you think she's got a mix-up in her mind between the 100-mile course intersects there?
No, but the 100-mile course is further up, so she's got to keep that trail all the way to the climb up towards Blackburn Ravine.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what's happened there, how she's missing those flags, but she's struggling.
This is Hugo Deck, who's just come in, guys, at the head of the 100K race in Constantia in Alphen Trails. So it's very exciting. I saw him just come in there.
If you can hear us.
And
Kane,
are you there?
Already.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Kane, hit us up.
So 5 seconds. So he's not waiting around. He looked really good running in, got inside, got some ice, got what he needed, and he was out of here. Didn't seem like there was any need for a pep talk or anything like that. He's flying, absolutely flying.
Wow. Okay, cool, man. Thank you for that. Keep us posted with any other activities going on there.
Cool. I'll let you know in the second day now.
Okay, shot. I see a TERREX there.
Lots happening here.
We've also
TERREX. Live coverage stage over there. And beautiful music. And awesome to see quite a large amount of people come out to spend the day here and watch the runners come through.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Kane.
Cheers, guys.
There we go. Ekaterina seems to have passed the point that was confusing her. I hope she keeps going along here now. We can see the flags, so the flags don't seem to be the issue, but maybe she's getting confused with the 100 mile, like you said.
Hopefully she's going to make that hairpin to the left and regain her track. Okay, we'll keep a close eye on this. Shame, man. That's such a horrible feeling. Your stomach just drops when that happens, eh?
Oh, we've got the whole family here supporting Mad Badge. We've got Dan and Deborah.
Yeah, come
Deborah's
on, guys.
back in the house.
Come on, have you got any other siblings? Bring them on.
I love
Do you have
the
any other
family.
children, Deborah? Where are they? Amazing, guys. Amazing.
Here we're back seeing Naomi Brandt, first woman of the 100 mile race. She's been paced by Aisha, and yeah, she's looking a bit sore. She's still moving, but yeah, definitely taking some strain on this section here. Ooh, yep.
Whew. You don't want to drop on that side of the trail.
No, absolutely not. So yeah, she's just passing Blackburn Ravine, and then she's going to be dropping down onto the trail that connects to the PT55 and the UTCT 100 kilometer UT100. So she'll be connecting onto that trail fairly soon.
I've already done the loop. We'll come back around them.
Yeah, so it's a bit confusing because if I'm looking at the GPS trackers, and once again, they are not always accurate, but it shows like Jasmine in first, Antonina in second, and then Eva Sperger would be in third, Samantha Reilly in fourth, fifth, Emily Jock, and then Ekaterina would be in sixth. And they all seem to be moving, but they're all following the track. So I'm really hoping not something bigger happened to Ekaterina that would have led to lose that much time that all of a sudden she fell back in sixth. So it will take a wee while because technically we don't have another timing point until Constantia Glen, sorry.
Yeah.
But I hope this is wrong, because that would be devastating news.
Yeah, very devastating.
Yeah, so I checked with the boss, and he says like we can't say it's a different route in many ways. When talking about the potential course record with Hugo on the 100K, perhaps that Jim ran down Constantia Nick, and now we go down London to Reven. And so it's just like there's not technically a CR for this revised route. So we can take this as a gauge of pace, but technically we can't really talk about a potential new course record.
Yep. So we are following the second man here into the Elfin aid station. He is Miguel Arsenio. He is running super well as well. And he is coming down now into the TERREX Elfin aid station, where he will see his crew for the first time in a little while.
Should we see if we can patch into Kane? Kane, we see that Miguel is coming in there. Are you live? Hola, Kane.
Awesome to see how many people have come out today. The dinosaurs are out.
Yeah.
Great energy, great vibe.
Live dinosaur emojis.
Well, so far there's no sign of Kane on that one.
No, he's
So
gone
we'll just
dark
have to
ops.
split, really.
it didn't feel like too long. I think he's held it kind of pretty
no.
well.
It was
Right?
at 7:59:03, and right now it is 8:06:30.
Okay. So if we talk about that, because I think he probably left about 5-ish minutes out behind Hugo after the hot bay aid. So not much change. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe a minute.
He's gonna probably have like 3 or 4 sushis, wash them down with a bit of water.
Standard protocol for Miguel.
And off he'll go. There's a bit of a. Oh wow, he said no.
No sushi.
I think. No. I think he had the ice bandana around the neck, and he took it off. That would be very surprising. I think I must have misread that, but he had something around the neck, and he just chose to take it off. Maybe he's going to put it back on, or maybe it was empty. It was the previous one. Hard to tell. We're back for just a second here with our female leader in the 100-mile race. Once again, that started yesterday, 4:30 local time, and Naomi Brand here in the lead. Technically going through a bit of a rough patch, but still moving. And there we go. Back to second place in the 100K. Miguel Arsenio from Portugal, ex-pro cyclist, and truly has his breakout year in traveling last year when he won, was it Transgran Canaria? And I think he won another big race.
Who was that, Miguel?
Yep.
Yeah, Miguel Arsenio.
I'll tell you now. Yeah, I looked up his stuff. He won the Swiss Canyon 114K.
Swiss Canyon, that's right.
Yeah, he won the Ultra Pyrenees 100K in 2023. And he won the Maxi race in Annecy 87K as well that year.
That's right.
So
That's right. Yes.
He is bombing it. Did he used to be a cyclist?
Yeah. He did a lot of mountain biking when he was younger. For almost 10 years, I think. And then he broke out into pro, but I think that was only for 1 year in 2015, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. And then he moved into trail running.
Wow. Tony, the running Dutchman had a question for you. It's they're asking about Naomi and how she prepared for this race. Could you give us a bit of insight into that? And also saying that she's having a bad year so far. Is she taking revenge for that today? So could you maybe elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think Naomi's had a tough year, and she will be the first one to admit that. But by no means without its successes as well. And I think she's also not very good at giving herself credit where credit is due. She's very hard on herself, and sometimes I think she should celebrate her wins better. But yeah, indeed, her big goal races obviously were UTMB, and she didn't manage to have the race that she wanted to have there. And I think, this is definitely her redemption race. I think this is home soil. She's been here before. She's done this race before. So she definitely wants to come here and have a race that she can be proud of.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I think I hope she's going to be proud of this, because it looks like she's having to push through quite a lot of pain at the moment, but she's still moving really well. And I think, she's still keeping on with that forward motion, and she's the most mentally resilient person I know as well. So, I do think this is her redemption race. In terms of preparation for this race, she's been down in Cape Town for a little while. She moved to New Zealand with her partner Xavier Brill a little bit earlier, in around 2020. Actually, they moved to New Zealand. But they've spent a significant amount of this year traveling. So they spent some time in Chamonix, preparing for the UTMB, and she had an incredible build-up for that. And again, after UTMB, she took her time to recover and has since had a pretty great build for this too. So, she has the training, she's got the local knowledge. I think she just needs to put the pieces together. And hopefully today is that for her.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome. Thanks for that.
And then moving into the men's into that RMB UTCT miler, I'm looking at the splits of Alexei, who's now gone through Nursery Ravine in 1826. Last year, when he also won, he went through in 1906.
Wow.
So 1826.
That's more than half. That's half an hour.
That's 40 minutes.
Does that mean he's on for the record? Could he take down that record of the Flying Greek?
So remind me what you said the split was there at Nursery Ravine?
So last year he was 1906. And this year he just went through in 1826.
So he's but he's also ahead of course record then. So Fotis, when he ran this race, he went through Nursery Ravine in 1837. So he's almost 11 minutes ahead of that course record.
Down on it.
Yeah. So Alexei's having an incredible race today. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we were kind of noticing that, like he was just moving consistently and looking good, but I think we didn't appreciate like what he's accomplishing today. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, incredible. Well, let's hope he can keep that gap on the course record and take it down. It'll be amazing for him. I'm sure he will be over the moon if he can do that.
And the way he's been handling himself at all the aid stations, you know, he's not rushed anything. It looks like he's really taken the time to sit down, refuel, really taking the time to care for himself. And I think that's paying off in the latter half of the race now. And I really hope for him that he keeps this pace because it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Quick look at the rankings here. South Africa is absolutely crushing it. And I got Naomi in first. Carrie-Anne not too far back, but still a bit of a gap. Caroline Hanks moving up in third place. Regan Allward in fourth. And then Cornelia Oswald, who was in third for quite some time, is now in fifth. And then in the men's, as you can see, we're talking about the man, maybe soon to be the legend, Nursery Ravine, 18:26:52. 11 minutes down on the previous course record and 40 minutes down on his time on his split last year. Phenomenal race by the Adidas TERREX runner. But also other people are having the day of their lives. Matt Bo is in the house as well, 18:39 at Alphen Trail. And 11 minutes back is Jérôme van der Scheeg. So it is not over and the fight is still on, like Donkey Kong for second place. These two still have a ways to go. Woo!
Yeah.
Yep.
10 minutes. So there we're getting a nice split screen, which shows us that very clever graph of the difficulty of the section that Naomi's on. She's coming around the corner to join onto the stretch leading towards Flackenberg. You can see there, is that not giving us a sense of where Katerina could have turned right and should have gone straight up?
Very potentially.
Yeah, right, because they do that. They do the double hairpin, then they go there, and
but then
she should have turned left, and I think she went. Yeah. Anyway, theory.
While we're watching Naomi here making her way towards Lappenberg and the Constantia Glen aid station, maybe we can just give a quick shout out to our EX23K runners who are finishing up now. We can see and hear them coming into the finish line here, Max Klua on the mic. But it was an incredible race and super, super close. So our top three in the men's side, Siboniso Sudoka, he's a New Balance runner, primarily a road runner, but he actually competed for South Africa at the Innsbruck World Trail Champs in the classic mountain running event. And he is our champion here today in 2:03:29. And he was followed very, very closely by Peter Dube. Did I say that right?
I think so, yes. Yeah.
In 2:03:51. So that was a really close race.
And he apparently overtook him in between Dead Man's Tree and the finish.
I mean,
Yeah.
nail-biting stuff. I'm super excited. And then that was followed by Nicholas Anema in 2:13:56. And if you saw what this guy was wearing, I was at the finish line when he came through. He was in I don't even know what. It looked like those suits that you wear to hide yourself in the ground when you're playing paintball, like full camo, long sleeve, long pants, super baggy. So I don't know how he did that. Very impressive because it is hot out there.
Wow. Was it a one piece?
Which is incredible. I don't know.
Skin suit. Camo skin suit.
It was a bit baggier than a skin suit, but
Okay.
yeah, it was intense. And then on the women's side, we have the local legend Bianca Tarboten. She finished in 2:19:17, and she was 4th overall. So she finished 4th overall. Then we had Alina Daxbook in 2:40, and Karina Swagers in 2:42:12. So again, and 4th place again behind that was also super close. So really tight race for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the women's race. And yeah, it's a super cool vibe down here at the race village. Max on the mic, everyone out here with family and friends coming to cheer in their runners. So it's great. And if you're around, come hang out. We're going to be welcoming our UT100 winners and apparently Alexei very soon in the UTCT 100-mile race. So come around if you've got nothing to do on your Saturday afternoon, or if you do have something to do, change plans, because there's no better place to be than
What better thing could you be doing instead of being out there and witnessing a potential new course record on this RMB UTCT 100-mile? We have asked the studio and where Alexei was, and apparently we're gonna have eyes on him when he gets to university, 8 stations. So we're definitely eagerly waiting for that, because we do have the split of the course record, and we'll see if he's still below course record pace. He was 11 minutes down at Nursery Ravine. So yeah, it's history. Ooh, cramp. Oh, that was a big step.
Whew. Saved it.
This is tricky because, again, on that trail, you took a bit of a tumble on the left-hand side, and wow, you land in the water right there.
Yeah, totally.
So we've just got some intel, Marty, on what's called a ghillie sniper suit.
Oh, there we go.
That someone's put in the chat here. Juan, thanks for sharing that. This is what this dude was wearing, and we've actually found a photograph of him at the finish line, which we're going to try and share.
This is at the start of the race.
Oh, right.
So this is before the race started. So go and check out the Instagram.
It's on the UTCT Instagram, and it's kind of a crazy situation that he's got going on there. It's next level. I've never seen anything like that. I didn't realize Saturday was dress up day. Clearly, it is.
Apparently
so. We didn't get the memo.
Next year.
Yeah.
Well, who knows? Maybe he knows something we don't.
Yeah, that's maybe how I got into that excellent position. 3rd overall, I think it was, by being undetected. I respect that. I love dressing up myself. And I have been known to dress up in a running race before. It was a 3-day stage race that we did that we used to be very popular in the Cape, called the African X. It was, and day 2 was always dress up day. They encouraged everybody to dress up for the whole run. and they were offering like insane cool prizes. I mean, there was like a Sunto top of the range watch was the prize, and it was a team race, so there's two of you. So I said to my partner, Hayden Hobbs, who's actually running the 100-mile today, I said, listen, don't worry, I've got this. I'll bring the dress up. So I went to the local Chinese store and I bought these Pharaoh outfits, like these unbreathable, made of polyester, like crazy, Tutankhamun headpieces, and golden hot pants is what we wore. And it was nuts, dude. I nearly died of sweating so much in that headgear, but I never took it off. And it turns out we won the Sunto watches. It was worth every minute, every droplet of sweat that we shed that day. That was pretty fun. But he still never forgave me for making him wear that damn thing for 35 kilometers. Anyway,
Damn, good effort.
Yeah. Some nice support for Michael Obery, local boy who's busy getting it done in the 100-mile. I don't know if you've met Michael, but he's one of the outspoken guys who is an incredible, vibrant part of the trail and road running scene in Cape Town. He hails from Woodstock, and he is always busy with a run crew. You know, he's part of about 5 different running crews that are just getting busy, getting involved, training hard. His one crew is called the Must Love Hills crew, and he's become an integral driving force of the community track nights, which happen on the track once a month around Cape Town, and he's just like the vibe master. He's always on the loud hailer, and so Stian, thanks for reminding us that Mike Obery's out there in the 100-miler. Go Mike, he's unmistakable. He's got more hair than me and moustache as well, so he's unmissable, and we're going to see him
How is that even possible? Like, I can understand the mustache, but like the concept of more hair than you, I just can't picture it.
Maybe it's just a bit longer.
All right, he's got a year or two on you.
Yeah.
Nice. It looks like they're picking up a bit of wind, seeing those bushes move a little more, which 100% will be enjoyable. And
Absolutely.
might save them, because man, it's been a while since they've been out on that traverse, like on one side and then the other side. And they're finally coming out of it.
Yeah. Just always this section, as we said earlier when they were at the Nordic aid station. Remember, taking 3 bottles is crucial. It's going to get real out there. This is just such a long, gnarly stretch, and yeah.
Love that little tidbit from the camera runner. I'm alive and I'm strong. You got to be strong.
Was he talking to the studio, or was he talking to himself, trying to convince us, like, well, there's no shortcut here. I got to get out of here. So, you start to self-talk. Courtney says, like, I am fine. It is fine. Maybe that's his way to get out of there as well. Because he, too, has been spending a lot of time, and I'm pretty sure he didn't leave with 3 flasks from the aid station.
No. Yeah, I think we often forget that these runners are out there for the same amount of time, and they've also got to look after themselves. So it's interesting to see some of the camera runners also putting ice bandanas on when they get to the aid stations and filling up flasks. And it's an important job, and you've got to stay.
Got to stay on it. Look after yourself.
Yeah.
You don't want to sacrifice yourself.
Let's go.
He's amped. He can't wait to get to altitude for some new water. He's got Constantia Glen a little bit before that, but they still have to do Fleckenberg, man. They've got a bit to go.
Yeah, they've got a bit to go before they get there.
Someone was mentioning that maybe Jerome is catching up with Matt Balch. I think he might have closed a bit of the gap since Alphen Trail, heading up towards the contour. So it was about 10 or 11 minutes.
Thibaut Garibier coming into the Adidas TERREX station.
We've got a super slow-mo view over Thibaut coming into the Alphen aid station here, assuming Charlotte and Benoit are waiting to help refill and patch up any holes, probably put some ice on him, because I imagine that it's pretty warm out there. It's definitely heating up.
And if you can hear us, Kane, and if you're still around, by all means, take over. Let us know. Start streaming. We'll give you the floor.
Yeah, I think unfortunately his reception there is a bit patchy, but we'll try.
Right.
We'll keep trying. We might kick in.
And yeah, reception might be difficult here, but I'm still blown away by the skills of that drone pilot who looks like going under the arch and then filming inside the tent. They have it nailed.
Come on, drone.
Oh, it's incredible.
Let's go. He's going to spin around.
And then get down into the other end.
Love it.
Where is he?
It is incredible. Where is he? Yeah, can you see him?
Oh,
His,
right
I think that's Benoit over
White
there,
bucket hat.
putting a bandana on him around his neck there. That's Charlotte.
I'm just confused why people are moving so slow. Oh, we got another nice piece of Christmas suit.
Yeah, dang, he must be
Reindeers.
warm.
Damn, didn't realize there was a Christmas party in there.
Yeah.
Well done,
Getting
team.
in the festive spirit.
So Thibaut was another 21 minutes back from Miguel, currently sitting in third place, but it looks like it will be a tough one to close that gap with the Portuguese runner Miguel Arsenio in second place, who went through Alphen in 8:05. Thibaut Garivier, even though he had a swift transition, was into the aid station at 8:26. So yeah, a full 21 minutes back. And then Hugo had a 6-minute lead, almost 7-minute lead on Miguel, and still looking good. All right, it looks like I was gonna get excited. I thought we had changed gear here, but no, we've broken back into a stroll.
Tried. We know the section is just tricky, especially when you're super tired. You've got 130 k's in your legs.
Yep.
Tough to keep that momentum going.
I expect that we'll see Michelino into Alphen fairly soon as well. He, I don't think, was super far behind Thibaut at that point. Or maybe a couple minutes, actually. You'd have to be moving quite well. They were 10 minutes apart at that point, I think. So, yeah, a bit of time still until we see our fourth man through that point.
Mm-hmm.
And, hopefully we'll get some eyes on our there we go. I was just about to say, hopefully we get some eyes on our leading lady. That is indeed Jasmine Lauther. She is coming down the Fleckenberg descent.
Nice.
So she is heading towards Bo Constantia. Then she's got a nice little vineyard section before she hits Constantia Glen checkpoint, where she'll be able to refill bottles and potentially get some ice on her head. But she is making quick work of this. It looks like she's navigating a very technical descent, actually.
It is quite technical. It's very rocky. You cross the river there, and it keeps you very much on your toes. Yeah, it's you have to concentrate going down there, but it's not too long. Guys, I was just noticing that someone else has popped into the UT100 leaderboard in fifth. Patrick Ehrenthaler from Germany. If the leaderboards are telling us the right things here. I don't know if you guys know him.
100K?
But, in the 100K, yeah. He looks like he's in fifth position. He's worked his way up. Either close to the area that Dimitri's in, It's saying that they've both passed through Constantia Glen. He looks like he's had some incredibly handy results. He's from Germany. He's run in Austria, Germany, Italy. In the last year, he's won the Grossglockner Ultra-trail outright, 57k. Three Kings, Three Hills Trail Running Festival. He came first, 40k.
Cool. I'm going to pause you there just
Yes.
because, watching Jasmine here, I think our camera runner is giving you a good indication of how technical these trails actually are. It's really hard to keep that camera steady. It's
Wow.
There's some pretty gnarly drops there. She seems to have come through those and is kind of sitting behind the wine farm now. So she's got a very short section now before she drops down to Constantia. But yeah, you can tell the way the camera is moving here that it's a pretty technical trail. And it's awesome to see her making such swift work of it all.
It's okay. Like with all our camera runner crew, like we have a 5% loss allowance. So if we lose that one, I think
yeah, it's pretty standard. I hope that they can keep that footage going, because actually that last little bit coming down to Constantia after the rivers is actually also pretty tricky. Those stairs have kind of eroded. So just one more thing with Patrick Ehrenthal. He seems like he's quite a youngster, but he is fast. He won the Lavorado Ultra-trail 80k this year as well. So the guy's got it going on.
It's having a good year.
Yeah, and a good day. Very cool to see Roelof Mostert also representing for the South Africans in the 100k on the men's side of things. He's in 21st position overall. Roelof has been inside the top 10 before in the 100k a few years back. Incredibly talented runner, very passionate. We lost him to gravel biking addiction for a while, but I think he seems to have come back to running for a bit. So he looks like he's having a good day. Just behind Ollie Morris and Sky Clark, also other locals. Kyle Bucklow also always deserves a shout out. Super speedy local from Fishhook. Yeah, he's in 24th position, not far back off those guys. So we'll see how he does in the second half. So having what looks like a good day. Do you guys know this guy? Hugo's, is that his coach?
That would be so. Thank you for Toma. You are very. You are being acknowledged, and thank you very much for your support on the live feed. And I know Hugo appreciates your work as well. So, and I clearly prepared him well for this because he's handling this terrain like an absolute boss. So yeah, shout out to Toma. Oh goodness, I'm gonna mess up your surname. I'm sorry. Pijwa?
From Expert Sport Coaching. Amazing. Toma, great to hear from you and well done, man.
Yeah.
Things are looking good for your man. Here we go. This is what I was talking about, guys. Coming down on the edge of the fence of Constantia Glen, Bo Constantia. This is actually great to see. You don't often see people running this, but I've run it at tons, and it's tricky. It's these weird steps. There's like dead trees there. It's actually kind of awkward to run down there, but she seems to be doing well.
And from that point, you'll be seeing she should pop up on that Constantia Glen timing point within the next probably 20 minutes, I'd say. She's got a bit of running still to do through the vineyards, which after such technical terrain is very appreciated, actually.
Yeah.
To change a pace, change the gait.
Yeah.
A little bit of a different mechanical movement, so it's always appreciated.
Yeah, you see the courses starting to intersect. So Naomi's just been overtaken, I think, by someone in the 100k because they're now all on the same trajectory.
Yeah.
So it's all coming together.
another shout out because we have somebody we know in the chat. Charlie is in the house. Toni.
Charlotte. Hey, Charlie.
And cheering on team. Charlie's been a great deal of support with all the TERREX athletes for several years. And so it's good to see her still part of that community, highly involved as always.
Marty, are you going to tell us about the hashtag that is in there somewhere in that chat? JMSP? What does that mean?
You must suppose.
Nice one. I should know that.
I
love it. Spoken like a true South African.
I was telling you yesterday, like if you stand by that finish line with Max, the amount of slang you will learn is out of this world. Like you will come back fluent in South African, 100%.
Absolutely.
Or whatever you want to call it.
African in local vernacular. Max can his word count is high, so he gets a lot of content in there.
His inappropriate word count even higher.
Oh yeah, that's what you want. As a foreigner, you want to learn all the goodies.
Yeah. His advice to me coming into this was just be controversial. People love a little controversy.
There we go. He would say that. Exactly.
I'm not sure I'm the right person to say that to because I'm probably the least controversial person ever. I hope at least.
Okay, well, you got a few hours to up your game.
I've got to have my game, indeed.
But when you have a mentor like Max, whatever he says, you do, because if anybody has that kind of job nailed, is him. I mean, the races he's at, the events he was at the Olympics. He's definitely one of the key people in this industry. And the little that I got the chance to spend, little time I got to spend with him, definitely I learned a lot of things beside like the African slang. So if he says be controversial, I will definitely second that.
Do it.
And I think we're coming into university, and this is Alexei, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the splits because history might be in the making.
Sean Robson calling the shots here at UCT. Awesome. What a vibe at the RMB UCT University of Cape Town tunnel. Look at that, guys. Wow, what a thing.
Straight for the water. See his crew. No, thank you.
Very specific. He knows exactly what he wants to happen here.
Popping off the empty bottles, new bottles, fresh bottles. He's got a cool towel on his neck to help bring that body temperature down.
Going to need all the cool he can get now because he's going out into the blaze of the blockhouse climb in a minute. So
he looks weathered, but he still looks like he's all there. He's in control, and he probably knows exactly what he's doing. He's still instructing his crew and giving directions, which is a very good sign. Man, I really hope he pulls it off.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Maybe we can check his splits now compared to last time at the blockhouse, just to see if he's still on song.
Yeah, so his CP at his checkpoint at UCT has just come through in 19:39.01. In comparison to Fotis, who currently has the course record.
Yeah, sorry, so what did he reach UCT in? Sorry,
19:39.01.
Okay.
And Fotis came in at 19:42.36.
But buttoned up a bit.
So it has.
Yeah.
But he is still.
He's still on it.
He's still on it. He's still got a couple minutes to spare. But he is obviously going into the hottest part of. Yeah.
Oh damn! So he went from 11 to a couple of minutes.
Yeah. And he's obviously heading out now to the Garmin Craziest Climb, which is a brutal section of the race, especially at this time of day. So yeah, hopefully he's got enough in the tank to keep him on pace and keep him moving swiftly and efficiently. But the race is on now for that course record.
But you know what? Seeing the body language and the chatter he's having with his crew, I don't think he knows that he is on the course record. Otherwise, he probably would be going out there way faster than that. Like, the crew should be on top of it and then let him know, because now he's like losing seconds that he's feeling good. He could just gun it.
Yeah, I hear you. I looked up the Garmin Crazy Climb, guys. On Strava, it's called the Last Climb Blockhouse. It's 800 meters long. It's 215 meters of climbing, and the CR is held by none other than Robbie Simpson. 8 minutes and 34 seconds, and the women's leader is Jasmine Lowther, 10:48. So I don't know if Alexi's going to be taking that today, but we'll keep an eye, and I'm sure he's going to be motoring up there.
That heart might cost him the course record. Get out of there, buddy. Come on.
Come on, dude. He looks in great spirit, though, and very together, like you said. He's on it.
Yeah, he's going to get 100% for the win, but man, that course record was at reach. And I'm starting to talk in the past, because if he doesn't have this at the back of his mind to push him to actually make a big effort all the way through to the end, that might just slip out of his hands, and that's too bad. But again, you know, if he's having a good time, it doesn't matter.
Exactly, it doesn't matter. He does not look concerned, and he's having an excellent day.
Yeah.
So all good.
And on the left hand of the screen, we see Jasmine Lowther, our first woman in the UT100. She is going through Bo Constantia at the moment, a beautiful wine farm. If you're looking for something to do on a weekend afternoon, I'm not going to say tomorrow afternoon, because there's a big after party happening here. So you're not allowed to leave if you're going to be here tomorrow for the prize giving. But Jasmine is making quick work of that, and she's got probably a 2.5 kilometer section of trail through the vineyards now before she gets to that Constantia Glen CP, where we will get our next timing. But she's looking good. She's moving really well.
Yeah.
Yes, Robert, I can hear you.
Okay, here's a very cool split screen of the two women leaders. Left-hand side, the 100K. That's Jasmine, and Naomi on the right, ascending up towards the Flackenberg area. Jasmine in the vineyards, running past some. And here goes Alexi. So he's out in the brutal, wide world of no shade for the next, hopefully less than an hour. And then he'll be joining us outside our window here on the finish line. It's running past the campus of the University of Cape Town Tennis Club on his right-hand side. And he's going to take a hard left fairly. He's got a bit to go before he will get onto the Garmin Crazy Climb.
Yeah.
Nice runnable bit before that.
I mean, if he runs these last 9Ks in an hour, that's a really fast 9Ks at the end of 100 miles. I'd be surprised if it took him an hour, but we'd probably expect him here in maybe 90 minutes to 2 hours.
What's his elapsed now? 1940. Record is 2040. Isn't it?
2041, yeah. So he would have to be moving actually in this last section.
Yeah.
Dang, Fo just moved in this last section.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that is like the dark horse performance
That
of
was
the
an
last 5
incredible
years.
yeah.
Just radical.
Yeah.
From the gun.
also we missed at Alpha Trail the American Michelin Sunseri, who was only 6.5 minutes back from Thibaut Garivier. And again, we got the video footage from Kane at that aid station. We didn't have it live, but we still had it. And then Thibaut looked a bit spent, to be honest. And so if Michelino is feeling good, there's ground to be made. And then then we had Patrick Ehenthaler from Belgium, who was actually going through the aid station, and we couldn't see his face, but by the look at his crew, they were joking, smiling, and seemingly having a pretty good time. So it seems like he's in high spirits, and the way he's been moving up in the field, like he was 11th at Signal Hill, 7th at Table Mountain, and then 5th at Alpha Trail. So he's moving up surely, and maybe not done with his Pac-Man game. Here we go.
Nice
women race
of our top two ladies.
In full force. Jasmine still moving really strong. I think it is the word. Looking around. But yeah, straight ahead. Man, I hope she put on some sunscreen, because otherwise I can already see a big ass sunburn on those shoulders.
Yeah, it's looking pretty gnarly, actually. Good, well spotted. Because I remember seeing her earlier, and she was a lot paler than that. Oof.
Unless she's fallen and those are scrapes. Is that sunburn?
Yeah, it looks more like solid coverage.
I mean, I hope so.
Maybe it's just the screen color. Let's hope it's not, because otherwise she's gonna have that crayfish kind of feeling at the end of today.
Well, this section of the course, I remember, having run this section of the course last year, it's a sneaky section that you don't really expect. I don't think anyone really anticipates how long this section is between coming off of Flackenberg and hitting that Constantia Glen checkpoint, because we can't recce this section of the route. This is all private land, so this is all really special and unique to the race. You can't run this usually. So a very special thing for these runners to get to do is run through these vineyards. But I remember feeling like this was a never-ending, very runnable section of the race with some sneaky steep climbs in it too. So she's making short work of it.
Watching it, so the trend is downhill, but there are a couple of little bonus climbs for people in there.
Yeah, that graph on the left-hand corner doesn't do justice to how those climbs feel.
Yeah, head in.
But yeah, she is moving very, very well still. Heading towards that Constantia Glen checkpoint, where we will get our next timing.
Yeah, those
Awesome to
zigzags
see
must be
that-
tough
that-
mentally.
Yeah.
Because you know you're heading
that
that
visual-
way, but then you're going
yeah.
up and down and up and down and up and down.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you saw in that visual. You could see in the background where Alexei was going up the blockhouse climb, and in comparison to where Jasmine is and where she's heading to. So it's a pretty cool perspective. She's probably got around 30 kilometers left in the race at this point.
Yeah, but yeah, a bit
Maybe
less,
just
28.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, sneaky steep climb. I'm telling you.
Another one. So someone was asking in the chat, I don't know if you guys chatted about this, but there's always those comments and questions about the cameraman and where the best position is for them and how to not be intrusive. And you can see this cameraman or woman is doing a great job. They're staying behind. They're not assisting with any kind of pacing, because that wouldn't really be right. And so not giving them any indication of how fast or slow to run. It's totally up to the runner. So yeah, just placed at a comfortable distance behind to give the visuals, but not really get involved, is the place to be. Yeah, so spot on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, just to give some insight into that, having been someone who's been followed by a camera runner, you often don't actually even notice that they're there. And it's very easy, especially where you are, like with Jasmine now, where she is in this race. She's probably so focused that she doesn't even really notice that that camera runner is there.
Yeah.
So I know that there's the thought process that sometimes it's very helpful to have someone running after you. I don't think it is, it's something that is you just get used to, and
like a shadow.
Yeah, exactly.
Vibe, yeah.
And like you say, they're not there to interfere. They're really there just to capture the imagery for all of us to see what's going on. But yeah, as a runner, I guess some people might feel different, but for me, it's really not a big issue. Most of the time, they're quiet and just stay behind you.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well, and I think it's worthy of mentioning, that these guys are runners themselves, guys and girls, meaning that they have a very good understanding of what those competitors are going through, and therefore they're very well aware of where to be, not to be, to disrupt the least possible their experiences.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're just random people. Like, to be able to keep up with those top athletes, you need to be a runner yourself, handle yourself in terms of like hydration, nutrition, finding the right pacing, as well as aiming with the camera with the right angle, because again, they're using a GoPro, so technically they're not even seeing what they're filming, so you get a good gauge of like how you're aiming, with whether you're going to be close or not. And at the back of their mind, they also know that we're watching, and so like, okay, what's the best angle for the audience? See how they're going on the other side of the table to get a front shot of Jasmine, to give us the best possible experience. We take it for granted because we're just consuming that content, but what's going through those camera runners and mountain bikers' heads is phenomenal. And it's exciting to see that now these people, after like doing so many hours of live coverage, they've acquired a true experience. And we love it, because this is what we're watching right now.
Very cool.
And you can see she's a.
Nice going, well done. You're looking fantastic. How you feel?
And extra kudos to the volunteers who are there to share good vibes, words of encouragement, offer whatever is available, and on top of that, throwing good tunes in the mix. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, what a vibe. Full package service here.
Banana? No, just watermelon. Okay, watermelon. Nice and sweet, yeah?
Watermelon.
So back at that
can't
watermelon.
go wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's consistent.
Here's what looks for.
That's for you.
Look at that. You can get a free shower. Good as that.
Straight down into the sports bra. I always say that that's the best place to cool someone down. The one advantage of wearing a sports bra is that you've got a natural ice carrier.
Yeah.
So she took a little bit of time there. But from what we've seen, it looks like it's really heating up, 24 degrees, plus the humidity, plus the exposure. It's getting hot out there for those guys, and I think she has felt that.
Plus no sunscreen on her shoulders. She's roasted, dude. I'm telling you.
True.
Yo.
But I gotta say,
she does not
took a bit
care
of time.
about that right now, right? Yeah.
But then I believe it is time well spent, because it wasn't a second she was there. She wasn't doing something that did make sense, whether it was like fueling, asking for the right thing, hydrating, filling the stuff, and as you guys mentioned, like cooling herself down, asking for ice. So she's very aware of what's going on. She's on top of it, and she's judging that, she needs to spend those seconds to look after herself. And look at her go now. Like, she's back in full force, coming out of the aid station. Masterclass today by the Canadian runner representing Team the North Face, Jasmine Lowther. Exciting. This is also the results of seeing the sport growing so much and all these athletes going professional. They know what the heck they're doing out there, and it is awesome to see it. It is all part of a plan. You train, but you also get ready for those moments, and you get to the aid station. You know what you're getting. You check in with yourself, and it's perfectly executed so far. And when things align, this is where great results are achieved, and it's taken the sport one notch higher.
Absolutely.
All right. On that finish line, we do have a bit of a commercial break coming up, but once again, we will be back as always with you all to finish this live broadcast. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphic Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
When I was growing up, I was having a passion of running, but my passion was gonna die.
What these young coaches are doing is they are living examples of what is possible.
And that's the power of the sport and the power of opportunity.
I take my time to share my life, to see my dream being played on their life.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
3 years ago, Ultra-trail Cape Town approached us to clear some trails. Then the partnership with RMB came along. We're here to represent the users, take care of the ecology, the fauna and the flora. RMB are sponsoring a number of projects. Friends of Table Mountain, the Sugarbird Project, Live to Run, and the Sustainable Cedar Project in the Cedarburg is very much aligned to our value system of taking care of the environment. Together with our partners, RMB and UTCT, we are committed to making Table Mountain better.
Alrighty, welcome back. We are following the UTCT 100 miles leading man here, Alexei. He is currently on this grueling climb. He is heading up to Blockhouse. This climb is absolutely gnarly, but he is still moving. The Garmin crazy climb, so 3.57 meters with 376 meters of elevation gain. So it's pretty steep. It's technical, it's very exposed, and from that point on, it's I'm not going to say downhill because the contour path that leads him towards home is not flat, but this will be the last significant climb that Alexei has to go up, and he is hands on knees power hiking up here, but he is still moving incredibly well for having run over 150 kilometers already. So yeah, absolutely incredible. He's looking good. He's looking good, and passing some hikers who I don't think realize what Alexei has been through for the past 20 hours.
Exactly. He's been out for 20 hours. It's hard to even process. And this is probably the one and only climb where I'd be adamant that poles would help. First, because it's not as technical, and second, because you're just so far into the race. The legs are definitely worked, and any support you could get from the poles, from the upper body, from the arms, from the core could truly make a difference. Although, to his credit, he's still moving. He is still moving.
Yep. Some people out supporting. Cameras out. Well, those are
People with big
23K
numbers.
runners.
Yeah.
So those would be 23K runners. Awesome. Dang. And we are back with Naomi. She's crested over onto from that Hurikwacha trail, and you can see Fluckenberg in the distance. So she will drop down a little bit here, and then she's got to climb back over the mountain in the distance there, the one in the foreground, obviously. And then she drops down on the other side of Fluckenberg, a nice technical descent, which I imagine the way she's moving is going to be pretty challenging. But she is moving. She's not relenting, that's for sure. That's the mental strength that she has for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering how she seems to be hurting, seeing on the downhill how she's trying to alleviate the weight of her legs at each step. Now it's about the mental game. You know, you've entered the pain cave. You're not getting out of it, so it's about getting comfortable in that pain cave and just again reminding yourself why you're in it. Why you chose to be in it. You're like check in with yourself. And remember, once again, it is a privilege to be able to experience that self-inflicted pain out there.
It's awesome to see the 23K runners out there cheering on Alexei as he passes. What an incredible community that we have here. But man, they must be suffering on that climb as well.
Craziest
There we go, Garmin,
climb.
craziest climb.
There we go. And he's pushing the pace.
Yep. While we're watching this, maybe we've had a question about the men's 100K race. We are waiting for visuals. They are currently running through Newlands Forest on their way to UCT. So we know that is a notoriously bad place for signal. So we are unlikely to get images of that just yet. But we can give you the update that Hugo Deck remains in the lead as of Nursery Ravine, going through in 8 hours and 30 minutes. And Miguel is chasing hard, but has not made up any time on Hugo yet, and is followed at that Nursery Ravine checkpoint in 8:38. So Hugo is maintaining that lead, and the chase is still on.
And look at that. Jasmine is on a roll.
Yeah.
I don't see anything stopping her from that point on. The body seems to be responding. She's on top of things mentally. She's in control. Beautifully executed from the Canadian runner. Do we have any Canadians in the chat? Come on, man. We want a bit of support. She deserves every bit of it. She's in a fantastic position here to claim the win.
We've got a lot of French and Russian and a lot of Portuguese. Where's our Canadian fan base? I mean, I guess it's pretty early for them still, if they are there. They're probably still a bit asleep.
Yeah, it's
or
probably
just
like,
waking up.
well,
Morning
depending on
coffee.
which side they are, yeah, it'll be like 4 to 6 a.m. So, okay, you get a pass, but another 2
Yes,
hours,
yes,
you guys
yes.
better be there. Although, another 2 hours, you might miss her.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be here to watch her finish. We're expecting our Canadian and US contingent to be at least cheering hard at this finish line.
Yeah.
You can see Alexei
Oh,
here
man.
getting again onto probably one of the steepest part of this. You can see on that bottom left-hand visual that gradient goes up to 32.8%. And that is very steep.
Oh. And I mean, you get the flowers, you get the views, you get the vegetation. Everything is inviting. If the climb wasn't so bad and steep and relentless, and the sun's beating on you, and you've been out for 20 hours, whew.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see like what kind of memories he will actually hold of that climb, especially considering that he knows exactly what that climb is about. He's been through it at least 2 times in racing conditions already, so he knows what's there and how relentless it is, and yet he's back at it, and again still moving forward in first position.
Awesome celebrations of our EX23K athletes finishing here at the Gardens Rugby Club. It's awesome to see how stoked they are. I think 23K, 55K, 100K, no matter what distance you take on, it's all about that personal challenge. And it's awesome to see people taking on this distance as potentially their first trail race. And yeah, the stoke coming over that finish line is always awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, happiness is a state of mind. So, regardless of the distance, regardless of the position, when you cross that line, it is up to you to celebrate that in due form. I'm seeing something in the chat, however, that does not bring happiness to me. Then Ron Neon says Dima would be DNF. So, we're going to double check that. Man, that would be a heartbreaking news. Indeed, can't see him anywhere. Oh man, sad times. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be in the rankings.
In the rankings,
where did you get that information?
If you check his athlete profile on the sports tracks, it does say withdrawn. So fortunately, it does look like Dima has had to withdraw from the race. Obviously, we don't have insight at the moment as to why. But yeah, very sad news. Previous champion Dmitry Mateev has unfortunately had to withdraw from the race. But let's see if we can get some more information on that.
Yeah, but thanks to Ranian for sharing that information. As much as we're saddened to hear it, we can then share it with everyone. So that's the spirit. Appreciate it.
I don't know.
And then Jasmine, a bit doubtful here on that
I think it's straight down.
trail selection. I don't know if we got any markers in sight.
Yeah, she looks like she's on the right trail.
Yeah, looks like she must have crossed. Oh yeah, there we go. There was a marker.
Yep.
So that would bring confidence back. And yeah, go ahead.
This part of the trail is the kind of trail where there's a million different options that all arrive at the same point. So I can imagine it's pretty confusing. But she's making quick work of this. She'll be in Elfin Trail, the TERREX Elfin Trail aid station, probably within the next couple minutes. All right, we've got our second lady through Constantia Glen in the UT100. So that's Antonina Yoshina. She is through Constantia Glen in 9:07:33. So about 10 minutes behind Jasmine, which means Jasmine has either put on her foot on the gas, or everyone else is just slowing down. But yeah, second lady through that Constantia Glen aid station.
I would go for the first option because, yeah, and like Jasmine, the way she was looking, and again the fact that she's so aware. Again, she was in front of that trail fork and then took the wrong one. Was just like questioning it. Is this right? That doesn't feel right. And then went back. She's really on top of it, so it's going to be tough to keep up with her. So yeah, some 14 minutes back, Antonina Yoshina in Constantia Glen. And now definitely eagerly waiting to see where Ekaterina is after, spending that time kind of trying to find her way. And we'll get a gauge of how much she might have lost, trying to, again, get on the right course And yeah, also exciting to see what Sam Reilly will pull off coming into that aid station, because she's been doing extremely well all day, and this might not be over.
Absolutely. She's been knocking on that podium position now for, I think, the whole morning. So hopefully this afternoon we can get some pleasant news to say that we have a South African on that podium this year.
That would be
obviously also Eva Spurger has been making her way steadily up the pack, and she is currently lying in 5th as far as we have on the tracking. Unsure if that is correct, but we will see shortly. I imagine we'll start getting some more people pinging in at the Constantia Glen fairly soon. And Emily Jock, local gal, really from the US, she's also had a really steady progression through the race, playing Pac-Man all day. So excited to see how she does. She's had some incredible results locally this year, coming in on the podium at the Ultra-trail earlier in October. So I know that she will be looking for a good result here too. But yeah, Jasmine is absolutely flying on her way to Elfin, and looking forward to see her later. But we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with you soon.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe, built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphic Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
3 years ago, Ultra-trail Cape Town approached us to clear some trails. Then the partnership with RMB came along. We're here to represent the users, take care of the ecology, the fauna and the flora. RMB are sponsoring a number of projects: Friends of Table Mountain, the Sugarbird Project, Live to Run, and the Sustainable Cedar Project in the Cedarburg, very much aligned to our value system of taking care of the environment. Together with our partners, RMB and UTCT, we are committed to making Table Mountain better.
When I was growing up, like, I was having a passion of running, but my passion was gonna die.
What these young coaches are doing is they are living examples of what is possible.
And that's the power of the sport and the power of opportunity.
I take my time to share my life, to see my dream being played on their life.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are back live with this RMB UTCT live broadcast. Here, once again, with Naomi Brandt in first place in this miler. Still actually looking better, let's be honest. She was having a rough patch in that previous climb, but now she's back moving. And it almost seems like she's not hurting. Like, she doesn't seem to be hurting as bad as she was previously. And then we can appreciate the very good work of her pacer right there, just being in the distance, giving her space, but also hinting, come on, you got to keep up, you got to catch up with me, let's go. Sometimes no words, but just the body language, wherever she positions herself, just, checking on her, just looking over her shoulder, be like, all right, we got to do this. And they might have actually gotten word that it's coming back behind her. Carrie-Anne was actually not that far, waiting for the actual splits. But I think we got the word from someone in the studio or someone in the field that there was, 10 minutes? Is that right, Toni? Between them two?
Yep. That is what we have heard in studio, but we obviously haven't got any visuals on that and can't really confirm other than word of mouth. So if you're out on the trail and you see any of these athletes, please let us know. Pop one of us a message on Instagram, or send someone a message if you've got their numbers, or even hop into the chat and the YouTube. It's always very helpful for us to have eyes on the ground as well. Obviously, we only know as much as we can see on the screen as well.
Oh, okay. So very good news in the chat. Defense Canada showing up. It's good to see you. Hey, thanks for being here.
Hey.
They need all this. They need all the support they can. Although, like, to be honest, she is absolutely crushing it. But you know, a little bit of Canadian love, topped up with a few drips of I'm losing my words here. I was going to say peanut butter, but it's definitely not peanut butter that I wanted to say. It's maple syrup. There you go, man. This is it. We're deep into the live coverage. Things are starting to get off the rails, because I was also reading the rest of the comments in the chat, and this is much more serious and sadder news. It seems that Ekaterina is also DNF. So what's happening? What's happening right now? Do you have any intel from the TERREX team? Is that confirmed?
I have no more information than you, unfortunately. I've been messaging frantically to try and see if anyone's got any news for me, but at the moment, no. I'm going to keep messaging and see if I can get any more insight into that. And what's going on. Yeah, if that is true, that's incredibly sad news.
And whoever is playing Boys of Summer is an awesome song, but I'm gonna mute it. I think Kane is at University Aid Station. Tunes are definitely on.
Indication of where exactly Hugo Dick is. There's a little bit of a break in.
And they're waiting for our male leader in this RMB UTCT 100 kilometers, who should be approaching now any minute. The speaker is definitely getting the crowds in check, while Jasmine is getting into Alpha Aid Station. People are reeling in to see her come through. And once again, could we get the name of that drone pilot? I think we did it. We did get it through. I can't remember. We have so many tabs and channels open.
I'll grab that one for you.
But the way they're handling these runners coming into the aid station, and then there we go, drop in under the arch, watching. Oh, and no, we do have a camera runner now. I'm giving credits to a drone pilot, but we do have a relay with a cam runner. Awesome. For the first time, we're going to get the chance to see what's actually inside that aid station. Sneak peek. Let's hear it. So we lost the audio there, switching between our cam runner and a drone pilot who's still out there, but she went into the blind spot, right-hand corner.
Oh, he's maneuvering.
Dang it.
Very impressive. This is back at UCT.
Yeah.
Hopping between the two to see who we can catch first, whether Jasmine comes out of there or if we get Hugo coming into UCT. Ah, so exciting.
Can you feel the tension?
I can. I'm sweating. This is so exciting.
It is indeed. And seeing the way she's handled herself at the last aid station, I think she's going to take the time she needs to have a full transition, cool herself down, leave with eyes, live with everything. Probably still know. That's so random. Like the drone shot, you get the vegetation, the trees, and you get a TERREX just standing still, just waiting. This is amazing.
Gotta love it. Yeah. All right, so I know we're waiting for Jasmine to exit here, but we've also got eyes on UCT, and apparently Hugo is approaching UCT a few minutes ahead of his time, a few minutes ahead of the predicted time at UCT. He is just crossing Rhodes Memorial Road, so that is before he enters the campus. So he'll still have to do the little run through the campus and up to the aid station, but he is on fire. He's on the hunt for that. Well, we're not going to say course record, but he's moving really fast, and I think he's got the fire in his belly for that win this year at the UT100.
Oh yeah, party on the way in, party on the way out.
Yeah.
That's
you
awesome.
got
And
this.
yeah, as we were saying, like, I mean, Hugo's been leading for so long now. He'll be like, come on, man, I can't lose that big win here in Cape Town. And I think he's got what it takes to pull it off. So now he's just going to have to look after himself, do a good transition at the aid station. And I think I saw Kane move a little bit, but then his screen got black. So hopefully we didn't lose him.
Yeah. Nice little balance beam across the water here.
Yeah, you don't want to trip on that one. That would suck.
But super nice footage of Jasmine here running out of Elfin. This is the first time we're seeing this today. We haven't had any coverage of this section of the race yet, so yeah, beautiful to see them running through all of these beautiful trees in this forestry area, and they are heading up the Elfin Trail, probably the smoothest trail you will find in Cape Town. So very welcome. And she will be heading up towards the Celia Forest and then hitting the contour path on her way to UCT. She's got about 25 kilometers left to go, so she's still got a bit of a way, but 3/4 of the way through this 100-kilometer race here in Cape Town, and still moving very, very well. This is actually where the Constantia Elfin Trail Park Run happens. So if you ever want to do a little Saturday 5K burn, this is the spot. Which means it's unlikely that there are any CRs being set on Strava here. No comms are being taken by these athletes today. Not on these trails.
Yep. All right, I don't know if Kane, you can hear us, but we have your image. So whenever Hugo shows up, we'll pull you up, and then we'll need you to speak so your image takes over in the mix. Whenever you're ready. And there you go. As we were saying, the stoke is high on that finish line already with the 23K runners coming in.
Absolutely. I'm not sure we've spoken today about Jasmine's performances that she's had this year. Maybe I've missed it on one of my many bathroom and coffee breaks. But she's had she didn't have a great CCC, but she's since run the rut in America, which is Canada, sorry, America. Oh goodness, I'm gonna mess that up. America
in Big Sky, Montana.
Yep, and she had a great race there. I think that was a bit of a redemption race for her, just to kind of get her head right after CCC didn't go to plan. And before that, she also had a great race at Speed Goat, not setting the course record, but coming in first and 17th overall at the 50K there, which is another really tough 50K race, 3,400 meters, and all at altitude, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, she's had a great race there. Second in the Transgran Canaria 2023 Classic, And yeah, that's a 130 Ks, almost 7,000 meters of climbing really early in the year as well. So an incredible result from her there. She's definitely got the credentials to be where she is today. And this is just another masterclass that she's putting on to back up all of those results.
Yeah, and actually to cross-reference those facts, talking about the rut, Michelino Sunseri, I'm going to get it right, from the US, also won the rut this year. So we get the two winners of the rut 50K running the 100K race today here at the RMB UTCT. And funny enough, I'm going to add a fact on top of that, is that Matt Foot was here last year. So shout out to him, race director of the rut. Well,
amazing!
I guess by the screams,
Almost.
we do have a runner coming into university, so I'm going to transition here. Come on, Kane, speak so you can take over. Don't want to see my face on that screen.
So it is Hugo Deck, the Frenchman, Adidas TERREX athletes. Sparkling water again.
Looking energized and ready to go. What a time, 9:26.
All right, we lost the images here for a little while, but today is the day that everything is clicking for the Frenchman representing the team Adidas TERREX, Hugo Deck. The way he went through this aid station and left it, they were following him with the bucket of ice for as long as they could before being out sprinted. He is on a roll, and now I have very little doubt that he's going to make it in style at the finish line in first and take what might be one of the biggest win in his career here at this final of the Gran Canaria World Trail Major. What a demonstration today. He's taking things to a whole new level.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he might view this as one of his best performances. Honestly, he's absolutely crushing it. Just comparing his time at UCT from Dima at the same time last year. Dima went through a 9:32, and Hugo Deck has been through a 9:26. So he is well ahead of Dima's pace from last year. And, you know, Dima also had both Caleb Olsen and Anthony Costadis chasing him. So it was a race last year as well. It's a race this year too, because I have a feeling that Miguel is also looking really good from what we hear on the route, that Miguel is either closing in or chasing really hard. So it's a race on our hand here, and I think Hugo can probably feel that. But man, he is having the performance of his life here. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, and I think you're absolutely right to mention it. When you're having a good day, but also when you're being chased, you're like, no, this win is mine. You ain't gonna take it away from me. And so you do not want to give a chance to whoever is chasing you to catch a glimpse of you. Like, out of sight, out of mind, you stay away from them. Do not give them an opportunity to taste blood and get the launch the charge, launch the hunt. And so that's exactly what he's doing. And once again, the way he came out of University Aid Station leads me to believe that he's not going to fade. That climb up to the blockhouse will be tough, of course, for all of these participants from first to last. But I think he's got what it takes to hold it together. We shall see. Hopefully, if we have more people out on the course, just let us know. Drop us a message in the comments. And we'll keep everybody updated. But indeed, Portugal is in the house, and they have been since the very beginning. The supporters of Miguel are definitely plentiful, and we certainly appreciate the support. They do believe in Miguel. Miguel has pulled off some really solid wins. And again, let's remind everyone that there's many things at stake here. Obviously, a second place, possibly a fight for the first place. But in the Gran Canaria World Trail Major. There's a yearly ranking here. The RMB UTCT is the final of this series, and if Miguel stick to a podium position, he takes the overall win and will get the prize money associated with that, which is nothing short of small. So I don't have the exact number. I was told it was 12 grand. This might be an overstatement, so I wanna double check that. But there's definitely money on the line for that. And as much as in the women's, Courtney Dauwalter already has claimed 2 victories. So 2 times 1,500 points. She has the maximum amount of points, and nobody will come and challenge that first place today. However, again, as I was saying, in the men's, competition is on, and Miguel, from what we've been explained, if he lands... Oh, no, okay, I was worried that she was on the wrong trail. Miguel, as explained, if he takes a podium position, he will score enough points to take over that win, and I'm 100% sure he knows it, and therefore is going for it. So maybe he's not going to risk losing that podium spot, because there's far more at stake than just the position here today. But knowing Miguel, he's a competitor. He's not going to let it go.
Absolutely not. You don't win races by not being competitive, that's for sure. And I can guarantee every one of these people out there fighting today for a top 5, top 10 are all incredibly competitive people.
Yeah, damn. It is 12 grand. 12,000 euros for the win in the overall ranking of the World Trail Majors. So, I mean, hell, he might cross the line in second place, but he might celebrate even more than Hugo, although that's probably going to be hard too, especially because the entire TERREX team is going to be there to bring him home. But if Miguel holds on to that second place or even the third place, he will be crossing the line and pocketing 12,000 euros with the first place that comes with their overall ranking in the World Trail Major. Outstanding, outstanding.
Yeah. In addition to the prize money that he will win by coming second, or
of course,
wherever he comes on the podium here at the RMB UTCT. So he is winning twice today if he manages to hold on today to his position in his ranking.
Double whammy for Portugal. Boom. Well done.
So we've had a question slightly further up from Daniel. I'm assuming you are the Daniel, Matt Boucher's Daniel, the brother. You are asking for the correct positions of the UTCT men's compared to the tracking. The last intel I had was that Matt Boucher was still ahead of Jerome at Nursery Ravine by 11 minutes. So he was ahead, and this is from someone who was on the field at that point. I have no more information other than that, so we are going to have to wait until UCT before we see anything substantial, any more solid information. Oh, no, she's going the right way. Sorry, Jasmine is...
They're not saying. Okay, I'll wait.
There we go.
She's got a bit of a bathroom break. Yep. I've now lost my train of thought. Oh, Matt, yes. So as far as we know, Matt Bouch is still in second place in the UTCT 100-mile race at the RMB UTCT this year. But we will only get actual confirmation on that once we get eyes on them in probably closer to UCT.
Oh, and we get Miguel. Kane, can you speak? Come on.
The first arrived in at the... Hey, Martin.
All right, so that was Miguel, 9 minutes back from Hugo Deck. But by the look at the conversation he had with his crew and the way he was all composed and still downing like probably 3 or 4 pieces of sushi, and now they're getting washed off with not water but Red Bull. So it's cranking it a notch for the final stretch. I have the feeling that, the discussion was about, let's focus on eyes on the prize. He didn't seem to be keen to just get out there relentlessly to try and chase Hugo, but more like, hey, let's control this thing. Let's make it to the finish line. And again, like Miguel is a calculated man, very competitive, but he also knows what's at stake. And that's just my interpretation. But I feel like he was like, all right, no, let's stick to second place. Let's secure the things. If Hugo falls back, then I'll catch him. But I'm not going to actually get out of my way and risk something to try and chase him up. That's my reading. I do not speak Portuguese, so I can't guarantee any of what I'm saying. But that's how I read it.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think that body language all didn't indicate. Oh, we've got Kane. Kane, we can hear you. Go for it.
Can you hear me? Amazing. Yeah,
Yep.
I think Martin, you were spot on there with your Portuguese is on point. You can even lip read. I can't say I understood either, but and I think you might have been right there in terms of, I think he's pretty happy where he is, and he's going to give it a go, but he doesn't want to risk his second place. From what I could see, he was in no rush to get out of there. He got when he needed to, and then he was off.
Awesome. Thanks for confirming. You certainly have a better understanding, better view on what's happening, being on the ground. Thanks for being there and rushing to the aid station. Your feedback is priceless and adds so much intel on what's going on with the race. So certainly appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, our field reporter, Kane Reilly, can we get a big holler in the chat? Because he's been at it all day, and you know what? He's been on his feet, and we never know. He might actually be running the 35K tomorrow morning, so he's not saving himself for sure. And someone else was not saving himself on that climb is Hugo Deck, because again, this camera angle barely does it justice, because this is really, really hard. And now, man, I don't know what he took to be able to power himself up that climb, but I want the same. This is what we need for the rest of the few hours of this live broadcast. Toni, you need to find out. We need the same.
Ouch. Just arriving.
Looks like we've got
second place male in the 100 mile. We do indeed. So yeah, the crowd's
There we go,
crazy. He's
Daniel.
definitely a local favorite. He's got his crew, Admire. Remember Admire from the 55K yesterday. Help us lots of ice going in the back of that pack.
Dang, in and out of there.
Yeah. Man on a mission.
Absolutely. And there's our confirmation, Daniel. Matt Boucher's brother in the chat asking for confirmation. He has in fact come through UCT now. Indeed, still in second place in the UTCT 100-mile race here, and still looking really good. And I think, you know, I've had some people message sharing some images of Alexei on that contour path heading towards the finish line here, and it's hot. He's searching for streams, so it's a good thing that Matt is sticking ice in that pack and taking the time to cool himself down. I think that's going to be very important now heading into this part of the race. You know, we're hitting probably the highest temperature point in the day, and the section is super exposed. So, yeah, awesome that the local boy is holding onto that position. And again, confirming that heat. Jasmine stopping and cooling herself down in the stream here. I think it's going to get very important that these athletes are looking after themselves.
And so, see, this team, this is time well spent. When you get that feeling of like, oh, I'm still feeling hot, and you get this opportunity to cool down, again, if the engine overheats past a certain point, then you're cooking yourself, and every cell in your body will be screaming to stop, and it's going to be extremely hard to fight it. While you take here 20, 30 seconds, you stop at the creek, you pull water over yourself, all of a sudden you lose a few degrees, and there you go. You're back on in a much better shape. So if you do get this opportunity, and the creeks are out there available, by all means, take advantage of it.
Just a little update on our women's race. I know we've just switched to Hugo, but we do have Antonina Yoshina has indeed gone through Elfin Trail, quite a few minutes behind Jasmine. So Jasmine is definitely safe in that position as she is currently, if she can carry on moving as she is. And then very pleasantly surprised to see Katerina Miteyev come through Constantia Glen. So it doesn't seem like she has pulled out, and I have confirmation that she is in fact still in the race. So she has been through that Constantia Glen aid station, still in third position. So the race is still on. Yeah, and that's really great news. It's never nice to hear someone has had to drop. She obviously lost a lot of time with getting lost. Apparently she had to do a couple loops, and then eventually she found someone who managed to help her get back onto the right track. But she is still going, and I think, you know, mentally that knock when you get lost it's quite hard to come back from that. So I hope she's managed to kind of pull herself together and refocus, because she's still in it. She's still in for that podium position, and you know, there's still a long way to race. See Hugo here on his the last really steep section before he gets to the top of this climb, the Garmin craziest climb. Again, if you missed it earlier, this is 370. Oh goodness, I'm gonna double check my facts here, but 376 meters of ascent in 3.57 kilometers. So it's steep, and like you can see, it's technical and rutted and super rocky. So it's not an easy one. It's overgrown. It's exposed, and Hugo is making easy work of it. And passing out our 23K runners, still coming in through that point in the race, enjoying the beautiful day in Cape Town. That's for sure.
All right, we got a downhill here coming into Desmond Street. It's got to be Alexei. Let's figure it out.
There we go, topping out at a blockhouse. And now most of his significant climbing is done. The rest are short little steep climbs and a big descent home. But he is well on his way to taking the crown at this UT100 in 2024 at the RMB UTCT. So yeah, Hugo Deck, absolutely incredible race from him today.
Yeah, he knew he had it in the bag. He was strong enough to run hard early on, open a gap, and keep pushing through that. And as much as Miguel is still giving him a run for his money, so far he's holding it together. And now he's he's pretty much done with the climb, isn't it?
Yep, pretty much done with this climb. I think he is hitting the contour in the next couple meters, and then really it's just a couple bumps, a couple gnarly bumps, but
bumps.
it's a net descent, if that's any consolation. He can tell him that himself. He's got a net descent on his way home.
And you can see all the way across Signal Hill where they were this morning. And he just has to make his way all the way across and around. And there we go. Alexei should be crossing the road in first place in this RMB UTCT miler. And as much as he was taking his time at the University Aid Station and probably falling back out of the course record, he was all smiles, having the time of his life. And I think at the end of the day, this is what truly matters. And so can't wait to see possibly a camera runner on him, so we can have images of him coming down those last kilometers and see him come home and bring in the title a second time.
And while Alexei is on his last stretch, Naomi is now coming into Konstantinek. So she's got a couple more kilometers to go, 28.5. So she is well on her way home, but she's still got a long stretch to go, and she's still moving. Aisha will have to drop her off at the Elfin Trail, so she'll have to stop her pacing there, and then Naomi will be on her own for that final stretch. But she is moving, albeit probably not as comfortably as I imagine she was hoping she was at this point in the race.
Yeah, and then the last splits we had with Carrie Ann was about 10 minutes. So again, going through that aid station, we'll get a clearer indication of the gap between first and second in this women's field of the RMB UTCT miler. Oh, and look at that. They're even opening the gate for her. Isn't that service?
Yeah, that's what you call first-class service. 5 stars.
Love it.
Hey, dude. Nice.
Again, it won't be the absolute truth, but we have Naomi at 133.4 kilometers on the course, and then 132 would be Carrie Ann, so 1.4K would be between first and second woman. Needless to say, this is really not much, especially when you're still like 28 Ks away from that finish line at Gardens Rugby Club. And right now we're back with the Frenchie, Hugo Deck, who's broken back into a pretty decent pace run after that monster climb that he nailed without any sign of fatigue. He's back on the run. I love that expression. You have redeemed yourself. Always brings me back to that movie Dumb and Dumber when he trades the van for the little moped. And you totally redeem yourself. Gosh, I need to change my references.
Yeah, that's a classic. Nice.
Yeah, but I couldn't agree more, Deborah. Like, he was looking absolutely ace coming into that aid station. Swift turnaround. And we all even had the confirmation from Kane after he gave us those live images. Like, man, he looked, I don't, in his words, Matt looking awesome. Boom. That's it. Truth dropped. Yeah.
And definitely the whole of Cape Town running community is so stoked for him. You know, bringing home the South African flag in second position in this race in such an incredible style as well. I feel like he's done justice to himself and the training that he's put into this, but also, you know, made everyone here really proud. And obviously Deborah and Dan, the family members here who've been in the chat with us pretty much from the start. It's awesome to see you guys getting involved. So thank you also for being with us, and keep going. He's still got a little way to go to get home, but I hope to see you guys at the finish line as well, cheering him on.
Oh yeah, we need to be seeing like the whole crowd. We don't want to see any patch of grass on Gardens Rugby Club on that finish line. We want it covered 6 lines deep across that finish line to see first Alexei in the miler come and claim the win, representing the team Adidas TERREX. I'm sure they'll be chuffed about it. And
We've got a Sturgia coming out of the Elfin aid station here. So she is in fact in 3rd position, which means she has passed Ekaterina at some point between Constantia and the Elfin aid station.
So could that be the consequence of what we saw with Ekaterina being like losing like herself, or like not finding the way?
Potentially, or I'm not sure that. Yeah, so, okay, there we go. That makes sense. Eva's tracker didn't actually pick up at the Constantia Glen checkpoint, so she didn't get a time there, which means when Ekaterina came through, Eva had already probably been through there. So Ekaterina is not, in fact, in 3rd at the moment. She will be in 4th position still. So I guess we'll be expecting her at the Elfin Trail sometime in the next couple minutes. But yeah, I guess that little extra loop that Ekaterina had to do obviously cost her some time and a couple positions, which means she's going to be playing catch up, I guess, for the rest of the day if she can get her head back in the game.
Let's wait until those GPS trackers refresh to get maybe a confirmation, because I'm looking at it just to see what was happening with the women's field in the 100K, and I'm seeing Antonina. There we go. No, it has refreshed, and that makes way more sense. Yeah, because she was right next to Jasmine, and I was like, ooh, how did that happen? But nope.
Yeah.
However, still, as you were saying, Antonina Yushina is in 2nd place, in 3rd Eva Speger, but then in 4th, Sam is likely to be indeed in 4th, and Ekaterina would be running in 5th. We're gonna wait for confirmation when we have the split with all these runners at Elfin Trail.
Yep.
But yeah, this might be the truth, reality.
We're also waiting for our 3rd man to come through UCT. So at the moment we expect it to be Thibaut Garivier, but Michelino seems to have been chasing hard. And really, it's a very close race for that third position there. So, waiting for one of them to come through UCT and to see who's taken that spot.
Well, and if you race with the same fashion than the Americans did last year, chances are like he will be coming back strong, because both Caleb Olsen and Anthony Costellis last year were really like finishing extremely strong on that section from university down through to the finish. So
absolutely.
Yeah, I think we might be in for some action for the third spot of the podium between Frenchman Thibaut Garivier and Michelino Sanseri from the US of A.
And you can see there's a little bit of a breeze at the moment, but I imagine that it is extremely hot. Hugo's going to be coming up to a small stream fairly soon. It'll be interesting to see if he stops and tries to scoop up whatever little trickling water is there just to cool himself down. There's really not much water on this section of the mountain at the moment. It is extremely dry.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because last year, because there had been so much rain the days leading into the race, that those streams were full. But how much do you think there's going to be? Because I think last year we went through, there was even a frog in it when we did the Vicky runs.
Probably, no, yeah. You know, it's surprising at the moment how dry the mountain is, considering how rainy the winter season has been in Cape Town. They got an extremely wet winter. But since then, I think it's been pretty dry, and from all the runs that I've done on the trails recently, there hasn't been a ton of water on the route. So, you know, everyone who's asked, I've said, you know, don't rely on there to be running water that's actually drinkable. If there are streams, the best you can do is wet your hat, try and get some of that water on your face, but they're definitely not drinking streams anymore. But yeah, it's really not a ton of water, and if there is any, it'll be just up ahead for him. But you can see him also weaving between the 20 runners. It's awesome that they're there cheering him on as well, stepping aside and letting him go through, because he is motoring up these trails.
Yeah, he's picking up the deads. Like, it looks like they're all standing still. I guess I mean, hell, if I was them, I would definitely stop and take a good look at how this champion is going. Ooh, and this is a walk. This is a walk trying to break into a run here on that slightly downhill section. But I am starting to get worried for Naomi, because if there was only 10 minutes between her and Carrie Ann, but I'm suspecting that she would have gotten the word that she was closing, and obviously we have no idea. Maybe Carrie Ann is in the same state or possibly even worse. But if she's not, then that 10-minute gap is going to melt very, very quickly.
Yep, absolutely.
And 21 hours into this RMB UTCT miler. And man, that would hurt after leading for so long. This is something she's worked so hard to get. Finally, the win here in Cape Town. And so far, she's holding on to it. She's working to keep it hers. But she is 25 plus Ks away from the finish. And until then, a lot can happen. But as you mentioned, even here, like, the trees are being blown up a little bit by the winds, which must come as a blessing for all these runners. Bit of a breather.
Yep, absolutely. I'm hopeful that we get some visual on Alexei, who should be coming into the finish relatively soon. He passed the Dead Man's Tree checkpoint, which is the final descent down from Tafelberg Road. He went through at 20:51. So I would say within the next 10 minutes, we should be seeing Alexei crossing this finish line here at the rugby club. And yeah, people are gathering. The energy is growing. You can definitely feel it. So yeah, awesome. I do hope we get some eyes on that before he crosses the finish line. And while we wait for that, it's awesome to see the camaraderie between Aisha and Naomi here. Again, just that emotional support that Aisha is able to support Naomi through this, because it does look like she's struggling, and having someone there to keep your spirits up when things are getting tough. You know, you're at your most vulnerable when you are tired and at the end of your tether, and yeah, Aisha gets to experience that and really help her through that. So it creates a very special bond, and I'm sure that these two women feel that, and it will be something that they take beyond the race, and that's incredibly special. It's an incredibly special thing to share, even if, you know, it's not exactly going to plan for Naomi at the moment. But there's a lot of support for her. Daniel, you got this. Naomi, chin up. It's everyone here is supporting you, Naomi. So I hope you can feel this. We are sending you lots of love and strength.
She will feel it. And in the meantime, we have Michelino Sanseri, who's leaving University Aid Station. His bib does not seem to have registered unless this is like the checkpoint is on the way out. But he's gone through. And have we seen Thibaut go through University? I don't think we have.
I haven't noticed him go through there, no.
So there might have been a move because, I mean, again, at the last aid station, Alphen Trail, Thibaut was not looking the best. Like, he was pretty quiet. And so maybe he was in a bit of a dip, and then Michelino took advantage of that to finish strong. He was at the aid station, sat for a while as we were talking about Naomi. We had a bit of a visual here. I think Kane was giving us a bit of an intel, but we couldn't actually quite bring him up. Let's see if we can hear it from Kane. Probably.
Martin, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. So we had images, but tell us what happened.
Yes, so that was the third place male in the 100-mile race. So that was Jerome Vanderson from Belgium. It wasn't the 100-kilometer runner. So as far as we know, Thibaut is the next runner to come through in the 100-kilometer.
Okay.
Man.
Yeah.
Who's that French commentator? Like, just talking shit.
Jumping to conclusions. How's this?
We can forgive you, but on that note, yeah, Jerome. He also looked pretty good. I don't know what's out there in the water, but everyone who's come through the UCT 8 station so far have looked pretty good for this point in the route. So he wasn't here for too long, did his thing, and he's out again.
Well, speaking of 100 miles, we have eyes on Alexei Tolstenko, who is on the road on his way to the finish line here, which means he's probably got 400, 500 meters left to go. And if you're around, if you're at the finish line, get there, get your cowbells. Let's bring him home on his birthday. What a race he's had here today.
So Toni, what are the splits? What is the time to beat? Is he still under it? Is he over it? What's the status
He is
here?
unfortunately over it. He is unfortunately over it. He missed it by a little bit of a way. So again, just highlighting what an incredible run Fortis had, because Alexei has put on an absolute masterclass here today. It's been incredible to watch. So yeah, two great runners. Alexei having a great day on his birthday, his 40th birthday. So all of you who out there who say you're too old, there's no such thing. Alexei is proof that you can do hard things at any age.
Man, this is awesome. You know, like, you come here, you go second in the miler, you're solid. Then the next year you come back and you win, you confirm, you know, I got this. But then you come back a third year and just show you're still on top of your game. And he would have run much faster than actually his time last year. And that is a demonstration of just basically how to get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 RMB UTCT miler winner, representing Team Adidas TERREX and coming in with the brightest smile, Final stretch. Alexei Tolsenskov on his birthday.
Incredible. What a machine. Well done. He looks like he's in a boy band with his cap on and his perfect hair the way he started yesterday afternoon, right?
There
Amazing.
we go, heading out for his victory lap.
Wow.
And again, to give you perspective, last year he won in 21 hours 53:04, and we are now 21:07, but he's already crossed the line. I mean, imagine that. He shaved over 40 minutes of his time.
Wow.
That's insane.
Oh, he really nailed it today and yesterday. What a block. Wow.
Legend.
He's loving this. Amazing.
And there's Amy, who is one of the Adidas South Africa managers here at the sports marketing. She has just been such an incredible help for all of us this weekend, and she is so invested, and you can just tell what this means for her as well to be a part of his day. So it's awesome to see him getting the love and support at the end of this race.
Here's the crew
Yep,
team.
absolutely.
These gentlemen have played a big part in Alexei's win. They've been out there supporting him, doing everything. See, they could to enable him to pull off this amazing performance. Definitely a team effort. And look at him, fresh as a daisy, or actually,
Absolutely.
should I say, fresh as a Westonius.
Ah, there we go.
Bada bing.
You're learning. Good job.
Bit by bit.
And I'm pretty sure Alexei's family back home are cheering super loud for him. I can imagine that they're incredibly happy and proud of his achievement here today. Coming first in the RMB UTCT 100-mile race is a challenge in itself. To do it in the fashion that he did is absolutely incredible. So, yeah, we're all incredibly proud and impressed and inspired, and I imagine his family is just so over the moon for him.
Wow.
And he's familiar to the finish line. He knows how to get the job done right, putting in the right side.
Perfect.
No stranger to a finish
every
line.
angle. Yeah. And happy
Great
birthday
song
to his
singing at the
own.
finish line.
This is gold.
Love it.
That is a day he will forever remember. It's good to see Stu out on the line as well. I'm sure he's chuffed to see such a deserving runner take the win at a race he's worked so hard to put together.
Yeah. Are we seeing a visual here, Marty, of Naomi coming into Alphen Trails there on the left? First woman in the miler.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money. Hang on, that's her.
Constantia Glen. Tony's just corrected me. So Constantia Glen, that small little aid station, she's must be so relieved to get out the sun for a short while. It's been a brutal section through there from Noordhoek to here.
Meantime, we've got Thibaut Garivier at University.
Oh, yes. Wow.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
you've got the floor, Kane.
Yeah, so we've got Thibaut Garivier come through in 4th place in the 100-kilometer race, about roughly 4 minutes back from Michel Sansero.
Okay, awesome. And how's he doing?
Wait,
Yeah, he also looks quite solid. He's sitting down, taking a little bit more time than Michel did, but definitely doesn't look out of it. And yeah.
Oh, so he's in 4th.
This race for.
Can you just confirm that is that the American that got ahead of him in this last section, and he's come 4th position?
Yes.
It's so good to have you back. You were faster than last year by 19 minutes. Did you feel good out there all day?
It's amazing place for me. It's a beautiful race. It's beautiful people. I love you, people. Guys, you're the best. Thank you.
Alexi, will we see you back here next year? Do you think you can win 3 in a row? That would be amazing.
I'm like I'm like Cape Town. I'm like its place. For me, it's a trip. Thank you.
All right, there we have it. Alexi Tolsketska, ladies and gentlemen. He wins again in 2024 with back-to-back victories. He is 19 minutes faster than last year, the second fastest time of all time across the 100-mile course. Incredible racing. We go back to the studio.
I don't think we got that wrong. So again, looking at the past results from last year, he ran in 21:53.04. That's what I've got.
Yeah.
Well done.
Much faster, right? So I think in that all of that excitement there, we also heard from Kane that Michelino Sunseri from the USA has overtaken Thibaut Garivia and is now in the podium position number 3, and Thibaut looks like he's about 5 minutes behind him with 10 Ks to go. We've got some very cool visuals of Hugo lying down and towards Dead Man's Tree here. He's only got a couple of Ks to go to win the 100 kilometer. So that's all happening. Putting some pressure on his cameraman.
And Hugo is still moving, man.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, he might have be getting trailed by David Long, who got this gig, so he's the perfect man for the job.
David is once again back out on that descent. Man.
Yeah, bro.
That's awesome.
Hugo's just about to hit that road section before he gets to Dead Man's Tree. Yep, there we go. Tafelberg Road. Couple hundred meters along the road, and then he's literally on the final descent on his way to UCT.
You're a tough one to follow.
That definitely sounds like Dave Long.
Truth bomb right there.
Absolutely.
But we can certainly appreciate that he knows what he's doing regardless of the fast pace, because look at this side shot of Hugo cruising on that road section before diving on just past Dead Man's Tree into the finish. Mad skills.
You're definitely going to need to know what was in his earphones. What music has kept him going for this 100K race.
Yeah, we need that playlist.
Yeah, I want whatever he's listening to.
What do you reckon? I'll give you a few genres from it. You've got to put one Jack Black beer on your guess.
One Jack Black beer.
Yeah, how does that sound?
Can I quickly Google search? Or not Google search.
What are you going to Google search?
There's a song that I've played for Hugo before, and it's a very classic French song, so I need to get the name right before I butcher that. Louis Attack.
Louis Attack, yes. Which song?
Oh no, Je t'emmène au vent.
Au vent.
Au vent.
Yes.
We.
Plays
I've
violin
played that before,
a
and
lot in that song.
he went super. Yeah. No, I mean it's a great dancing song. Let me tell you, I've been to a wedding in France before, and it's a great song to get people onto the dance floor. But I played it once when Hugo was in the car, and he was psyched. So I imagine that there's a little bit of that mixed in there, and then probably some
Possibly.
French
I
rap
mean,
too.
From people in our generation, that is definitely a banger.
Okay, there we go. The legendary Dead Man's Tree. Down he goes. Less than 2 kilometers to the finish line. You can feel it now. You can hear us. You can hear our finish line commentary, the music. Oh no, you can't hear the music. He's listening to French pop.
I don't know if I'd call that pop. Maybe like
What is
French. I don't know, folk.
Folk.
Okay.
Yeah. So he is currently 10 minutes almost ahead of Dimitri's time at Dead Man's Tree. Dimitri went through at 10:27.46, and it looks like Hugo went through around 10:17. So 10 minutes ahead of Dimitri on last year's time. He is moving incredibly well still.
Damn. Yeah, that is solid.
If I was him, I would be listening to Eminem right now. Told you. You got one chance. Lose yourself in the moment, the music. You never let it go. You got one chance. Come on.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a really good one.
The vomit on my sweater. My mom's spaghetti.
Oh, you really know it.
Yeah, pretty well. Izzy knows it better. She knows every word. I know some of it. Great song. Okay.
All right, we're back with our female leader in the RMB UTCT miler. Still holding on to first place.
Yeah.
And
we're waiting for
effort.
Yeah.
Because, man,
Yeah.
she is grinding it.
Yeah. And we are waiting for a split from the Constantia Glen aid station where she's just left a few minutes ago to see how far back Kerry-Ann Marshall is. Kerry-Ann has been right in this race, chasing down Naomi all day. Whether she can pull it off or not, we've still got a couple of hours to see, but I don't think she's that far back. We'll confirm as soon as we hear what's up with that when she comes through Constantia Glen, just back up the hill.
And there she is. We have eyes on her.
There we go.
Okay.
Still looking like she's in great spirits.
Yeah.
Probably trying to get some more ice in her bandana there. Looks like someone's wiping down her legs. Is that with sunblock, I think?
Or with ice.
Anti-shade? Or ice, yep, that's
Yeah.
ice.
Just cooling everything down.
Well, again, just shout out to this aid station here. I think this is probably one of the more critical aid stations for athletes coming off of the Flackenberg section. You know, that section, no matter which race you're doing, is going to be long and hard and very exposed. So a lot of them are going to need help here. And these aid station volunteers are really in the thick of it and seem to be doing a really great job at caring for the athletes that are coming through there.
Yeah, it's actually a low-key aid station. It's really small, but it's a crucial one because you've been out there in the heat toiling for since Norduk. And it just gives you that little bit of belief before you head down to the froth up that is at the TERREX Elfin Trails, big, crazy world with all your crew. So this is a critical little one. And that looks like Tim Belair's actually. Old Cape Town local. He's always involved in the trail running scene. Can't quite tell. Just trying to get a sense of. She looks pretty relaxed together. I can't really tell if she's she's smiling. She looks in, like you said, a good place.
And they must be running at the same pace because, correct me if I'm wrong, but then the last split we had was 10 or 11 minutes, and it is bang on 11 minutes back. Actually 10 and a half, which pretty much is the same. So the gap has not really changed, either increased or decreased. Oh, the ground is low to pick up those poles.
Yeah.
But I think that's different athletes have different running styles, and sometimes it looks like someone might be moving slower than they actually are. And I imagine that's the case with Naomi. She may not be looking super comfortable in her stride, but I'm sure she's still moving pretty well. If the gap hasn't closed that much. But Carrie looks like she's in amazing spirits. Yeah, she's giving high fives and saying hi to everyone. She's definitely someone that people love to see on the trail. She's such a happy energy.
Yeah, she's like the most low-key crusher out there.
Absolutely.
She's sweet as anything, and she just gets it done. So here she goes. Let's see. And she looks like she's moving well. So let's go on.
I was going to say, like, anybody on her team, next time you see her at the aid station, tell her she's not that far back. And if she focuses her attention onto the race, like, good things could happen. But she seems like loopy in a little world where she's seeing unicorns. Obviously, everybody's seeing them at UTCT. But, like, having a jolly time, which, again, is fantastic. But when we're sitting behind the screen, it's like, man, it's that Rich. Go get it.
Don't be fooled, bro. That's just her cover story. She's going to get it. We'll see.
Alrighty.
There it is, the battle.
Yep, the battle's on, and honestly, Naomi's not that much further along on this trail, so I wouldn't be surprised if Carrie Ann catches her really soon. Unfortunately, she just looks like she's moving in better spirits at this point in the race. But like I said earlier, she may be walking, but she's potentially still moving. So yeah, we'll see.
Covering ground.
But Carrie,
Yep,
she's still covering ground. Carrie does seem to be moving slightly better at this point in the race.
Just keep moving forward.
And we've got a few Frenchies in the chat rooting for Hugo Deck. L'ami Hugo qui va nous la ramener. Cette victoire énorme ce qu'il aura fait aujourd'hui. You can carry on. I know, Tony, you can speak French too.
Don't put me on the spot. Just to answer, we've got a question about Marcel van der Merwe. Unfortunately, she has had to drop from the race. She's been suffering with a slight tear in, actually not her hamstring, but she's got a scar on her hamstring that had some tears in. So the scar tissue on her hamstring had been giving her issues for a while. And she just wanted to start the race. I think she knew that it wasn't potentially going to be the day that she was hoping for and she's been training for. But yeah, also someone, with a big history with this event and this race. She's poured a lot of time and energy and love into the brand and the social media side. So awesome to see her be able to stand at the other side of the start line this year. She's normally the one tucked away in the back, up all night for the whole weekend, getting the least sleep, making sure that everyone's updated on the socials and really being on top of that. So it's great that she got to be on the start line this year. Definitely not the fairy tale ending she was hoping for, but I'm sure she'll be back. And I know that she and everyone around her is incredibly proud that she could get there this year. So
yeah, shame. I was excited for her, and she's an incredibly talented athlete.
Absolutely, absolutely. And she's had some great results this year too. She was at Waldstrubel, the 50K. Or actually, it was supposed to be the 70K, which got cut down to the 50K because of pretty extreme weather conditions, like thigh-high snow. So pretty intense. And she had a great result there, like a really strong second half, and I think that gave her a lot of confidence coming into this. But yeah, unfortunately, that's what happens. Ultra running is a brutal sport, and things don't go always the way that we want them to. But yeah, it was her first 100, yes. Just to answer the guy who, again, has attaboy.
It's always important to know when to call it.
Yeah,
You don't want to go and
absolutely.
damage yourself further, but yeah, you got to know when. So I'm just looking down the bottom of the list here to the people who are out of the race whilst I was looking for Marzel. So I see that whilst I was out, Dimitri has also out, huh?
Yep,
so he stopped
unfortunately.
at Alphen Trail. Shame. And then going back up into the people that are still active in the field, the lower half of the field, I see we've got Ashraf Ori and his wife, Rolda. They have just gone, they're somewhere between Llandudno and Hart Bay. Ashraf, local legend. You always see him carrying the flag in marathons, pacing the buses in.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's going to stop at KFC in Hart Bay instead of a piece of watermelon and have a ciggy and carry on. Who else have we got going back up the field a bit more that we recognize?
Well, I hope we also get to see some eyes on Hugo Deck, who should be coming into the finish line any minute now.
Yeah.
Coming through Dead Man's Tree at 10:16. We've, a couple. I'd say you expect roughly 15 to 20 minutes for those 3 kilometers. It's around 3 kilometers and about 300 meters of descending. So it's not nothing, but he was pretty close. Yeah. So expecting to see him fairly soon, and hopefully we can see him on the camera before he gets to that finish line.
Shouldn't that drone turn around?
I think we're trying to catch him around that.
He's just popped in onto the road. Yeah.
There we
with
go.
that white.
Yep.
Yeah, with that white. So he's now under the trees and about to. There you go. Coming in hot.
There he is.
Right, I got you. It took me a while to get my angles right. That's the...
same. I was very confused.
It's the road coming down to the bottom of the screen. Because I was like, why am I looking at a field that's got no finish line on it, and there's the other field?
Yeah. So
Got
he's just exited the view there, I think.
So that's 300 or 400 meters to go.
Well, I think he's just above the road.
There
And the
we go,
first
that's
runner
the
is
thing.
probably a
Yeah.
23.
Yeah.
They're together with what I believe would be the other camera runner.
Yep. Oh, let's see. But definitely, everyone get ready to send your kudos on the live chat if you are not able to get to the finish line, because Hugo Deck is making his way there with rapid speed. There we go.
We want to see French flags flying. He's smiling. He knows
He's
that's in the bag.
Yeah.
Take it all in, brother. This one. This one is a big one.
Oh, yeah.
Starting to
Oh,
sink
he
in.
is so stoked. Gives you chills.
Yeah, amazing.
He ran an incredibly brave race, going out really hard from the Llandudno. You know, he was charging all the way from then. So he ran such an incredibly brave race, and for it to pay off like this, backing himself to be able to hold the pace that he went off with is absolutely incredible. So huge kudos to him. What a day he's had. What a time he's run. I think this is going to be a race that will go down in history.
Yeah. And admittedly, as you were saying, like seeing him sprint out of London, I was like, "Whew, is that sustainable?" And at that point, I would not have put money on Hugo Deck yet. And once again, I was wrong. Look at him come. He's going to collect and give away high fives coming into that almost finish line. He's got another right-hand turn to take. And let's hear it.
Let's see those French flags of all the people there. Allez, Hugo! Allez, 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 allez!
Oh, he's over the moon. Look at that, man. Yeah.
Good for him. Oh, wow.
That's very cool. How old is he? Like in his 20s?
I think he's 25.
Wow.
Yep.
Incredible.
Oh,
What a
man.
dude, man. What a run.
PJ in the house.
Nice, though.
Yes, Hugo. Yes.
And he's doing it.
Oh, they're very cool. Look at that.
I gave her moment as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Love that. Man, he can still sprint like that?
Jeez.
That's intense.
Unbelievable. Adrenaline is pure.
All right, so Stu McConaughey, the race director, gives him the brand new Nick Bourneman medal. A medal to celebrate the founder of Ultra-trail Cape Town, Nick Bourneman. Only 10 medals for our top 10.
Oh, wow. I love that.
And it's opened up the first man to ever put it around his neck. Hugo Tech of France, your winner of the 2024 RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town UT100 kilometer. Let's start the race.
So great to see.
All right, and once again, that's going to be a complete TERREX takeover on that finish line. The team's going to come out. The friends are there. And this is the best way to celebrate today's win. Yeah, Robbie is still chewing on something. That man is always eating. I'm blown away.
Hugo, well done. Your first time here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. This is the
Let's hear it.
It's the big one. It's the 100 kilometer. You must be so stoked with that, Evan. How are you feeling right now?
I think so happy for me. It's really one of the more important 100K in the world. And I dream a lot when I was a teenager. So to win here for me is significant a lot.
Your time just over 10 hours, 26 minutes. What was your favorite part of the course? What part of the course really stood out for you? Where were you running and you thought to yourself, wow, how cool is this?
The downhill after Table Mountain, when you before to arrive to the big road, I love this downhill. It's very technical, and it's like where I live. I live in Marseille, and it's the same. It's rocky like that.
A great day. Your teammates doing an incredible job as well. Robbie Simpson, Alexei Tolstenko. How are you going to go home? What story are you going to tell back home in France when you get home? And how many more athletes are going to be coming over to take on this incredible race?
What do you say, sorry?
How many people back home are you going to be telling about this incredible victory? And how many people do you think will come from overseas to continue to race here at Ultra-trail Cape Town?
I don't know, but I think everybody need to come here because it's really cool. The vibe, the race. I try. I don't know if I have a good pronunciation, but I love this word. And yes, you just kiff here.
There you go. It's Kifya. That's all we need to know. We've got the stamp of approval from Hugo Deck. He says it's Kifya in Cape Town, and it certainly is. What a victory. A time of 10:31.26. The first man to ever put the Nick Bourneman medal around his neck, the commemorative medal of our founder here for Ultra-trail Cape Town, Nick Bourneman. And the top 10 men and top 10 women will be putting that medal over their necks today.
Ah yes, what a celebration from our Frenchman. Really, Hugo Deck is fantastic. French accent, man.
Me too. Sometimes I tell Bastien he needs to speak like that at home because it's so great. But I also love that Hugo went for it. He said kif,
Yeah.
and he even tried to do yes, which I was very impressed because the French don't do the sound.
Yeah.
So very impressive. But while Hugo celebrates his finish and his victory, we have got eyes on Michael here. Miguel, sorry.
Yeah, a
Miguel.
lot of people have been Michaeling him today, so
Sorry,
that's his
Miguel.
English name.
Yeah.
Sorry. Even his Portuguese
You're
friends have
absolutely
called him
right,
Michael.
Tony. Mike is definitely what he goes by, like hashtag Mike Show.
Okay.
And
so I'm not
as you guys were saying,
using my mind here.
probably a couple of Ks away, if that, for Miguel Arsenio to come across that finish line in second position here. Amazing race from the Portuguese runner who, once again, if you're only joining now, will take the win, the over win in the Gran Canaria World Trail Major and pocket 12,000 euros in the process. Big day. Big day for Miguel.
Yeah, a big day, another birthday boy. So incredible for him. This is going to be a monster result. I'm sure he's going to be ecstatic.
He's making he made quick work of that technical section down there. Absolutely incredible how well he navigated that after 90 plus kilometers.
Yeah.
And he is now on his final stretch. He's got a little river crossing, and then he hits the boardwalks and he's home. So he's probably got about a K&a-half to go still before he hits that finished track. But he is flying. And actually, I feel like he might have closed in a little.
Yeah, won't be much more than 10 minutes, the gap in the end.
So maybe not closed in. I think they both ran a very solid final case from from UCT.
If you weren't here earlier, we have Bianca Martin coming on 4th place overall, taking the ladies' honours in 1st place. Now the top 13 overall competitors, 4 of them are women. It was a great class as well, showing incredible talent, speed, and aptitude for this hot, challenging weather.
All right, so exciting news. Our second place in the 100 kilometre, the UT100, Miguel Osinio from Portugal. 28 years old yesterday, his birthday. If he comes across the line in second place, he will secure the title of champion for 2024 of the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors over the 100 kilometre distance. So he will be the series winner in 2024. This, of course, here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, the last.
Here we go.
All right.
Yeah,
Those are
Aisha
good
there.
words
Just,
that we could
yeah.
over here, like, are you ready to move? Let's do it.
Yeah, she's really wanting to fire it up now. She knows it's crunch time. Just remind me how long the pace is allowed to stay with them. I thought that to stop at Elfin.
Yeah, so they are still on their way down to Elfin.
Are they on their way down?
Yeah. They've still got not much longer together. So
Aisha's got to make this count.
Yep.
And then it's down to Solo. It's going to be tough up in the forest, getting onto the contour, getting it done on your own after such a long session of good company. So shame, I've just been catching up. Is that right?
Yeah.
She's out as well. Katerina. Sure.
So unfortunately, Katerina did make her way down off of Constantia Fluckenberg to Constantia Glen, but she has pulled out at Elfin Trail. So she got to that point and decided not to continue any longer after a bit of a fall and a tumble and the wrong turn. I think she just didn't feel good enough to continue, and that's a pity because she's such an incredibly strong athlete. Yeah,
I'm sure that she got pretty shook up by that navigational thing that happened. It really would have rattled her, and then it all just went pear-shaped from there.
Absolutely.
Tough.
Got Anna Mhlongo in the chat saying she's here for Lana Cronier and Jenna Sneeman. Awesome that they are taking on either of these races. But shout out to following in the chat. Let's give them a shout out. Let's give them show them some love. And yeah, let's bring them home.
Yeah, what's happening in the chat, guys? We are up to 1,260 people, which is epic. Love it. Everyone's pulling in.
He'll be able to hear us now. He'll be able to sniff the finish line for second place. Alexei Tolstenko taking the win in the men's 100 miler, time of 21:06:54. Nearly 20 minutes faster than his victory here last year. Matthew Boucher of South Africa currently in second place. And Jerome van der Schurger of Belgium currently sitting in third. Hugo Deck of France taking the win, 10 hours and 31 minutes. The Frenchman's first.
There's some great huge party festive emojis from expert sport coaching, giving Hugo a big up for his win. So cool. And Adele van Wyk giving Naomi a ho being a ho, which is a classic South African running supporters chant. Hold legs, hold.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, coming from Portugal and about to claim second place here in his RMB UTCT 100K. He's been solid all day, and possibly in any other day that could have meant a win, but it was without counting on Hugo Deck's outstanding performance. Both gentlemen brought their best to the table today, and as much as he's gonna claim second place, well, that's I've had to do the math, because the prize money for the RMB UTCT second place is about 1,000 euros, 20,000 rands, and so that added to the win in the Gran Canaria World Trail Major overall, which brings the total amount of 13,000 euros and 245,000 rands as soon as this man will cross the line here at the Gardens Rugby Club. What a day it's going to be for Miguel, who I believe had his birthday yesterday. Like, it seems to be like a good time to be born as an ultra runner.
Yeah. And he's got a crazy support crew from Portugal. I've never seen so many Portuguese flags in the chat. So Mike and your support crew and all your friends back home, it's amazing. Amazing to see that support coming through.
Awesome. Let's hear it from Max, who's going to bring him home.
The man from Portugal has run an incredible race today. As we get ready to welcome home, ladies and gentlemen, let's your hands and voices for Martin Gaffuri. Second place of the UT100 here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. And your winner of the 2024 Gran Canaria World Trail Majors in the 100-kilometer distance. Shiva Kanahini, race director, congratulates him, puts the Nick Foreman commemorative medal over his chest. And the young man from Portugal, his birthday yesterday, 28 years old, is the overall series winner in your Gran Canaria World Trail Majors for 2024. Congratulations.
What a day he's had.
From the young man of Portugal.
And once again, Stu's in the house to bring him home to celebrate that achievement today. Oh man, hope we can hear that. Can we get audio on the line, team?
46 minutes. You can see he looks very calm and collected, obviously wanting to secure that overall title in 2024, not wanting to take any chances. So important.
There's big prize money on the line, and he has certainly done the deed today. Congratulations.
I'm not too sure what's happening here, but like again, looking at the body language, like I'd be jumping up and down and like running across that finish line. It seems like, yeah, something's off. I mean, obviously he's spent, which makes total sense because he's just covered 100K at a blistering pace.
Doesn't
but yeah,
look
there's
particularly overjoyed.
something.
I agree with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like troubled.
The winner of the 2024 Gran Canaria World Trail Majors. Congratulations, your birthday yesterday. That is indeed an incredible birthday present.
Yeah, for sure it is. Yeah, different birthday. My first time going to bed at 8 p.m. on my birthday. So, yeah, we can make the party today because we still here to enjoy and to enjoy Cape Town. I enjoy all the trails, and for me the trails these holidays, not the holidays but these holidays, enough for me.
A great time for you, Hugo. Just about, we're looking at the times, not far ahead at all. It looks like about 15 minutes ahead. Obviously important for you to consolidate and take that overall title in 2024 for the World Trail Majors, and you've done just that. It's been a great year for you. You're going to get some rest now.
Yeah, of course. It was a long season for me. The initial plan was to do World Trail Majors. Was always the biggest goal, but the initial plan was just to race Trans Gran Canaria and Mute. And in Trans Gran Canaria, I cracked my ischio. So then I think to do Mute and Swiss Trail. In Mute, I quit with no legs. Then I just go to Switzerland because I already was talking with Patrick. And for my surprise, I win in Swiss. And then with the UTMB, I cannot go to Grand Raid Pyrénées. And the only option was to finish the circuit here in Cape Town. And yeah, I already knew it that I have to do a top 3 with such a strong field. I know it won't be easy, but I always believe and I fight for it since the beginning of the race, and I could do it.
Well, you did indeed. It's been great having you here in Cape Town. Congratulations. We're very proud of you, and we hope to see you back next year. Well done. Enjoy the moments. So there it is, everybody. Can you believe it?
All right. Well, I guess the words just didn't match the body language. He's still happy and stoked about everything. And like there was a plan. He stuck to the plan, delivered. Yeah, he's just not probably one runner to be jumping up and down like most of us would have. But seems that yeah, he's happy, and he said he enjoyed the trails, the holiday here in Cape Town. So happy as.
And it sounds like as much as he had to go to bed at 8 p.m. on his birthday, it sounds like he's ready to party tonight. So he is definitely stoked, even if his body language is not showing that outwardly. But what a race our top 2 men in the UT100 have had today, both running absolutely blistering times. Now it seems that we're waiting for Michelino, and it seems like we've got some family in the chat waiting for him to come home.
Yes, Patricia. I don't know how they relate. But I've
Talking
asked
about
her.
the chat, it's going to blow up right now. Look who's
yeah.
ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. South Africa, bring out those flags, because we've got our local hero, Matt Bouch, coming in the UTCT 100-mile he has had an incredible day, man, and he is still moving so well.
Yeah.
We promised his mom, Deborah, and his brother Daniel that we would be screaming really loudly for them because neither of them, unfortunately, can be here today. So I hope everyone who is waiting down there to bring them in has got their voices ready and lubed up because, yeah, Matt is bringing this home.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to get an incredible welcome. And yeah, huge kudos to Daniel and his mom who have been dot watching for hours and hours and contributing in a big way to the chat line. So thanks for that, guys. And super cool to see your man coming through. He's almost home.
Making that turn down Dead Man's Tree, which means he's got 3 kilometers to go. Just under 300 meters of climbing. And yeah, he is looking well. While we wait for Matt at the finish line, we've got some visuals of Naomi, who has made it finally to the Elfin Trail, where she gets to see her crew. And I imagine this is a huge relief. They will have been there for quite some time now, waiting for her to come through.
Yeah.
And this is also where she will drop off her paces. So Aisha's duties are done. And now this is all on Naomi. But yeah, Aaron looks like he knows what he's doing, knows what needs to be done. He's helping her get herself prepared and ready, and she looks determined.
It'll be a good reset for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really nice chance to just retake stock, eat, drink, chat, get some advice on how to tackle the next 25Ks that she's got to still undertake. They seem to be in all kinds of discussions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Loading up with more water, both sides.
Slightly patchy imagery, but we're getting the gist of what's going on. She's really just refilling, retaking stock of what she needs before she heads out. But yeah, she is going to keep going. And as someone said, Naomi can start a tractor with her legs. I think that's her superpower. Once she puts herself in 4x4 mode, there's nothing really that's going to stop her. So she will keep powering on from Elfin, and hopefully we will see her sooner rather than later here at UCT.
Is that her
There we go. I think that's her giving her family,
well
that's
done.
her mum and her dad there at Elfin Trail.
Amazing.
They're walking out with her, giving them hugs, and that support there is what makes this event special, really.
And
honestly.
that's a really good sign. That was sharp. They went and out, did the thing, and got going.
Yep. There was no hanging around there, no wasting time. And yeah, talking about not wasting time, Matt is doing great here. So it's awesome to see him closing in on this finish line really rapidly. He will be our second man in the UTCT 100-mile race at the RMB UTCT weekend. And yeah, absolutely incredible race. South Africans, raise those flags. Amazing. We've got some eyes on Jasmine Lauter, who is our first female in the UT100 coming into the UTCT aid station. This is the first eyes we've had on her since she's exited through Cecilia Forest. And she's moving. I think she must be super excited to see her crew here. She's still giving high fives. So yeah, doing good spirits.
Good spirits. She's in about 7th position overall.
We can see you, Kane. So if you can chat and maybe you can bring up your feed there.
Guys, we've got first place Lady and the 100-kilometer Jasmine just getting into the UTC aid station. She's got an expert local crew who've been taking amazing care of her all day. Icing down, ice bandana. Bucket over the head.
Wow. Full bucket wash down.
Taking on a
shower,
handheld
cool
bottle.
down.
Oh yeah. Ice in her buff again, trying to just get her cool.
I think these guys are winning like Team of the Day award.
Oh,
eh?
yeah.
They are next level. They just keep upping their game. Everything is smooth. They're busy. It's phenomenal.
She's taking on, is that a Red Bull or? Ah, there we go.
It is the Red Bull. Lots
Red
of
Bull,
ice.
some watermelon. Some more ice in that bandana. So she's spending a bit of time here, but I think, again, they haven't seen their crew in a while. She knows what's coming. She's been here for a couple days, and I know she's recce'd some of the routes. So I'm assuming she knows.
Totally
knows
knows what's coming, and she also knows how hot it's out there. And
Yeah.
so it's something to take seriously.
Absolutely. So they're taking their time to look after her at the aid station there, which is great. Great to see. And yeah, first lady into UCT in 10:55. So a great time. And let's see. Now she's probably got another just over an hour to get to this finish line.
Yeah, and I think she's got a comfortable lead as well, so she doesn't have to do anything crazy right now. Someone asking about Patrick Ahrenthaler from Germany, who's been in fifth position for the last hour or two. We will do our best to bring you finish line coverage of Thibaut Garivia in fourth and Patrick in fifth. So stand by for that. And off she goes. Jasmine's on her way.
So while you may not have visuals of Jasmine leaving a UCT aid station, we can confirm that she is moving rapidly out of there. She had her Red Bull. She's got a fire now. She's climbing those stairs very quickly. So she's moving incredibly well. Kane, maybe you can give us some insight into what her crew is saying. What is she feeling? How is she looking?
Toni, Luke, do you have me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, so she's in and out. She looks really good. Very, very impressive in terms of how much food and liquid she was able to get in one sitting. All things to seemingly cool her down. She had ice-cold Red Bull, cold drinks, lots of ice, watermelon, and she actually ran holding an ice. I haven't seen that yet today, ever. But yeah, overall, looking quite cool, calm, and collected. Wasn't in a rush. I think that she definitely looked in terms of
awesome
getting food, and then she moved very well on the way out.
Awesome. Yeah, I think cooling strategies, people often forget that your wrists are a great place to cool yourself down. So carrying something in your hands or having an ice bandana that's around your wrists really rapidly cools your body temperature down. So if that's something that she's done, I think that's probably the first person we would have seen do that. And it's a great way to get yourself cool. So yeah, she's carrying something in her hand that I think Kane mentioned was frozen.
Yeah.
So that's the first person that we've seen do that today.
She nearly took the tiger line up past the skipping the blockhouse climb.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
But yeah, she's blazing. She came through UCT 10:55. Ruth Croft, last year's winner, came through in 11:03. So she is 8 minutes ahead of Ruth at this point last year. And again, Ruth ran a really solid race.
Yeah. Yeah, this is incredible.
So Jasmine is having a really, really great day. Jasmine Latha, Canadian runner from the North, representing the North Face. So if we've got any Canadians in the chat, please show us some love.
It's 9 a.m., guys. You've got no excuses anymore on the west coast of British Columbia. She's from Nelson, small town on the west side. So actually it's probably only 8 or 7 a.m., but you guys better wake up and support this woman. She's coming in for the win in the next hour, the UTCT 100K.
Yep. And I imagine, as much as we're watching Jasmine, we'll probably switch to see Matt Bouch coming into the finish line any minute now.
Yeah.
So everyone get your cowbells ready. I know we're excited to welcome him home here at the Gardens Rugby Club at the finish line of the RMB UTCT.
And there we've got a Canadian, Tyler Johansson, who's woken up and watching Jasmine crushing it. So amazing. Stay online.
So Jasmine's crew is actually the same crew that's been looking after Michelle Sanserino.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry,
Wow.
Sanseri. There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Patricia. I see I've messed up your surname. But it's the same crew, and Kane has said that they deserve crew of the day. Just being so thorough and so quick and efficient.
Yeah.
So
That's
big
tough.
up to her crew. Let's just get their names right. We've got Josh Hayward and Ty, who looked after Jasmine and Michelino the whole day.
Nice. Wow, what a gig. They've been doubling down. That's
Absolutely.
impressive. It could have got messy.
I mean, they
But,
obviously knew that they weren't going to be too far apart because
Well.
things can get stressful when if something's going well for one person and maybe not for the other. But they knew what was going on.
Yeah, it could have got, let's be honest, it could have got very messy.
Yeah.
Trying to juggle both
Oh,
those
yeah.
balls.
We've also got Ron Lowther. I'm assuming family, and if not, conveniently similar surname.
Yeah, yeah. And so we'll find out. Ron, let us know how you're related, if you are related to Jasmine. Awesome to see you guys all tuning in from, we're assuming, Canada. And Jackie, we can definitely mention Brandon Hulley having an absolute stormer. I was actually looking him up earlier in the results on the leaderboard. Brandon has been really smoking it all day. So big up for another local runner. And I see that Samantha Riley is still in 4th place, and she's not that far behind Eva in the 100K.
Yep.
Probably about 15 minutes, and that was at Nursery Ravine.
Yep.
So not impossible that she could get on the podium, and having a great run today.
Yep. Yeah, just Brandon Hulley, Ollie Morris, Sky Clark, Cal Bucklow, all incredible local athletes who are rounding out the South African contingent in this top group of men. All gone through Nursery Ravine, so all expected at UCT. If you're around, go cheer them in over there, then welcome them. Come bring them home at the Garden State Rugby Club here. But yeah, great to see so many South Africans vying up front for that top 10 position, where they will be getting the Nick Boardman medal.
Yeah, I
In
heard
a
about that. That is
celebration
super cool,
for the 10th anniversary of the UTCT event. They have created a special medal in commemoration of one of the founding members, Nick Boardman, and the top 10 male and female athletes in this UT100 will be receiving that medal, which is incredibly special.
Yeah.
And
That's a bit like the Wally Hayward in the Comrades. It's a very rare, tricky one to get. And one South African looks like he's going to get it, and that'll be Brandon Hulley if he can hang in there where he is now. He's been consistently there for the last while in 10th position overall. So, yeah, huge kudos to him against an incredibly strong international field. That if you look up the leaderboard, there's a person from about 9 different countries up ahead of him. So, yeah, rounding out the leaderboard at this stage, he's doing super great. And I actually was looking up some of his results earlier. He's had an incredible year. He came 3rd in the MUT 100 miler earlier this year. And also noticed that he won the maxi race 75K in the Winelands in 2023. So, yeah, he's just been really just getting
definitely
better and better.
a super consistent name that you can expect to see somewhere near the top of the race when he shows up.
Yeah.
Definitely someone that everyone tends to take note of when he stands at a start line.
Yeah.
So here we go. Matt Bouch, our 2nd position male in the UTCT, the 100-mile race at RMB UTCT. You can see he's just crossed the last of the bridges. He's through passing the wash house now, the Platter Clip wash houses. and he is basically home. He's got about 600 more meters to go, and then that's it. So
Great stuff, Matt.
yeah, what a day! What a day for him, and I know everyone here is going to be super proud of him. Definitely came back for redemption, and he's definitely achieved that. Having not having the race he wanted to last year, and then to come back and absolutely pull out such an incredible result. We're all incredibly proud of him.
Yeah, this is so cool. Vicky Ruiz on the chat, Tony, is in capitals asking, is that you, Tony, talking? So you better confirm that.
Hands up,
you.
confirmation. Yep, it is me. I get the fun job this year of sitting and watching people run and not having the stress of racing myself. Although I must admit, it's given me a lot of FOMO. I think I'm going to have to come back next year and stand on the start line.
That's what someone has asked you as well. Are you coming back? So there you go.
There we go. Answer 2 in 1. 2 for 1 for you.
So guys, I'm actually getting a bit emotional. There's so much family following all these top runners here and all the runners. But just on the chat line, we've got Ron Larther, who's Jasmine's dad, who now confirmed. He's also in the mix here, following on. So it's super cool. We've got
Patricia.
Patricia is Michelina's mom. So it's just epic family stuff. We're loving this. So the more the merrier. Bring it on. Keep us informed as we bring them all home.
There we go. Final stretch. He'll hear the finish line. He'll be hearing the cowbells. He's stoked. He knows he's pulled this out the bag. We're all stoked for him. I imagine this is where it sinks in fully that he's finally achieved the run that he wanted to have here. And I'm sure he is over the moon. You can hear Max Kloof in the background, bringing everyone, getting those cowbells rung. Here he comes, representing Hoka South Africa, Matthew Bout, local legend. He's going to take his final victory lap after 160 kilometers running around the Western Cape Peninsula.
One of the hardest hill he's done today.
Absolutely. One of the most grueling 100-mile races, I would say, in the world. And he has come out in second position in an international field. What an amazing day he's had.
Incredible. Huge kudos to this man. Drakensberg legend. There he comes to soak it all up. Lots of high fives incoming. What a vibe. Just had enough energy to do one little mini jog victory lap.
One mini lap, that's all he needed.
Yeah, wow.
And he is stoked. You can see it sinking in, and that crowd is stoked for him as well. Raising the South African flag high in an internationally stacked field. What a race he's had. Sharing that moment with Stu McConaughey, race director. Yeah, I love it. Yes. That's awesome. Loving seeing the celebrations for Matt here in the comments. It's so great to see when a country gets behind an athlete and someone who puts so much soul and effort into it. Awesome work, Matt. We're all super proud of you. What a race you've had.
Yeah, magic. Brilliant. No.
Know that was
Obviously.
his partner there at the finish line. She was part of his crew for part of the race. So that's also a really special way to share a race with someone that's beyond their crew.
Yeah.
Again, you experience a different side of it.
You're a hard man of ultra running. Today, the stars aligned. You must be so stoked.
Yeah, super stoked. I had a DNF here last year, so a bit of redemption today. Things came together.
Wonderful conditions, incredible conditions to run a 100-miler in. The weather, absolute blessing.
Yeah, last night was perfect running through the evening, not a breath of wind. A bit hot today, but yeah, it's a tough course. Stu, jeez, man, that's quite something.
Let's talk quickly. Your favorite moment on the route. Where were you on the route? When did you have that moment to just think and say, wow, how privileged am I to do this?
I think actually coming from the clears as the sun was setting, just alone on the mountain. You know, Kloof Corner is fantastic for obvious reasons, but when you get out there running by yourself, that's really what's special. And then actually all of the volunteers, everyone was welcoming, high fives. Yeah, thank you to everyone.
All right, Matt Bouch, everybody, there he is. Second place, the South African has done what South Africans do best. Hello, Vietney, wat ons Vietney. Let's get back to the...
Love that. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie.
Yeah.
More true saying I don't think has ever been said. But awesome. And awesome that he got to shout out there for the volunteers.
Yeah, yeah, very cool. You could see he really appreciated everything that was going out on the course. The quiet times, the froth ups, the volunteers. Amazing.
Well, speaking about what's going on the screen here, I think that this is going to be an overtake that we see here. This is Carrie Ann Marshall,
Right. Yeah.
who's currently second in the 100-mile female race, the UTCT. But up ahead, that is Naomi
Is
Brandt.
that Naomi right there? Someone told me that Kerry came in. We didn't get a visual on it, but she came into Elfin Trails very soon after her. So I think
from
you are right.
from the celebrations of a finish line to what can be a really tough moment for one athlete, and obviously a great moment for another.
Yeah.
But it looks like Carrie Ann is about to catch Naomi Brandt in this section up towards Cecilia Forest as they head towards the contour path that will lead them towards UTT.
Yeah.
And what a moment to catch on camera as well. It's not often that we get to see stuff like this. So to have a visual on this,
It's like a Bruce Fordyce moment. The handshake.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you more about that story later because I got the lowdown on it from the guy whose hand he shook once upon a time. But yeah, amazing to see these kind of things unfold. So this is that little, I know this path quite well. It's just above, you just go off Spillhouse Avenue and you've got to do this little ascent up to link into Cecilia Forest. So you can see she's having a little walk and using the poles. It's not particularly steep, but it is uphill. So she's moving through pretty well through here.
Yep. And while this is going on, we also have Michelino, who has been through Dead Man's Tree at 10:59. So that was almost 15 minutes ago, which means we should be expecting him at the finish line in roughly 5 minutes.
Nice.
So lots going on here. If you're thinking about leaving our live feed, don't. You're going to miss all the action. So please hang around. Please share. Please like. Because let's bring these athletes home. We've got some incredible international and local athletes duking it out up front in both the 100-mile and 100K race, as well as a couple 23K athletes who are finishing their 23K Explorer race.
Yeah, and they've had a long journey today.
Absolutely.
If they're still out there. And I see we've got Chantal Nienaber back, who's reliving the dream here from the olden days of UTCT. And she is telling us she's been glued to the screen for the past 2 days.
There we go. Up.
Oh, is that
That's Michelino.
What a thing. Just
There we
got in
go.
time.
There's the action that we're talking about. What a race he had. And like Martin said earlier, the Americans seem to be incredibly good at closing.
Yeah.
Because Michelino was not in this top contention at the beginning of the day. And just like last year when we
He's
had
confirming he's on the podium.
yeah, just like last year when we had Anthony Cristales and Caleb Olsen.
Yeah,
Both of them also closed really hard on Dimitri last year. So, you know, kudos
true.
to the American style of racing. They're hard finishers.
Yeah. Great second
and
half.
what an incredible race Michelino Sanseri had, rounding out our men's podium for the UTCT UT100. What a great day they've had.
Yeah. Okay, so we've that was a great moment to catch, and we're back with Kerry Ann here, heading up to Cecilia Car Park.
So it's saying she's closing, but did we miss the?
I'm stoked that I just.
Oh wow!
Let's talk quickly about your experience here in South Africa, specifically in Cape Town. What a community, an incredible trail network. It's a great place to be at the end of the year.
Oh my God, yeah. This has been on the list for a long time, and it checks all the boxes, and I'm happy to be out here. And yeah, the community has been so kind to us and has been showing us around and really made sure we knew the course, and has, you know, best crewman ever, Josh Kaywood. Amazing man.
Congratulations on your third place today. An unbelievable effort in your first time here at UTCT. We cannot wait to see you back.
Thank you. Stoked to be here. Stoked to be here.
All right, there it is. Let's give a round of applause. The man with a plan from the United States of America. Third place here today in the UT100.
And there you have it. Our podium finish for the UT100 at the RMB UTCT for 2024. Michelino Sanseri from the USA rounding out that podium. And yeah, I think that's what he said is so interesting, because so many athletes that you speak to overseas and internationally have UTCT on their bucket list.
Yeah,
and it's great to see so many of them coming in, ticking off that final year-end celebration race, I like to call it, because at the end, you know, it is such a party. It is such a great community that it doesn't really feel like a race. It feels like a party.
Yeah.
And that's always so great.
Look, it's a top destination combined with a phenomenal race. So it's very appealing, I think, and the word has got out there. The secret's out.
Yep, not so secret anymore.
But what I found interesting as well is that he said I nearly dropped at Hart Bay.
Yep.
And I can tell you that I have dropped at Hart Bay before, and I regretted it every minute. When I was standing on the finish line after having got a lift back to the finish line, I regret it a lot. And that's a classic ultra running thing where you just got to hang in there. You got to stay in the game. And look what happened. He turned it around massively and he ended up on the podium. So kudos to the man. Yeah,
absolutely. And again, just talking about trail running and ultra running in general, things can change so quickly. You can be in a super low patch and turn things around very, very quickly as well. So it's always worth hanging in there a little bit longer to see if things will change.
Yeah, 100%.
And we've got visual now on Jasmine Lowther, our UT100 female leader. She has made it up the Garmin craziest climb, which is the Blockhouse climb, and she is at the top. So
wow, well done.
She has made it all the way up there. That's 375 meters of elevation. I don't think I'm ever going to forget this now. And 3.57 kilometers of climbing. So she has made it all the way up there now, and she will be hitting the contour path on her way back to the finish line here.
Yeah. Well done. And she's very happy to record that in advance, because she will have known exactly what she was getting herself into there before hitting the contour, which will be a pleasant cruise for a short while before it gets a little bit wobbly again. So she is well on her way.
All right, let's get them up there. You see, that's the French magic right there. Just pops its magic. If you will, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's get together for a massive round of applause. Showers and celebrations for your top 3 men at the 2024 RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town.
Whoop.
In the UT.
The champagne showers. There it goes.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, you can see these guys have all had their fair share of champagne celebrations.
Yeah,
they knew what to do.
Those are your top. and well done.
And while we're watching Hugo dance on the screen, oh, I love it. Celebration continues. But while we watch the top three men in the UT100 finish off here, we are going back to UCT, where we have word that our second female in the UT100 is entering UCT campus, which means she will be heading to that aid station fairly soon, and hopefully we'll have some eyes on her.
Be making his way towards us in the next couple of minutes.
And I think just listening to Max, that's probably going. That looks like it's going to be Jerome.
Yep.
In Belgium, you're gonna get a hugely deserved podium in the 100 mile. So really great day and night out.
Oh yes! Welcome home, Altif and Mohammed.
And he's smiling now,
Yeah,
that's
he looks
for sure.
a lot more appropriately happy now. Good, I'm glad because he's a lovely guy. I met him the other day. We had a long chat and he was super bubbly. And
There we go. Here we go. We've got Jerome van der Schlag.
you've got to
Van der
be quite drunk to be able to say his name correctly. So you just
I
got to
think I
go
got
with
that
it.
right.
Van
I'm
der
going to be
Okay.
confident about that.
Okay, cool.
Jerome van der Schlag.
Okay,
I'm
nice.
gonna go with that.
Okay.
The ASICS runner, he is making his way up the final little. I don't want to call it a hill, but at this stage in the race, I can guarantee it feels like a hill.
This is totally a little hill.
Yeah.
I know this one. It's when you come off the T junction.
Yeah.
It's not even long.
No, but
it's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible no matter where you are in a run.
Yeah.
But 150, probably 8Ks, he is definitely feeling that as a hill.
Yeah.
But he is about to hit the boardwalks, which means we can expect him in at the finish line, rounding up our UTCT 100-mile race podium. So yeah, keep on that live feed because we will be welcoming home our men's podium in the UTCT 100-mile very shortly.
Yeah. Yes, I'm just watching the visuals here of Michelino. And he's gone.
He was.
I was looking at his choice of headwear and the fact that he's been wearing his trucker backwards, and I think he fried his face off. So he's got the old school American style trucker and moustache combo. It's a classic.
I think, Kane, if you're around, have we got the second lady? I think we've got the second lady at UCT.
Yes.
So if Kane, you are there, can you speak so we can hear you?
Yeah.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Awesome.
Yep,
Yeah,
we
go
can
for
hear
it.
you.
Hopefully we can get a visual in the corner of the screen here, but you keep talking.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yes. We do. We have the second lady in the UCT aid station, Antonina, and she looks really, really good. Once again, she's going straight to the kind of communal runners food table, and she's taken a few things. She's getting help from the amazing volunteer crew here to fill her bottles. So yeah, she doesn't seem to have her own crew here in this aid station. She's kind of doing it herself. She's just thrown some sour jellies into a bag. I see a Red Bull being opened.
Losing a bit of connection there with Kane, but we're gonna keep talking, Kane, because we are catching bits and pieces of it.
Been in the aid station for about a minute and a half, and she's on her way out.
Oh, sharp. Nice.
Yeah, so really looking very. I'm watching her skip up the stairs under the Red Bull arch now, and she's absolutely charging. So Yeah, I think she actually looks a lot better at this point than our first place lady looked, Jasmine. So,
Wow. Okay.
yo, I think the pace of split from here to the finish. Oh, wow, she really did look very, very strong.
She's going to have to run the segment of her life if she wants to beat Jasmine, because I think she's 20 odd minutes back, but we will keep a beady eye on that.
And while we wait for Jerome at the finish line, we're getting some nice visuals of the vibe here at the rugby club at the UTCT finish line. Everyone waiting. Good music, good vibes. There's beer, there's food. So, yeah, great place to spend a Saturday afternoon for sure.
Here we go, Andre Becker, is that you? Puts his hand up in the air. Andre, you have got this, buddy. It is a couple
Oh, look at that. Coming in on the 23. What a journey.
as he waves to his family on the side. 3 more steps, and you have done it. Welcome home.
All right, so we've got Nate on the finish line. Tells me 6 years old, nearly 7. Nate has got the coolest glasses. Almost as cool as mine. The future of trail running is safe, people. Let's make no mistake.
And hopefully Nate's going to be running the shred tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Welcome home to Sunburn Watches Perfect. Awesome to have you guys with us today.
You know, the emotion at the finish lines, you can't beat it. No matter the distance, you absolutely cannot beat those finish line emotions.
I love it. It's like an airport. I love airport. There's a mix of expectation and outlets of joy, sadness, grief, all rolled in there. So it's phenomenal.
Yep.
True human experience.
Here we've got Jerome. He's coming off the boardwalks, past the wash houses. We've seen this before. We know that they're close when they get here.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he knows he's close. He can probably hear it.
Yeah. Amazing.
I'm not sure if that was a smile. I'm still trying to see if it was a smile.
There we go.
Boring and now.
Yeah,
Boring in the
absolutely.
23 back to the field.
Absolutely incredible. You can see that beer goes straight to the face. It's hot out there. They know that. And before you drink, you cool your face. The Jerome Thundershark will be approaching soon. Very, very soon.
Music. Great times, incredible memories. What a way to celebrate 10 years of awesome here at the RMB UTCT. A decade of running excellence, community, adventure. That's what it's all about. Sustainable trails, incredible people.
Alrighty, we're here at the finish line at Gardens Rugby Club. We are waiting for Jerome van der Schaag. He is our third man in the UTCT at the RMB UTCT in 2024. He's been out there for 22 minutes in the... No, 22 minutes. Wow. He's been out there for 22 hours and 32 minutes. And he will be coming in very, very shortly. We are just waiting for him here at the finish line while we get some visuals ready for the energy, the vibes. We're his supporters. We can see you guys flying your flag high.
Yeah, and there's a lot of German flags that are flying high. We're hoping that they're going to catch a glimpse of Patrick Ahrenthaler, who's also pretty imminent. He's on his way down to Deadman Speed in the 100K.
An incredible journey of over 22 and a half hours. Not far away. A big
Here
journey.
he comes.
5 o'clock. Last night they left here.
Oh, he looks so relieved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What an
it is
awesome race
done.
he's had.
Job done. Wow. What a journey. He says, I'm done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, massive.
That's what it means to run 100 miles.
Gotta go deep.
Relief, joy.
Yeah.
You can just tell he really emptied himself. He really pushed and put everything into that. And it's great to see him come out in a podium position.
At the 22nd to RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town.
I could be wrong, but I actually think it's his first 100-mile finish. I'm going to have to double check that, but when I was doing a bit of looking up, I saw a lot of ultras, but none of them were over the 100K distance. So, wow, if that's the case, he will be very, very pleased with this performance.
So he does seem to have a UTMB index for the 100 mile, which means he would have run a 100-mile race or something close,
Okay.
ranked in that category. Yeah, Restonica Trail, except that was only 100K.
yeah,
So while it remained in the 100-mile category
Yeah.
for the UTMB indexes, it doesn't seem to be 100
Yeah.
miles.
So I think it is.
I can help you with that one because this race takes place in Corsica, and the amount of vert and technicality is just out of this world. So running 100K plus over there definitely qualifies as the 100-mile category. That's why.
But I mean, he has actually run 100 miles back in 2022. He was at Diagonal de Fou in the Grand Raid reunion. So he ran the 168 kilometers and came sixth. Oh, seventh. Sorry, he was seventh. So he's no stranger to this distance, but yeah, I think this is probably his best result so far in a mile, and must have been a big boost to his confidence to finish in such a strong field as well. But yeah, that look on his face, he is spent, he is tired for sure.
Yeah.
As you should be, finishing a 100-mile race, knowing that you've given everything.
Yeah.
And the South African flags are flying on the chat.
Oh yeah, love that.
Yeah, they truly are flying now. There's a new one there. I don't know if that's an official flag from Ernst Kuschka.
Yeah, it's
but
Nepal.
flying. And I don't know if you guys speak Gen Z, but we've got skibbity toilets is some kind of interpretation needed. I need my daughter to interpret that for me. I don't know what that actually means. It's some kind of...
Damn, can't help you with that.
Can't help you.
Nope.
Yeah,
Same
I
tool
can't
for
help you
that
with that
shit.
one either. Skibbity toilet.
I've heard the word skivity, but honestly, I don't know what it means. Izzy, where are you? I need to interpret
Oh,
that.
it's an actual word? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's
Now
like
I feel old.
It's a new slang. That's the thing.
Dang. Wow. Definitely feeling old then.
The Belgians just taking some time to get out of the heat. It has been a glorious.
So we might be cutting to a break here, which means we might miss some of this finish line interview that Max does with Jerome, but we will be back soon and hopefully fill you in with what goes down there.
And it is absolutely relentless. 3 incredible men across the line. His new personal best time, the second fastest ever in the history of the 100 miler for the Russian Federation, Alexei Tolstenko of TERREX, a 21:26. Matthew Bouch of South Africa in second place at 22:10, and then Jerome van der Schegen of Belgium in third place across the line.
And he is going to be the winner of the 2024 amazing performance. She's going to be facing the finish line of the Trans-Gran Canaria Classic. I can't put into words. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
Oh, they're gonna have a replay. Oh, we're bringing it in. All right,
we're bringing him in.
To bring him in, ladies and gentlemen, coming from France, representing Team Hoka, Thibaut Garivier, who seemingly had a bit of a tough back end of the race, but he soldiered through and came into 4th place into this RMB UTCT 100K. And yeah, my feelings were correct. When he came to Alphen, he looked like he was a bit out of it already, and there's still a fair amount of Ks to be covered until that finish line, especially that climb up to the blockhouse. And but yeah, he made it. Kudos to him. He's like, no, I'm good. No beer. I'm gonna find some shade and disappear.
Get me out of the sun. And I mean, you were absolutely right about Michelino Sanseri. He absolutely closed super hard, just like Anthony Costales and previous years Caleb Olsen. So those Americans know how to close.
No, they know how to do it right. No doubt about it.
But yeah, very happy for Thibaut Garivier as well. His first time in Cape Town. I know he was super excited to be here. Looks like he's given a lot and had to dig super deep to get here. Looks quite emotional at this finish line, and I can imagine that it's been a tough day to have been in contention all day for that podium, and to have lost it towards the end of the race is never easy. But man, looks like it's been a really tough day. I think it's really hot out there. We're underestimating how that heat is affecting people in this back half of the race. Yeah, looks like he's just had a tough day. But
yeah,
tough day or not, he still finished in 4th position.
To get to the finish. But I like what you were saying earlier. If people weren't there, I think it's worth repeating. Like he's a full-time radiologist, and so that is a lot of work, a lot of working hours aside from training as a pro athlete. And he said that was always his choice, not to let ultra running be the sole driver in his life, and especially for those moments. Because, you know, when your world crumbles, although, don't get me wrong, 4th place at this race, I'd take it any day. And he's just going to need a little bit of time to reflect and get out of this rough patch. But again, like the fact that he managed to pull it off and had the grit to make it to the line, he'll be able to reflect on this with pride, because dropping out of the race, this is the one thing you always regret even when you know deep down that sometimes it's the best decision if you get injured, if your heart's not in it. But so here it seems like he had no valid reason to stop, and so he just dragged himself to the line. But again, kudos to him, because it is not easy, the choices he's made, and he's living up to them. Again, 4th place here at this RMB UTCT. Boy, I'm gonna try and shake in on him a bit later to make sure he's okay. But seems like he's got his crew around him and is well looked after.
Yep, absolutely.
Who's that?
That is Thibaut Gervier, who just came in 4th position in our UT100. Yeah, he looks like he's had to dig deep today, and yeah, just watching him at the finish line, you know that he's given a lot to be here, and it's taken its toll. But
Looks pretty
I think once he's recovered a little bit, I'm sure he's going to reflect back on this and be super proud of the performance he's put in, and the resilience that he showed to get himself to this finish line when it wasn't an easy day.
Yeah. So guys, I've just popped out to chat to the crew. There's a couple of camera runners have just come in after brutal sprints up from UCT to the blockhouse and across. And who have we got coming in now?
So this
is that possibly Patrick.
This is Patrick.
Tyler, guys, there we go. 5th position in the 100K.
We finally have some visuals of Patrick for his fans in the comments. Unfortunately, we can't have camera runners behind everyone, but we can give you as much as we can. And,
there we go. Well, we
it's
got him
great
just
to
in
see
time.
him at the finish line. Also, again, another emotional finish.
Yeah.
Another
Wow.
runner who's
What a-
shown how much this takes.
Yeah.
How deep you have to dig to get into this top
Awesome.
group of elite men.
What an achievement.
Old Man's TV, who's definitely going into the competition for the best chat handle. He's got lots of German flags. We'll be very stoked with that. Nice one, Old Man's TV.
Awesome. Oh, it looks like he's got a video feed. He's saying hi to someone at the finish line.
Wow.
Probably family or friends following along. But that's awesome to see that he is able to connect with them so quickly after the race. And yeah, Jack Black in hand.
Yeah, there we go. Nice, ice cold Jack Black will solve all your problems for a tough day in the sun. And then another bit of news I got from the guys in the studio outside was that the 100-mile women's race is still very much on, and Kerry Ann is still about 3 minutes behind Naomi. The person we saw up in front of her was not actually Naomi. We didn't quite get a full visual on that, and so Brahm and anyone else who's following that race closely, Naomi is still in the lead in the forest on the contour by not a lot, but 2 or 3 minutes, let's just say, for now. So we'll be watching there closely as they head their way towards UCT. And just looking at Patrick Aaron Tyler wearing very sensible clothing. He's wearing all white, long sleeves. That's what you want out there right now. One of the camera runners told me that he made a clothing error and he went all black long sleeves.
Oof.
And he paid for it.
Black long sleeves.
But yeah, you know.
Dang, didn't check the weather when they got up this morning.
Well, you know, some days you just don't quite nail it. So yeah, he had to sweat through a tough leg up in the blockhouse.
Yeah, I can imagine that. But absolutely, on days like this, you want to be wearing light clothes. And actually, those arm sleeves that he's wearing are not only for cold. Often they're a great way to stuff ice into your arms to help cool yourself down. Also, just protecting yourself from the UV rays of the sun. I think that's also something that you...
Even if you just pour water on, just immediate.
It holds the water, helps keep you a bit cooler. So definitely a benefit in the heat as well as in the cold.
Yeah.
I was actually tuning back in to say exactly that. So I think this is my time to just mic drop. Toni, you take over from here. I've become redundant.
No, just complete.
Feeds that I watch where you're commentating. I learn from the best.
Well, you're a damn fast learner.
Or I've just watched a lot of long races.
And so
watching the
as
cable
we
car
have
go up.
this,
What a perfect day.
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah.
firm, extremely hot out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and so
Very
look,
nice
is that
shot
the
though.
line,
Cable going
the
up.
kind of the line we take? Like when
Yeah,
you took us up
yes,
there?
Kloof Corner, dude, right underneath the cableway to the right there. That's the ridge line. That's it. Okay, guys, and we are tuning out for ad break in 1.
3 years ago, Ultra-trail Cape Town approached us to clear some trails. Then the partnership with RMB came along. We're here to represent the users, take care of the ecology, the fauna and the flora. RMB are sponsoring a number of projects. Friends of Table Mountain, the Sugarbird Project, Live to Run, and the Sustainable Cedar Project in the Cedarburg, very much aligned to our value system of taking care of the environment. Together with our partners, RMB and UTCT, we are committed to making Table Mountain better.
What an amazing performance.
How confident it was. Stand through the cattle guard and towards the finish line for 2024 champion.
The Graphic Speed Ultra is just a fast shoe, built with input from the best trail runners in the world.
This has never been done before.
And this was just possible due to the very strong collaboration. The secret formula for us was how can we mix together the components so that we make measurable differences. Seeing athletes on the podium, this was just wow. This was the game changer for us. The Graphic Speed Ultra is designed to run fast.
He's doing.
Cool.
Alrighty, we are back and we've got a little UT100 race recap. Although this looks like more of a UTCT race recap. This is the 100-mile start.
Yeah.
And you can see there is Jerome running in that Asics kit who ultimately became our third place winner here on the podium. Matt Bouch running with Anele Bantz. We are still waiting on the women's race, but Kerry-Ann Marshall in the early stages of the race looked as good as she looks currently.
Yeah.
Still smiling, still happy. This lead group ending up splitting up quite a bit, but great to see these early stages again. Remember, this is
to relive this, hey?
yeah.
See where everyone ended up.
This is around 23 hours, or almost 23 hours ago. So these athletes, none of the women have finished the race yet. We've obviously got our top 3 men in, but these runners have been out there for almost 24 hours at this point.
They've lived a lifetime.
Absolutely. While we've been going on our daily life. Back at Kloof Corner last night. What an incredible atmosphere. And absolutely beautiful. Really, Cape Town showed off last night.
Yeah, it did. It's gorgeous. Oh.
And that sunset. This is what it's about. That's what those athletes were treated to at the top of Table Mountain last night. And then, unfortunately, we didn't have any coverage on the darkness, but we bring you back at Komaki just before the long beach, the never-ending beach, where Alexei made quick work, and he was our race lead from this point, and basically from this point onwards.
Yeah.
Kerry-Ann Marshall, smiley as ever at the Komaki aid station before she took on that section there. both of our women race leaders, Naomi Brunt and Carrie-Ann Marshall, looking super strong in these back half of the race.
Yeah.
And Matt Bouch with his pacer and PT55 runner, Addy athlete, Admire. It's great to see them out there together.
Sorry, Tredo, I'm feeling a bit rough, eh?
And Alexei running into UCT. Just chilling, feeling great, absolutely incredible, all smiles.
Busting it up.
Yeah, special moments shared between pacers, like we've said all day. You know, the pacers, they're really for that emotional support.
Yeah.
And the win, Alexei, birthday boy. What a day to celebrate your birthday! What a way to celebrate your birthday. Coming in and
hot.
yeah, absolutely coming in 21:06:54. Absolutely incredible. Local boy Matt Bouch also absolutely incredible race, coming back for redemption after a DNF here last year. And he was stoked. We were stoked. It was an incredibly emotional finish for him.
He absolutely executed to perfection.
Yeah.
Very, very well done.
And rounding out our podium, we had Jerome, who 100% gave everything. You could tell at the finish line he was properly spent.
He was ready to go lie down.
Yeah,
Good
and
man.
that's an incredible day that they have had almost a full day, rounding out at 23 hours. So another hour until we have a full day. But yeah, what a full 23 hours it has been, and still will be as we wait for our female UTCT winners to make their way to the finish line here at the Gardens Rugby Club. And we're also waiting for our UT100 female podium. So we are waiting on Jasmine Lowther, who is currently in first position, making her way very rapidly here. We are also waiting for second place, Antonina Yoshina, who has been through UCT. And only 3 minutes behind her was Eva Spurger, and we didn't see that on the live feed.
Didn't see her, so we're not quite sure what kind of state she was in.
Yeah, but we had news from Kane that Antonina was looking incredibly strong, incredibly well, actually even better than what Jasmine was looking. But unfortunately, I think that gap was potentially a little bit big already. So we don't think that Antonina will manage to catch her, but absolutely the race is on. She is closing. And yeah, we are waiting for Jasmine to come into the finish line.
Yeah. We might see Alexi Rosset in the meanwhile as well, coming into the finish line just ahead of her. He's in 6th position in the 100K. So we'll keep an eye on him.
And we've got a little interview with Jasmine as we wait for her in the finish line here.
I'm Jasmine Lowther. I'm from Canada, and I am running for the North Face, NAC, and I'm here in Cape Town, South Africa, about to run Ultra-trail Cape Town 100K. Yeah, I had heard about Ultra-trail Cape Town through a number of athletes. I've just heard the course is rugged, it's beautiful, it's technical, it's all these things that I look for in a race. It's been on my bucket list for at least 3 years to get here, and finally things lined up, and yeah, I'm definitely already planning to come back. Yeah, I think I will be bringing some confidence. I think this past season, just kind of building with 50Ks, things like that are super technical, and then having run a race like Transgran Canaria, which has similar technicality, but we will be dealing with more heat, things like that, different variables here. So I'm coming into this race with an open mind and eager to learn. I'm sure on race day, I will be learning some lessons, definitely, but definitely in for a big adventurous day. Yeah, definitely. I think having my background, I used to be totally enamored with rock climbing. So everything scrambling to alpine climbing, technical sport climbing, things like that. I will be bringing that into some of the technical sections where it's like all hands on deck, moving over the rocks as efficiently as I can. and just having that confidence on feet. As a kid, I played a ton of soccer, and I gotta say, for all the people who play soccer or football, I think that helps with agility and just skipping over the rocks as light as you can. Yeah, I think just having been involved in sports my entire life, it just gives that, you know, mental grit, sheer love of getting out there and moving and being in the outdoors. Yeah. Yeah, this course is really, it's stunning. It takes your breath away. It's rugged. It's beautiful. It breaks your heart and puts it back together again. So yeah, there's so many different sections. You're going down to the ocean, back up again, and you're up in the mountains. It can almost feel like alpine-esque in a way, and for someone who loves the outdoors and plants and things like that, there's gorgeous flora and fauna here. Yeah, there's a lot of sections I'll be looking forward to, from feeling the ocean, kind of giving some extra energy, to running on a flowy single track. And then I think just mentally, I'm going to be bracing for the heat and having to be like fully focused for all those rocky technical sections. Yeah. Yeah. Back in the day, I used to be a biologist, and I would monitor and identify different types of plant species. So coming here to Cape Town is like any botanist's dream come true. You're just running through different ecosystems, and it's just like this mosaic of flowers and different types of shrubs and the medicinal properties. And I'm sure there's so much to learn here from the plants. Yeah, it's any botanist's dream come true. So it's really hard to run along the trails and not stop and take photos and check out the plants on every single run. But yeah, I'm just trying to absorb as much as I can while I'm here. Yeah, I gotta practice them a bit, but I'm getting into it. Some oaks are teaching me some really like her words. So, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there for sure.
Love it. We while that interview was going on, we had oh, we're back now. So
We had Alexis Rosset come in.
yep,
Right?
absolutely. He
Sixth
is
position overall from France.
he is there in the corner. You can see he's shirt off, sunglasses, leaning on the rail. He
Standard protocol.
stoked. Yeah, beer in hand.
Looks very pleased.
And,
very relaxed.
He's there with his crew, Hugo Serra, so French. Unfortunately, couldn't start to a stomach bug, but was out there and helping and crewing along the way and supporting his friends. So the camaraderie there, even though his race was a good plan.
Yet again, the Frenchmen are dominating this leaderboard. 3 out of 6.
Yeah.
Top 6. So phenomenal performances by these guys. And we've seen before in the year that François Dain was here. There were, I think, maybe even 2 out of 3 on the podium, and definitely the largest portion of the top 10. So they love Cape Town, and they're performing incredibly well here. So great to see that.
Yeah. Alrighty, you can hear them.
Frothing up the crowd, yeah.
Oh yeah, you can hear it. She's gathering the crowd.
Of Jasmine's arrival. Come on, Canada.
Nice work.
Those flags flying in the chat room. Come on, guys.
That's what we like to see, people gathering on the finish line. Bring her in as a champion. She's been outstanding all day, ladies and gentlemen. Coming all the way from Canada, this is definitely a solid comeback race that backs up her win at the Rut 50K earlier this year. And there we go. We're starting to see the Canadian flags in the chat. Bring them on. Bring them on. We're going to bring her in, and then after that, we're going to switch to another link on the live stream. So obviously, stay with us. We're going to stay, all 3 of us, with you all to bring in Jasmine Lowther. And then shortly after, we'll switch to the link that is pinned to the top of the comment. Oh yeah, it's good to see everybody get pumped about that
yeah,
finish.
everyone's like so cool, and he is very close. You can imagine that she is hearing this finish line and getting super excited about the fact that she is in the lead and closing out her season in such style. What a way to finish a season for her with what I imagine has been many highs, but also a few lows. So I can imagine that this has been a good way to finish her season, helping her go into next year with a lot of confidence.
And I think she just really went to town on this race. You know, she did the diligence. She spent the time on the mountain here. She analyzed the Watsonias in detail and the rocks that grow around them, and all that homework is paid off. So
Absolutely.
What a great day.
These two standing at the finish line there with the finish tape.
Yeah. And also incredible that she dialed into she called it on the heat, you know. She was aware and ready and prepared, knew how to deal with that, knew it was coming. So, yeah, good job there. And I agree with what Gemma said, who commented on her interview, which she did a lot of cool things in the interview. She said that this will break your heart and put it back together again. So it's been a full spectrum of emotions throughout the last 12 hours for Jasmine and all the runners. And Gaffuri is correct. Gabriel is also about to arrive. So we've got a lot happening on this field right now. Gabriel in the 100 miler, local, coming in 4th position. So keep your eyes peeled.
As she can hear you, she makes her way onto the dance floor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the finish line and let's give her our massive South African welcome at the 10th edition of the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. It's the OG event, the UT100. It's the event that everybody around the world is talking about. It's the one you have to do. And she's put it together over the last couple of years. She's dreamed of being here, and now she is here. She is in the finishing straight.
What a race. Oh man. She was really giving it all in that finish line. She was coming through there. You could tell she was digging deep to finish strong. And there meeting her at the finish line is a teammate, friend, partner, potentially, by the looks of that.
She's very friendly, but it's a bit more than just a teammate here.
I think it might be just more than a teammate, indeed. Fellow teammate Michelino Sanseri, who obviously had an incredible race himself, but what a way to spend a day sharing the trails with your partner. Both of you coming out in an incredibly strong fashion with a 3rd position and 1st position. So super strong day, and her crew there, Josh, giving her a hug as well. Apparently a Formula 1 A++ crew helping her take this win today. It's a team effort.
Yeah.
It's a team effort.
It is indeed. And we get a new champion. Just like that.
Yeah. First Canadian champion ever of the UTCT. That's super cool.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Look at
the
Josh looks
stoked. That's a really cool shot.
Yeah, I'm sure someone got that. Very, very cool.
I think you're right. I don't think we've ever had a Canadian take the cup
Marion
before.
Hogan was
You've been
Marion
loving
was
your time
second
here.
last
How was
year.
that? How hard was that?
Oh, let's hear it.
It's really hot.
Very hot. Coming from Canada, it's been a bucket list event for you. How did it go out there?
Oh man, I'm just stoked. Once I took the lead, I just wanted to keep it as mine. So we did that. I can't thank my crew more than enough. What a day. Yeah, holy shit.
Was it all you expected it to be? Does it live up to the hype? You've heard about the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Is it what you thought it would be, or is it more?
Oh hell yeah. Definitely. Yoo!
Let's give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Jasmine Lauter of Canada, exhausted but happy. Fourth place across the line. It is Gabriel Creel from South Africa, one of the hard men of trail running. He is fourth in the 100 miler. You don't grow a beard like that on water, people. Let's give him a big round of applause. Gabriel Creel, the hard man of Ultra Trail in South Africa, is across the line. What an effort as he celebrates. And so too does Jasmine Lauter of Canada. It's an ice cold Jack Black for her. That delicious lager, the golden nectar, straight down the throat. It does not get better than that.
Man, those lines, you don't grow a beer like that on water. This is gold. Where is that coming from?
I'll tell you maybe where it's coming
Max,
from,
you
Marty.
legend.
There is Marty, I don't know if you've been following our rugby team, but there's a guy who is a big, tough guy who plays in the front of our scrum, and his name is Ox, number 1 in the team. And his famous quote was, "You don't win scrums on salads." It's the same kind of thing.
All right, gotcha.
Fair statement.
Yeah.
Really just quite unbelievable. And you know, I've got to tell all these top athletes.
And there you have it, the new champion for the UT100 2024 here at the RMB UTCT, Jasmine Lauter of Canada. What a day she's had.
Yeah. 12:04:25. It is not a new course record, but it's probably the second best.
What was Ruth's time last year?
Ruth was 2:12, like 12:12 or something.
And so this is the second fastest time.
It might very well be.
Yeah.
Don't quote
Possibly.
me
We'll have
again.
to research. Yeah, we're not quoting anyone right now.
Except Max. That we should.
Yes, that's a great quote. Oh, wow.
So I want to try and go back to the miler in the women's, because there was a fierce battle taking place.
Correct. At the top of the leaderboard, and that is probably still raging in Newlands Forest. And it'll be great to catch up with that shortly, now that there's a little bit of a mini lull at the finish line.
And based on the GPS, ladies and gentlemen, it does seem like Carrie-Anne might be ahead of Naomi by 100 meters. I'm just putting it here with the question mark.
Oh, it's out there now. Now you've said it.
Can't take it back. Can't put it back in the...
No, you can't.
How do you say? Put the toothpaste back in the tube or something?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just looking at the all-time country representation, South Africa obviously holds the majority of the entries or the finishes here at the UT100. But second on that list, and Martin, you'll be happy to hear this, is France. So France is the second most represented country at the UT100 finishes.
Not even surprised, actually. Yeah, really, it's been adopted, huh? You guys have adopted us.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I think the other way around. You guys adopted us. Like, I feel like every time we come over, it's just like it feels like home. And probably helps as well that we're kind of on a very similar timeline, like just an hour difference, even though the travel is pretty long. Like not having to deal with jet lag coming in and going back home is definitely a bonus.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I can't speak for my entire countrymen and women, but I can say for myself that yeah, it's a place that feels like home. And now we've had our winner, obviously, as you can see on the screen, in the women's UT100. However, we're still waiting for the second and third woman to come in, as well as get an update on the women's 100-miler race, because there's no other way to put it. It is a big race going on in the lead for the first place. And yeah, until we have a checkpoint.
We might get a checkpoint now at Nursery Ravine, because I see Naomi has passed Nursery Ravine, so Kerry Ann probably will very shortly. So that might give us quite a good heads up where they're at in relation to each other. So we'll keep refreshing.
Another thing to note is in this UT100, we've actually got quite an interesting race for the top South African spot. We've got Brandon Hulley, we've got Ollie Morris, and we've got Kyle Bucklow, all very close together, all vying for that top South African spot in the UT100. All of them, apparently, according to Kane Reilly, who is still at UCT 8 station, are all very close together. So
like within 10 minutes.
We've got a race in our hands over there too for that top South African male spot in the UT100.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to wrap up this very live coverage. When I speak about live coverage, it means that YouTube link. As you may know or may not know, there's a limit in the duration of a live stream we can do on YouTube. So we're going to have to switch to another one. That one, if you're on YouTube, go to the comments and go to the top. It is pinned at the top. You have the link on which you need to click to be sent to the next one and transition to that new stream. And it's very important that you do that, because this one is going to expire. And if you haven't clicked on that link and you haven't transitioned to the new one, well, you're going to be like basically cut off. Obviously, if you type in RMB UTCT and then the same way you found this one, you're going to be able to find the next one. But just so you have a smooth transition, again, you go in the comments, you click on that link, because we're going to be with you for another like 3, 4, 5 hours, depending on how long it takes to this top 3 women in 100 mile to make it through the finish line. So I'm not saying the live is over. I'm just saying this very live on YouTube is going to end. So you need to transition to the next one. Is that clear? Because I know what I'm talking about. So sometimes it is evident, but if you guys are listening, does that make sense? Give me a thumb up or something in the chat. So to show that you've understood
We don't want to lose our loyal followers who've been here with us all day and all night since yesterday. So guys, make sure you get the transition right.
So I'm going to check on this other link how many people have transitioned so far. We only have 50 people on team, and there's still 800 of you on the previous one. So we need you to transition, because we still have to bring in the top, more than the top 2 women in the 100K. And we're waiting, obviously, for the top 3 in the 100 mile to come in. And in the meantime, we're going to be transitioning back to the finish line and keep telling you stories. So again, thank you very much. We got Daniel, who's giving us thumbs up. Rory, okay, got the, I don't even know how, I'm not the fucking Generation Z or XYZ.
Yep. There we go. There we go. You nailed it.
Gotcha. All right. So, yeah, I see the numbers dropping, but there's still 735 of you watching on this one. So please go to the comment, click on it, click on the YouTube link, and that will take you to the next one. It is slowly building. Yes. Okay. It's good that you giving me a hand when you get to the new one. And I see Bram, Bernhard, Diedrich, Eric, Chantel, Holger, Eric, Bram, Vicky. Okay, you're starting to get the memo. This is awesome. We're going to leave the other one for a little longer, but just be aware that this is going to drop. So please join us on the next one. And yeah, we'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side, people.
Toni, we don't want to take up too much of your time. We know you got to go because somebody else has to race tomorrow. So I don't want to push you away. By all means, certainly enjoy your presence, your company, your comment. But